while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause.
Friend who teamed up together,
Fighting
doing
for
for you
gains
and
and
me.
shoes. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the Great Higher Charity Hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the Great Higher Charity Hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time frame it is for you. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? Oh my god, y'all. What are y'all doing? It's a charity stream. Let's move on over here so I can say hello to y'all. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I'm wearing the goggles today on my head just because I wanted to. Thank you for the watch streak. 35 watch streak right there, Princess Jen. 1,000 biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the gifted sub. Love the intro singing song. Thank you. That song is actually, that's the song we made the very first year. I just stopped using it, so I brought it back. I was like, you know what? We need something different for the intro, so it's not my normal starting soon screen. So we made a new one. Thank you. I appreciate that, Feisty. Welcome in, everyone. Let me see if I can scroll back up here and find everyone. There's so much. Can I just scroll over here? Will this work better? Maybe the hype train doesn't bother me. Okay, let's see. We got Princess Jen in the castle. We got Countess Isabel in the castle. We got Susie in the castle. We got Wolfkins in the castle. We've got Princess Cat in the castle. Countess Kathy. We've got Danny is here. Hello, welcome into the castle. We got Bono in the castle. Welcome in. Thank you again for the watch streak, or not the watch streak, but the donation. I appreciate that. Kimby is here in the castle. Hello, love. And there it is, Bono with the gifted sub to Missy Streams. I appreciate that. Lottie, hello, love. Welcome to the castle. And Feisty is here. Welcome into the castle. Hello. We're wearing our It Gets Better shirt today for our charity event. I'm wearing my starred butterfly today. We'll see what comes to light in starred bugs. You know, since they've been the kryptonite of the month. So starred bug. Look at that. Faragi, welcome to the castle, love. And then I got my Hodaddy goggles on my head today because I just felt like it. We have some amazing streamers participating in round number 6 of the Great Paleo Charity Hunt. Make sure you guys check out all of our streamers today. Here are all of them. We got Chilling with Chi, which will be up here in our purple zone. Blue zone is Juby. We got below me here, Lady Sapphire. We've got Moonlit Squid over here in our yellow zone. And over in our orange zone is Never Trust the Living. Let me make sure we get a few things situated here. All right, I need to fix this here. We already got donos coming in. Look, oh, this is not the button I wanted to press. Is not the button I needed to press. I need to press this button. And then we gotta whoosh this way over here. And get... Ooh. Why does it feel like this is stretched a little bit more than normal? Okay. Hold on. Now we gotta do a little bit of editing here. Maybe because the names are a little bit longer today. There we go. Hey, Lindsay, can we change Moonlit to Squid in the sheets? Because they go by Squid, so I just know it's gonna be easier for me to read it that way. if that is possible. I appreciate it. It'll make it so much easier for me. Thank you. What was it? Was it yesterday? I was calling one of the, I don't remember, one of the rounds. I remember though the name on the sheets was not the name I was like calling them, and so it was getting me confused from time to time. All right. Donos are already piling in already, y'all. They're already coming in. Twerking Kenyatas all over the place. Look at all those twerking Kenyatas. Are you all ready for round 6? We starting the round off $18,712. That's where we started at. So we got to keep that in mind. So we're looking at how much this round raises. So this way we can start looking at that. Also, hello, Enchanted Rachel. Welcome in love. Welcome to the castle. Mackenzie, welcome to the castle with your 3-stream streak. Let's go. Kathy's, welcome into the castle. Oh my goodness, y'all. All the donos. All the donos. Will we... I know Chi's already worked it out, but if the mod for Chi, which is Ram, I know, just let her know that her horse riding ability is done. It's already been delivered. I'll announce them here in a little bit, but just so that she knows. So we don't get any double duns. Double dunzos. Rooting on Juby. Let's go. Let's go. It's going to be a great round. I'm super excited for this round. I think out of all of our rounds, I think this is the most like closest of streamer levels, I feel. In the energy level that I've gotten out of these streamers and stuff like that. I think it's going to be a really great combo. I think all of these streamers are going to work really well together. They're going to have a lot of fun together and all of that jazz as well. So if we can let Lady Sapphire know that her horse ability is paid for. Boom, done. Cozy Vibes, welcome into the castle. Baroness Renee is in the castle, y'all. Say hi to Baroness Renee, everybody. Welcome in. We've got a little bit of more time. We're gonna pop in and say hello and see.
It's not even hot outside today.
And make sure that we are hearing everybody okay.
8 degrees outside today. That's kind of crazy. In June.
I need to turn my fan down a little bit. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Also need to move shit away from my mic so I don't have buzzing sounds. All right. Now let me
Give us the
check
horse,
sounds.
friend. Give me a horse.
There we
Give
go.
me a horse.
Never trust the living sound.
Please.
Sounds good.
But I don't... Okay, just making sure I have it set up to where I can hear the Discord call. I can. All of that is good.
Might need to raise Moon up a little bit now that I know how to. Yeah, that worked.
Thank you for that follow that came in.
Much
Follows are anonymous.
better.
I prefer to lurk, but I see you, and I very
If I need to. I just brought some snacks up here.
Lady Sapphire
because
sounds
running down
good. Lilu! Dr. Lilu is in the castle. Ready for Sun's... Okay, thank you.
In chat, all that we ask is that you're a follower and that
Juby sounds good.
There we go. Okay. What are you... We already hit 19...
And she sounds good. Never Trust the Living has gotten their horse ability as well. If we can let them know that, please and thank you. We're trying to hopefully not get doubles. I have a lot of donations to go over, so we might just say hello and get this going. Ready, y'all? You ready to say hello to everybody? Happy Pride Month, everybody. How y'all doing?
Happy Pride.
Hello.
Are
Happy
y'all
Pride.
excited? Are
Happy
y'all
Pride.
ready for some
I'm
fun?
ready.
Excited.
So
Let's
ready.
go.
Can we talk about how great this group is we have right now, though? Like, this is
Yes.
incredible.
I know,
Literally
right?
top tier. I'm like, I love
Yeah.
all of these people.
Yes.
Same.
I know.
So excited.
But also competition.
Mhm.
But also,
But
love
in
you
a
all
good
dearly.
way.
Love you all dearly.
All right. Before we get further, because we got donations already piling in here, I just want to do a quick reminder again, everybody. Make sure that when you all are sending donations, I need comment of who these donations are going to. So please make sure that you all are doing that. Holy mackerel, you're gonna need to see me in my chat, please. I do also want to make sure that it's known so nobody else donates again because it's a one and done. Never Trust the Living, you've got your horse. Sapphire, you got your horse. Chi,
Yay.
you got your horse. So nobody else donate horses to those three. They've already gotten theirs. So we'll go through all the other donations here in a minute. But you guys, I think you guys have already raised over $1,000. We haven't even started,
Yes, let's go.
right? How much did we start with?
I think it was 18,700.
Oh,
So
700.
500.
Okay, so you guys still got a little
Yeah.
ways. Sorry, but my brain is just like, wait, wait a minute. Are y'all enjoying the twerking Kenyatas?
We're gonna get there, though.
on
Don't
your
worry.
screens?
Yeah, we got it. We got this. We
We
got
got
this.
this.
Top tier communities.
All right.
we started with $18,712.69.
Thank you. I said
Oh
that
my
the first
gosh.
time too. So, and we're already at 19,242 with the 69.
It's
cents.
awesome. Nice.
Whoever messes my 69 cents up, you're banned from my chat. Just so you know. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Don't touch it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Do it.
Oh, you be touching the number.
If you want to mess it up, you have to do more than 500. That's the only way.
Yes, exactly.
Period.
There we go. Yes. It's got to be worth messing up for. All right, we're gonna work on getting some. We're gonna do some housekeeping. I'm gonna talk about a few things for you all before we kind of get stuff situated. I already talked again about the comments, so again, make sure that your all's discords are set up to where your community can hear the Discord. It makes it easier for them to know when sabotage and incentives get issued out, so they can hear what they're donating for is going out. Squid, you got your horse ability, love, so that's taken care of as well. You all are able to go to whatever plots or whatever donations you're going to, or go to whatever events. Sorry, I got distracted. So much shit happening at one time. You're able to go whatever adventure zones you want to go to. Keep that in mind. I am going to say this kind of first deal. Keep in mind that JDM does not give you anything for this event. Just so we're clear, it gives you nothing. The Sunstone will not be activated during this month. If you are in the top 5 and compete in July, we'll be activating the Sunstone at that time. But it came in the day after our very first round, and in order to be fair for the first 5 streamers, I wanted to just nix it out of the way because it's not fair that everybody else got a chance to get that for points. So, you all today are competing for a lovely trophy, and I don't know if some of y'all are seeing in my chat or not, but the winner today, let me move it away from Kenyatta's booty, is going to get a Great Palea Charity Hunt trophy like this right here. So whoever wins today will get this here. And then don't forget that the top 5 streamers of the month will come back in July 18th, and we will do a grand championship round. And the winner of that round, if Kenyatta will stop twerking in my face, Juby, you got your horse. I think everybody now has their horse.
W horses.
So horses, we can turn that one off, Lindsay, if I'm correct, that everybody's got it.
Let's
But
go.
here's the trophy. It is bigger than my head, and that's pretty big because I have a big head. So it is a very beautiful rainbow Great Palea Charity Hunt trophy for that grand championship winner. Speaking of trophies, I do want to do a quick shout out to the sponsors because I could not put this event on without the sponsors because it's expensive to put this behind the scenes stuff. So, Elder Gay Guy donated the funds to pay for the trophies. Princess Jen, aka J Allen 445, donated the funds for the mystery outfits for our halftime mystery outfit giveaway and for our winners. And then also a shout out to Vanilla Crafting, aka Lilu Paz, for helping to design the trophies and make the trophies, and then give us a really good price on them. Because she could have charged us so much more for that. I know that she could, and I'm very happy that she gave us a really good deal on them and the shipping and everything for them. So those are our 3 amazing sponsors, and I appreciate them for helping us get this together because. I was doing the math and it was going to be like $500 to put this event together, and I can't afford that. So I appreciate them.
W sponsors. Thank you, sponsors.
Yeah, W sponsors.
Speaking of sponsors and funds, I do all want to let you all know we do have Great Palea Charity Hunt merch. You can always go into my chat and do charity merch to see it. And it'll get you 2 links. I have a bonfire account. That's where most of the shirts are from. I keep that one because the shirts are actually really good at Bonfire. Yeah, actually mark charity merch. And then that's got a bunch of shirts like that. I will also let I'm not gonna release it completely yet, but I want to let you all know, streamers. Oh, I didn't even know that popped up anymore. Okay. I'm working on a special shirt for the year that may get released on the 30th. So for you streamers that are participating, you might want to check that out on the 30th. So we have that there. I have very much Inception. Oh my god. Lady Sapphire. Woo! Okay. I looked down and all of a sudden I saw my screen on your screen, and then your screen on my
Sorry.
screen, and my screen on your screen, and my screen on your screen.
Streamception.
And then I also have my 4th wall, which will have cups. So like this one right here, but it has the Great Palea Charity Hunt logo on it. I just don't have one of those on myself yet. But and then a bunch of other things as well. So the funds that I get from that will go towards things I need for the Great Palea Charity Hunt, just so you guys know. So if you want to support the event itself, that's a great way to support it, is by purchasing the merch. Okay, so there's those 2 housekeepings. I know a lot of y'all have been watching some of the other events. And then I know she obviously is a veteran in this event. But keep you guys in mind, if y'all have any questions or concerns at any time, you can always ask me or ask your charity mod, which should be in your chat. We are working on figuring out one mod. We are 1 mod down right now, so I think our admin moderators are working on that to figure out what we're gonna do about that. So they're working on that right now. Jesus Christ, y'all. Everybody got their horses, so we don't have to worry about that. The only other thing is the slime potion. I do want to keep in mind those are also a one-time only donation, and that'll allow you to use slime potions at any time during the event, whenever you like. And I gotta go through here because somebody has already gotten that slime potion. I just have to look to see who it was. Chi, you have your slime potions already.
Thank you.
So if for some reason, by the way, don't fear that if something happens and like 2 people donate slime potions at the same time to one streamer, what I'll do is I'll just have that person come to my chat and figure something else out for their money. So it's not going to be a waste. I will find a way to use that money, for something else for the streamer that they want to stream it for. So we have the incentives, the sabotages, the random chaos. If you are, and I know a lot of you all are friends with everybody in this round, and you're like, I want to donate, but I don't want to be like, I don't want to be in trouble for, supporting one and not the other, or sabotaging one and not the other, and I can't choose because I love them all. You can always donate a $30 random chaos, and I have a wheel spin, and it'll decide for you. And this wheel spin is really fun because it has all the sabotages and incentives for each individual streamer, and then it has the ability to give all of the streamers that incentive or sabotage. So we could be looking at like everybody getting a garnet, or everybody getting an amethyst, or everybody getting an ore compass, or everybody has to stop and go fishing, or everybody has to stop and go get that infamous starred bug that has been royally pain in the butt this month. So that's a fun way of donating to the event. And then also...
Oh, you're cutting out, Amanda.
Just gifted, session.twitch.mercatus.items.name. To be given away in chat. Join in chat for your chance to win.
I guess we all put join in my chat right now. We have a giveaway for a Great Paleo Charity Hunt canvas. No exclamation mark, just join. All you have to do is type join, y'all. I fourth wall is newish to me, so I'm getting used to that. But yeah, so if anybody wants to come in and get their thing, just put join. You do not have to put exclamation mark. It is a canvas. It's a black canvas with the Great Paleo Charity Hunt logo on it. All right. Also in my chat, I am relinquishing the mining of your rock. We have chat points. I don't know if you can see it on my stream right now, but chat can also play along by mining a rock in my chat. That'll give them an opportunity to increase the points to chat. All the chaos right now happening. Do we have an update from my admin mods on a possible mod replacement? A big shout out to all of our mods, by the way, because without them, we cannot obviously run an event like this without all of the moderators. So thank you to all of our charity mods participating and helping us out. I don't know if they're tagless. I don't remember. I'm not wearing one of them today either. All right. So really quickly before we do get started, I have a long list of rewards and sabotages to go through, or incentives. No sabotages yet. I don't think. Let me look here. All right. Also, Holy Mackerel, I know you were in my chat earlier. After we get started, if I can get you back so I can chit chat with you for a minute on yours, that would be great. Let me get in here. We have, starting off, we've got Chilling with Chi. You got a ore compass and a party up donation. Chilling with Chi, you got a garnet, a platinum, a gold, a silver, an ore compass, a party up on that one. You got another ore compass and another party up. Sapphire, you got gifted a sapphire. Fitting. Sapphire, you got gifted another sapphire. Never Trust the Living, you got 4 ore compasses donated. Never, you got another ore compass donated. Chilling with Chi, you got a piece of platinum donated. Moonlit Squid, you got a piece of platinum donated. Never Trust the Living, you got gifted a platinum and a gold. Never and Squid, you both got gifted a garnet. Never got gifted a piece of platinum. Chilling with Chi got gifted 2 rubies. And Squid, you got 2 ore compasses. I know that was a lot at one time, but there was the long list of before that we started donations. Really quick before we get started, I do want to do a quick have you all have a quick second to tell us who you are and everything else. That'd be greatly appreciated. So just tell us who you are, you know, how long you've been streaming, what you stream, you know, just your little rundown. And we will start with Never Trust the Living. We'll start with you, love.
Hello, I am Never Trust the Living for Long, Allie, or Never for short, and I've been streaming for over a year on Twitch, and I've been streaming mainly Palia since May of last year, and so that's the vibes over here. I got a community called the Ghost Office where everything is cozy and spooky and wonderful. I'm so excited today.
Perfect. Thank you, Allie. And then we're gonna start with next with Squid.
Hi friends, I'm Squid. I have been streaming, it'll be a year on the 20th of this month. I stream Palia. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm just very, very grateful to be here with so many wonderful streamers and with Amanda and everybody. Thank you for having me.
Alrighty, before we get continuing more, I have more to go over. Platinum for Never. A platinum, gold, and silver for Chi. And 3 rubies for Never. By the way, y'all, we are less than $50 away from 20K. Anyway, so we haven't even started the round
We
yet.
haven't even started yet. It's crazy. Let's go.
All right, and then next up, we'll go with Lady Sapphire.
Hi, I'm Lady Sapphire. My name is Sarah or Sapphire, she, her pronouns. I will hit 2 years of streaming this July. I'm mainly a Palia streamer. It's what I enjoy doing the most, and my community are the gems. So we felt this was very fitting for us. But I'm so excited to be invited to participate, and I'm ready to get to mining.
All right, thank you, love. And then next, we're gonna go to Juby 53. I mean 52.
Hiya! I do be Juby. I've been streaming for 2.5 months, so I'm fairly new to it, but I do stream Palia daily, with some hopes to expand and do some more
Oop, you cut out, I think.
diverse content in the future.
Alrighty, and then last but certainly not least, we got Chilling with Chi.
Hi, I'm Chi like cheesecake. I have been streaming for 6 years, almost in August.
Did you cut out too? Am I cutting out on everybody?
And I'm really excited to be here. My pronouns are her. And this charity is so fun for me because I always say
I think it's me, y'all. I think Discord's having a problem. I am sorry. I think everything.
so. I'm very excited to be here.
All right, my Discord is being really crazy right now.
Yeah, it keeps cutting you out.
This is my life. It's fine.
It's just technology, unfortunately.
Y'all, we hit 20K before we even started.
Let's go.
That is crazy.
Chilling with Chi, just gotta get that in Amethyst. Okay, and then a little bit about myself. Y'all don't know, by the way, my name is Amanda. I'm a drag queen. Obviously, I'm not in drag now. I rarely get in drag anymore, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I've always been Amanda. I've been Amanda for almost 20 years now, so it's kind of my name. I go by he, she, they pronouns. Just don't call me late for dinner, because I'm a hungry bitch, okay? But we've put on this event, by the way, this will be our 3rd annual Pride event. We started in June of 2024. We have now raised over $70,000 for charities, multiple different charities and things like that from doing these events. So 77,000. Thank you. And I was like, I know we're getting there close. We're almost hitting 100K. I think we're gonna hit 100K this year. I'm super honored to put these events together. I've always been a huge community service person. I've been doing community services since I was a young kid. I have been getting awards for it all my life. I actually even got a Presidential Freedom Scholarship because of my community service work. And I love to continue doing that. And this is one way of being able to do that and put so many people together from all around the world and raise money for such a good cause, because It Gets Better is an amazing organization. If y'all don't know, It Gets Better is an LGBTQI plus youth organization, and what they primarily base on is storytelling. They try to tell stories to let our youth know that it does get better, and that there's a world out there that loves them, that supports them, and they can succeed in anything they want to succeed in, and that their life matters, and it's worth for them to staying around with us. So it's a very important organization to me. It's kind of one of those things that, like, I wish I had this organization when I was in high school. It could have been very beneficial for the things that I went through when I was in high school. So I try to make sure that we continue doing this and creating lots of funds to help them continue their mission all around the world. That's one big also thing about It Gets Better. This is not just a United States organization. It Gets Better is all around the world, and in some places where it is much worse than it is here for our LGBTQ youth. And that's a huge thing that I really love about It Gets Better. I don't think there's other housekeeping. The only other things I wanted to mention before we kind of get started, I know we're kind of running a little bit behind from our start time. Keep in mind that if you get a Kitsu today, please shout that out as soon as possible. I do have a fun little Kitsu wheel back here that I will spin. The streamer who got the Kitsu, I will let you know what sabotage or incentive is on that wheel, and you get to decide who gets that incentive or sabotage. So you can keep it for yourself, you can give it to someone else, you get to decide. That's the bonus of the Kitsu plushie twist. The other things to keep in mind is there is a $20 or 20-point bonus if you get one of every stone. So it's a rainbow set. You get 20 points if you get that. So there is that bonus. And then it is Pride Month, right? So if you get a gay frog, a gay fish, or the gay Kitsu, it is a 30-point bonus. You only get one. You only get one of those. We did have a winner for the canvas. I did not see it. The chat's gone by way too crazy for me. So the winner is Sammy Girl. If you won that, by the way, make sure you go to that link that just got posted to redeem your Great Paleo Charity Hunt canvas. Please and thank you. All right. One last few announcements before we get started. If you all want to go ahead and all of y'all are on the plot right now. So you guys can head to the stable board that's inside the gazebo. And then go ahead and pop it up. Do you all have any questions, comments, or concerns before we get started?
No, I'm good.
I'm
luck,
good.
everybody.
Right.
Good
Good
luck.
So let's see everybody with the board menu open. We'll go ahead and get started. All right, I see everybody's board. Let me press my button here that takes a million years to start the timer. Y'all may begin. We're off, y'all. We're off. All right. Y'all, we are off and ready to go. Let's check in first with Never
that I got,
over
I
here.
don't know if I got.
Allie.
It says I
And
have
if
to
it's
catch a
okay with
starred
you, I'm
bug,
gonna
but
go
he
ahead and
didn't
use one of my
say-
ore
He didn't
compasses.
say anything
All right.
just yet,
Just
so
let me
I'm
know
gonna wait
when
until
you
it's
say that.
said.
Just let me know who it is too, because I still got to get used to all the
Did you
voices.
say it, Luna?
It's Squid. I'm gonna
Squid.
start an ore
All right,
compass.
Squid's gonna start an ore compass. Go right ahead.
She is
Never.
also. Oh, I think Never and she are both starting one.
I'd wait. Okay.
I'm gonna start an ore compass.
She
Yes.
starting an ore compass.
Never's
Never
Yes.
starting an ore
starting.
compass as well. Yes. Okay.
I think
Perfect.
Never and she.
And then just let me know when those end. That's the biggest thing I need to know, just because I tried to be fair and not do too many sabotages or sabotages that could royally affect your ability to use ore compasses, just to be fair for people who are donating funds. too many sabotages or sabotages. Squid, you got gifted a piece of silver and never got a piece
Thank
of
you so much,
silver.
Queen. I appreciate you. Yes, okay, that's kind of what I was
Squid,
thinking.
You got gifted a piece of silver and never got a piece of silver.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. Also, make sure you do exclamation point enter.
Can
in the
we
chat for an
repost that
OG
link
Sarnak plushie
for
set
Sammy
since
Girl
we hit the
again?
20K. I got a sapphire. Okay, this is going.
There you go, right
so
there.
well
What Jen
so
just
far.
posted, just click on that link,
Is it
love.
okay if I enter? Of course it is. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, of course. Please.
Also,
enter
just so
them.
we clarification, I think most of y'all
please.
probably
It's
already
for
know this and
everybody. It's for
understand.
everybody. It's a
But the
incentive for
ore,
staying here and
silver,
hanging out
gold,
with
and
me.
platinum, the point system for that is a ranked system. So the streamer who has the most silver would get 20 points. Second place is 15. Third place is 10. Fourth place is 5 points. And then it is 0 points for that fifth place spot.
Thank you for the clarification.
That is for each one. Silver, gold, and platinum are separate, and that is how that is set up, just so you're aware. And those points are active and live. So when I give you all the scores and how those points are already into that score. So if anybody's watching and sees why a streamer's points goes down, it's because there was a shift in the ranking. And then it is 0 points for that fifth place spot. All right.
No, I'm keeping it.
That is for each one. Silver, gold, and platinum are separate. And that
Thank
is
you for
how
the
that is
follow.
set up,
Welcome in.
so you're aware. And those points are active and live. So when I give all right, y'all. We are already on. We're going. We're working it out.
Sammy A Girl just bought from the Castle's merch store.
Thank you for buying some merch. I appreciate it. What'd you get? Let me know if you let me know if you're in here what you got.
So that I could hear them just in
Excited.
case, and so that you guys can hear them, just in case there is sabotages, incentives, and things that that are going to benefit me. You know what I mean? So I need to make sure that I'm like keeping.
All right,
keeping
the
my
first
ears peeled.
sabotage is out, y'all. And
Keeping my
Squid,
ears peeled.
I need you to catch
We
me
already
a
have,
starred bug,
sapphires, so this is
please.
going good so far. We're gonna.
Side. Oh wait, I can use my horse. W. I almost forgot I can use my horse. Let's go.
I want to make sure I was heard, right? Squid, did you hear that you got sabotaged for a starred bug?
Oh, yep. Sorry, I heard that. I'm heading to get it now.
I just didn't hear my echo, and I know Discord's been really weird for me, so I just wanted to make sure.
And all that good
All
stuff.
right, the first sabotage is out, y'all, and Squid. Okay, I'm delayed on streams, so we're gonna refresh streams here.
Oh, a starred bug? Shoot.
What was
Okay,
that?
we
Thank you
got
for the
this.
joining. I
You're not
appreciate
starred.
it.
Get out of here. Welcome back.
T, you just got gifted an aquamarine.
Alright,
Did you hear that you got sabotaged for a starred bug?
oh, yep. Sorry, I heard that. I'm heading to get it now.
Also, Chi, I need you to head to Kilima. You are
Bug. Hi, Nim.
stuck in Kilima for 10 minutes.
Hi, Mavis. Hi, Coffee. Welcome in, friends.
Let me know when you're loading up, and I'll start
Not
your
me,
timer.
The first getting saboed. We got ops in chat, my friends.
Chi, you just got gifted.
That's okay. That's okay. Because guess what? We already got our Jasper and our Amethyst, so we got this. We're fine. We just got to come back and get a Ruby. We just got to come back and
I
get a
do
Ruby.
be loading in now.
I don't know him. I don't know. Okay, the fact that we already got an Amethyst is killer. Oh my gosh. B, I love you.
Sapphire, you got gifted a
so
platinum
much.
and an ore compass.
I'm loading into Kilima right now.
All right, timer
loading
has
into
started
Kilima
for
right now.
Chi. Enjoy Kilima. So we don't have confusion, by the way.
No, don't sabotage anybody.
Juby, I will say Juby52. So I'll add your number so you don't get confused.
You can do GB53. That's all right.
Juby69.
Holy, I saw my ore compass here.
Oh,
Silver. That's okay. Look at me. I'm gonna get some silver.
Obscure Drag Doll. If you can see me in my chat, please. Obscure Drag Doll.
More silver. Worked in my favor.
Also, Holy Mackerel, if
Yeah,
I can
turn
get you
myself
back in my
down.
chat now that we kind of settled down, so I can go over your donation, please.
I have caught
Is
my
Amanda
starred
too
bug.
quiet? Hang on. I can
Thank
pause it.
you, Squid. Thank you,
Let me know if Amanda's better
Squid.
now.
But it
Better.
sabotages and
More
incentive.
silver! You guys were finding so much silver! Oh my god! Citrine! We
So
got a
I need to know
citrine.
what the sabotages are for. Obscure, who is your donation for, love?
Okay, thank you. W sabotage, honestly. Yeah, that was honestly probably the best sabotage we could have got. Let's be real.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see it because everything went so crazy. Okay.
Thank you,
And then who was the
sabotager.
amethyst for?
It's okay. We'll spend some time in here and we'll do the party up in Elderwood in a minute. We'll start it. Yeah. Onyx. I need a bunch of stuff. Let's go this way.
Squid, you got an
Already have the
amethyst
Jaspers- already have the
and Never. I need you to catch me a starred bug,
Never,
please.
I
need you to catch me a starred bug, please. All right, we got it, Squid. Holy
Heard
mackerel,
him.
we
I'm
got it. Thank you.
Doing it now. Heard I'm doing it now.
Sorry, I just didn't see it all, but my mods got me taken care of. You are good to go, holy mackerel.
I don't know why it's not popping up anything. Oh, there we go. I see him.
Lindsay, will you send the one for Chi in our text message? Our Facebook message so I can have it for later. I'm gonna give it to her later.
Starbug is caught. Starbug
Perfect.
is
Thank you
caught.
kindly. Perfect. Thank you kindly.
Rainbow Quest is in the bag. Yes, it is.
All right, y'all. All
Alfonso's
streamers
ready.
except for Chi. All streamers except for Chi. I need you to catch me a starred bug, please. All streamers except for Chi. I need you to catch me a starred bug, please.
Who did
Heard.
that? That's crazy. You guys, we
Heard.
cannot make enemies.
Got it. Heard.
Guys, y'all do not listen to me.
Got it. Heard.
Sapphire got the starred bug.
Y'all
Thank
don't
you.
listening.
Sapphire got the starred bug.
Thank you.
Squid has caught her starred bug.
Oh,
Thank
Squid has
you.
caught her starred bug.
it wasn't me.
Thank you.
Music said it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Squid, you got a party up. Squid, you got a party up.
Yay, thank
party members, I'm coming to
you.
y'all
I'll
in
probably
Elderwood
go
as
ahead
soon
and
as this
use
kill
that
phone is
now.
done.
Yay, thank you.
Perfect. So what you'll do, I didn't talk about this a little. I did not talk about this. Just so you all know, your all's parties. If you all want to
Silver.
party up in Discord, you can. Just so you know, the waiting rooms are not secured, but your party room is secured. And you have the ability to move people down to your room, or you can just tell me to move who's in the waiting room down for you, and I'll move it for you. If you want to use it. Just tell me to move who's in the waiting room down for you.
Never caught starred bug.
Thank you, Never. Just let me
No,
know when
I'm
your
not
party is
sorry,
ready to
I'm
go,
totally kidding. Whoever
Squid,
did
and I will
I'm
start your
laughing.
timer.
It's just, it was
Just
funny.
let me know when your party is ready to go.
Understood.
I'm not actually
Squid, and I
mad.
will start your timer.
Sorry.
Nancy, hello, love. Welcome in,
All in
Raiders.
good fun.
Welcome
Remember, the only
in.
person that wins here is the charity. Nobody else wins here. So everything is good.
You say that, Chi, but there's trophies
It's
involved.
funny they did it anonymously.
Double raid, Dragon. Thank you for the raid as well. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome
More silver. We're
in.
killing in the silver category. Let me tell you what.
Wild Dragon is in the house. What's up? What were you all up to? Both of you all are amazing. Welcome in. Y'all don't know who I am. My name is Amanda Lay. I am a drag queen streamer. I'm not in drag today. Not dragging often anymore, but I've been Amanda for 20 years. I'll be Amanda for the rest of my life. We are raising money right now through the Great Paleo Charity Hunt, which is an
All
event I
right,
put
starting my
together.
party up now. This is
Perfect.
Squid, by the way.
Timer is started.
All right, starting my party up now. This is Squid, by the way.
Timer is started. And we are raising money for It Gets Better for the whole month of June. We have already raised over $20,000. This is round 6 of our 10-round event where we have almost 50 streamers participating, raising money. Well, thank you, Auntie. I love ya. Have a great day. Go raid and run and rest and de-stream, all that stuff for ya. Appreciate both of
Thank you guys
y'all
for the follows. Welcome
for the
in.
raids.
If you guys would like to donate in my honor, you can do so with the link.
Yes, Rain and Fade.
anything
Rain, take care of
else?
your all self. I appreciate y'all. I'll take care of your communities, I promise. We raise lots of amazing
107
money.
gold. Did you win in the gold category? That's a lot of gold. So also our YouTube friends too. If you guys would like to donate from YouTube, you can also donate. There's a link in the pinned comment. Just make sure you write either
Y'all,
Cheesecake
what a
Fan
crazy
or tea or
start
anything like that,
to a
so
round,
we know
y'all.
who it's going to.
By the way, I'm gonna release our first twist into the game. By the way, I'm gonna release our you all can use the Kilima or the Bahari pile, one or the other. If you get something rare from that pile, it will be 20 points. If you get something rare from that pile, it will be 20 points.
Okay, heading to the Kilima pile. This is Sapphire.
Perfect. Just let me know when you're there.
Okay, heading to the Kilima pile. This is Sapphire.
Perfect. Just let me know when
What
you're
if
there.
you already got your Kilima pile today?
That is why I
if you
said
already
Kilima or Bahari, love. One or the
Dang
other.
it.
That is why I said
Okay.
Kilima or Bahari, love. One or the other.
Okay.
Squid, you got gifted a piece of gold and a party up again. Squid, you got gifted a piece of gold and a party up again. Let's check in on.
It wasn't even close.
Let's
Okay, so
check in on
Jean,
Squid
I would
now.
like to start getting
We were on
updates.
Chief for a little while today because I
Can you
did it all.
post our giveaway winner?
Then,
in the giveaway
welcome
winner
in, love. Yes,
channel
make
in
sure you guys
Discord,
are getting
please?
your
I got 6
rocks in the
gold.
chat
6
here.
gold. Done. Thank you, Angie. Like that way my party doesn't have to stop running with me. Hi Munchkin, welcome in. Happy Sunday.
Y'all,
We're doing
she is
the
already
Great
at
Daily Charity
93
Hunt today.
points. We are
Welcome in.
15 minutes into the
What's down
competition.
here? There's something down here.
Squid, you just got gifted a
again?
platinum and a silver.
Start another plushie giveaway? Yes, please.
Squid, you just got gifted a platinum and a silver.
For the $15 donation, it gets better. Thank you, Moonpigs. Oh, it's a large iron. Large iron.
Squid, you just got gifted a platinum and a silver.
At my Bahari
Thank you,
pile.
platinum and the silver.
Perfect, go ahead.
Love you. This way. This way. Oh, there.
I got a
My
quest.
Bahari
Oh, Questland does not work, unfortunately.
Oh, there's something this way. There's something
And Sapphire's
over
Bahari
here.
pile was an apple.
An
I got a
apple?
quest.
An apple? I mean, they're tasty at least. Why couldn't it have been an apple jam plushie?
Sapphire's Bahari pile was an apple.
That don't exist, y'all. They don't exist. I'm just saying. An apple?
I need me that jam
Hey,
plush.
thank
That's
you for
what I
the
need.
gifted sub. I appreciate it. Why couldn't it have been an apple jam?
Welcome in. I'm doing well. We're doing a
I need
charity
me that
hunt
jam
today.
plush. That's what I need.
They don't exist. I'm telling you, those jam plushies don't exist. They've lied to us.
Figment of our
Raising money
imaginations,
for It Gets
truly.
Better. It's a foundation that helps uplift and empower our
Gee, you got
LGBTQ+.
gifted a piece of gold and a piece of silver. 2 pieces of silver.
Give me Starstones,
Figment of our
Baelia,
imaginations, truly.
Please, Baelia.
Chi, you got gifted also, Chi, you are free to go wherever you like,
Hi, baby
but you
Leaf, welcome
cannot
in.
hit
Also, thank you
stone
for
only
You cut out.
nodes for the next 10 minutes.
Wait, you cut out. What?
Thank you.
You're free to go wherever you like,
Okay.
but you can't hit stone only nodes for the
You
next
cut
10
out.
minutes. Free nodes for the next 10 minutes.
So no stone.
Wait, you cut
Correct.
out. What?
Got you.
You can hit copper, gold,
Okay.
silver, platinum, clay, iron. You just can't hit the stone only or
So
the
no
white stone.
Oh, I see gold.
Got it.
Copper, gold, silver, platinum, clay, iron. You just can't hit the stone only or the white
Oh,
stone.
gold. We got 2 gold.
Got it.
Y'all lying to me.
Welcome back from ads, friends. Welcome back.
Y'all,
Compass has ran out.
My compass has also ran out. I'm gonna start another one.
who's starting another one?
This is Squid. I'm also gonna start another ore compass.
Squid is starting another one, and who was the other one starting
My
another one?
compass has also ran out. I'm gonna start another one. Sorry, never.
Never as well. Sorry. My Discord is being really sus today.
This is Squid. I'm also gonna start another ore compass.
All right, so Squid and Never is doing another ore compass.
Sorry, never.
Never as well. Sorry. My Discord is being really sus today.
Oh, I see gold. I see gold and a lot of large iron. Let's get this gold first, and then we'll get the iron.
Never got gifted a garnet and a ruby.
My ore is over.
Perfect.
I'm gonna start another one,
Never
and
got
then
gifted a
as soon as
garnet
I
and
get into
a
Elderwood, I'm gonna
ruby.
start a party up.
Free gold.
What? Sounds good.
My ore is over.
Just let me know when the party up starts. Perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna start another one, and then as soon as I get into Elderwood, I'm gonna start a party up.
Never. You just got gifted a gold and a silver.
Okay.
Amanda, this is Sapphire. I'm pretty sure you said I got an ore.
Never. You just got gifted a gold and yes, you have an ore compass to use. Sapphire.
Amanda, this is Sapphire. Ore compass, and I'd like to use it.
Yep. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
Here.
You're
Yes,
good
okay,
to go,
sorry.
Sapphire.
Thank you.
Large iron. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme something good.
Yep. Go ahead.
Nope.
Yes,
You're
okay,
good
sorry.
to go, Sapphire. Discord is being real sus today, y'all.
Alright, let's get this iron, and then I'm gonna head to North Bahari. Garnet! Garnet! Let's go! Let's go. Alright.
Starting party up right now. G.
Go ahead. Timer started.
Thank you, Bahari. We already have 26 gold. That's kind of crazy.
Where are you?
Starting
there's
party
a-
up right now.
Sorry, guys, I'm hitting that.
Thank you, Palin.
I still
Did
get that. Ooh.
Did you need me to move your party down, or are you going down there?
For the first one, I'm gonna stay in here.
What?
Where are you? Oh, there's a. Sorry, guys, I'm hitting that. I still get that. Ooh.
Did you need me to move your party down, or are you going down there?
For the first one, I'm gonna stay in here.
Welcome
It really did. It really did.
Rock.
Key, you got gifted a piece of platinum.
Celestova W donation. Thank you for donating to It Gets Better.
Key, you got gifted a. Let's check in on Never for a little bit here.
Are my messages not going through? They're showing up on my end. I see you. Yeah, I see you.
I did get my
see you in
start
the
button
chat.
finally.
Oh no,
See it, I see
Juby. Okay.
I see it, my friend.
Oh, the starred bug, y'all. The starred bug is the freaking kryptonite of the month.
Oh, that was a long time. Holy moly.
Oh, the starred bug, y'all. The starred bug is the freaking kryptonite of the month.
Yeah, honestly, that's tough. Jeez Louise.
All right, we do have some random chaos to get through. Let's see what our first random chaos is gonna do for us.
You know what I mean? Like, I can imagine that's probably it. But I see you, my friend. I see you. But I know that Kim and everybody, they're kind of like very.
She'd be tired today.
Like,
She'd be
Kim's trying to
tired
make sure
today.
that all of the
For real.
like,
By the way, just so you
giveaways
know,
or,
so
what we're doing here are all noted in the Discord and all that.
okay.
So she might just be a little distracted. So.
Oh. All right, y'all. We have our first random chaos wheel, and it is decided that Juby 52. I'm sorry, love. I need you to catch me a starred fish.
That is so much easier than fun in a bug. I'm okay with that.
Oh my gosh, I can't handle this. Casper, yes you can.
So much easier than fun in a bug.
Lock in.
I'm okay with that.
Lock in, my friend. Lock in. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A gold.
I'm actually like awake today. I mean, I came home, I set up
you
the
can
stream,
handle
stuff like
this.
that
This
when I got home from work this
perfect.
morning, and I
You
passed
can.
out.
You
I went to
got
bed.
this, my friend. It's different when you're in it. I'm not gonna lie.
Now tonight at
something
work,
good.
which is one of my last days at my old job now. Like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
We got an aquamarine. Thank you. We got an aquamarine. Let's go.
All right, so let's move over to Lady
Let's go.
Sapphire for a little bit and see how
This is
she's
Chi.
doing.
Can I also go ahead and use a slime potion?
And then if you
Yep.
guys do choose to donate at all, please make sure that for the incentives you put
It
my
was just any
name,
starfish,
put
correct?
Sapphire in there.
Yes, any
it's going to
starfish,
be-
and
Can I
yes,
also go ahead
Chi,
and
you
use
can
a
use the slime potions whatever you want. You have
I
them
got a
free
garnet.
reign.
If someone, I got a garnet cat.
Her,
If
I did get my fishies, correct?
if you choose somebody for
Yes,
the
any
sabotage, I put their
starfish, and
names
yes,
there for
Chi,
you.
you can use the slime potions whatever you want. You have them free Squid, reign.
Party's
up, love. Party's up.
Her, I did get my fishy.
That's the Lucky Kitsu rocks. You gotta
Squid,
get one.
party's up, love. Party's up. Also, Squid, I need you to go and talk to the nearest NPC, please.
You guys, my wonderful.
On
email
it.
skills.
Squid, I need you to go and talk to the nearest NPC, please.
On it.
Aww,
please be-
yay.
Yep, okay. Alright.
Oh.
Tanajuma. Hi,
Um,
party. Thank you for the
I don't know how I
party.
make it through June. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't know.
I just think
I'm
back
super
in the
behind
our
on
nation's
videos. I was
facing
supposed to
a
do
level of
daily
something else. There's a
videos
couple
about our
different ways to
LGBT
gain
icons and
plates in
trailblazers.
India.
I'm so
A
behind on
lot
that.
of them you get from getting your
I've been
caught up
dealing
on the
with
tour
taking
board
care of
and
stuff
getting
with this
votes
job,
on your
and then the
quad.
new
Some
job
of
with the
them,
job
like the pride
interviews.
nameplate I have right
Plus all
now,
this, and then I'm
is the
going
free
I'm going to
login
Reno
pass
in a
that
few
they're doing
days,
right now.
y'all. I head out
There's some that you
to
can buy
go
in the
pick up my mom
Elderwood, there's some
and
that you
her
can buy in the Royal
husband
Highlands, there's some
in
that you can buy
on
at the Muzzy Market. There's
Tuesday
a few
to
different ways.
Wednesday,
Focus
and
check,
then I'm
focus
driving out
check.
to Reno for the weekend to
Tanajuma.
go to National Bowling
Thank you
Nationals,
for the horse, by the way.
and then
This
I'll
is
be
making my
back
life so
to
much easier.
next the week after. So Tuesday, Wednesday of that week, I'll be back home.
Tanajuma.
Yeah, right.
Hello, sweet angel.
I don't know. I don't know what sleep is. It's no sleep June and cat nap only. I do cat
Seems
naps.
I'm not the only
Lots
one
of
with
cat naps.
insomnia. Sometimes I get tempted to make something like the stuff I see in the ruins. The ancient
Not
humans
very
had
good
some
right
cool
now,
inventions.
to be honest,
They
30.
all required floating.
I am done
talking to my NPC. My butt hunted down by the horse.
Perfect. How
I
was
have
the
too much
Juma?
stuff I want to accomplish before I die to risk that. The cutest thing ever, as always. I am done talking to my NPC.
Perfect. How was the Juma?
The cutest thing ever, as always.
All right, Never. You got gifted a silver and a gold.
Gold!
And
Gold!
Squid, I need you to hunt an animal for me, please.
Two gold.
And Chi, I need you to talk to the nearest NPC. Squid, I need you to hunt an animal. The lag. Oh, lag.
My goodness.
And Chi, I need you to talk to the nearest.
On
And
it.
Chi, I need you to talk to the nearest NPC.
Alright, we hunting.
Oh my god. It's freaking Wolfie.
This is Squid. My animal has been hunted.
Perfect. I'll cook it up later for dinner.
Chapa masala does kind of sound nice right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh, delicious. Chi, you just got gifted a ruby. Perfect. I'll cook it up later for dinner. I love Najuma is so beautiful. She's so sweet.
Chapa masala.
Thank you.
Ooh, delicious. Chi, you just got gifted a ruby.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Wait, where is he? He's supposed to be right here.
Yeah, so my average right now is I think it's 152.
Hey, I'm so confused.
But I have been the
Wait,
last
am I losing it?
year or so been changing over
He's
from
supposed to be in here?
a straight ball shooting to curved ball. And then just recently I moved from 3 holes to 2 holes. So I just have my 2 finger holes, not my thumb hole anymore. So I've been kind of rebalancing, reworking things out, and replanning it out. I'm just getting too
Nobody
old
else is
to
in here.
throw a 25 to 26 mile per hour ball anymore.
Where would he be?
So
glitched? Okay, what if I don't have
I'm
anybody in
readjusting.
Elderwood? Do I have to
Now
leave and come back?
before I was averaging about 160.
I'm gonna have to come
When I
back.
was doing the straight ball shooting and stuff like bowling and stuff like that. But it's
Okay, I'll be
dropped
back.
because
I'm gonna go to
I'm
kill him really quick and come back.
reevaluating and redoing how I bowl.
I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice.
All right, Chi, you can hit whatever you like now.
This sucks. This is taking away so much time from our party. Oh, here's Ashe.
All right, Chi, you can hit whatever you like now.
Yay! Hello? It won't let me talk to her. There we go.
Well, that
Oh
was
my God.
rude.
Crap. That was terrible. Okay. I'm
Was there
coming back.
not one near her?
Please. Please. Okay, we can hit whatever now. Her floating. Please.
There was no one in
Now's
Elderwood?
not the time.
How was there
Okay.
nobody in Elderwood?
Okay, I can hit whatever. We
That's
have our party up still.
crazy.
Okay, you guys here? Okay, I see stuff over here. Let's go up top.
I didn't think that was
Going north.
possible.
We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. We can hit whatever we want. Yeah. Ooh, I see a big thing up here. Oh, it's just
Oh my god, Chi. Never. I need you to head to the Royal Highlands. You are there for the next 10 minutes, please.
Sheeta. We're trying. We're trying. We got a couple of stars.
Let me know when you're
Hers.
loading, and I will start your timer while we're loading. Head to the Royal Highlands. You are there for the next 10 minutes, please.
Oh no.
Sapphire, you got gifted a party up.
Heard. Somebody grounded me to the Royal
Heard.
Highlands.
I will let you know when I start that.
All right, that's
Thank
fine. We
you.
have a couple of areas that we can check, so we should be good. We should be good. We have a couple areas in the Royal Highlands that we
Sapphire,
can
you got
catch.
gifted a
We can
party
go.
up.
I am loading in We just have to now. make sure This is that never. the- is for mine.
Timer
I know.
started for you.
I will
Timer
let you
started.
know when I start that.
Thank you.
Highlands.
Oh, Lindsay, can you make
I
that
am
post,
loading
that
in
pinned
now.
comment that
This
you
is
normally
never-
make in the chat for me, please? Started for you. Timer started.
Okay, we can do this. We can do this. This is fine. There's a couple of areas that we can go, except for the JDM's not going to come for anything, right? So we need to make sure that we're hitting rock, iron, gold, all of that stuff. JDM's not going to be worth much. So,
All right, y'all.
No
30
JDM, no
minutes
JDM,
left
everything
in
else,
the
that's fine.
hour. I don't think I talked about this, but I think most of y'all already knew about it. We
have a
do
couple of
take a
areas we can
break
go,
at each
and we still
hour
have
mark.
our-
At that time, you guys will pop up your inventory so the mods can double check the scores, make sure things are good to go. And then at the halftime, we will take a 10-minute break so that you guys can get up and stretch, go potty, go get a snack, whatever you got to do. We'll take a 10-minute break at the halftime spot. Chi, your party is up, love. Party's up for Chi.
Do I have another one?
Yes, yes, you do.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep. Can I keep going?
Yeah, that's fine. But I do need you to catch me a fish, please. And Sapphire, I also need you to catch me a fish, please.
A starred fish or just a fish?
Just a regular fish. Any old fish will do.
On it.
I don't think anybody had parties last time. Juby52, you got yourself a garnet. And we got another ruby for Chi. Ruby for Chi.
A ruby for Chi. Oh my goodness. Sapphire has a fish caught.
Thank you kindly.
Sapphire has
She has
a,
caught her
fish
fish.
caught.
Perfect. Now that we got a fish from Sapphire and she never. Can I get a fish from you two, please?
Amethyst, I will meet
She has
you
caught her
near
fish.
Pulse Water.
Squid, you got gifted a piece of gold.
Thank you, Kay.
Now that we got our fish
And
from
Amethyst will probably
Sapphire
run out
and
before the
Chi,
party
can
up,
I
but it
get a
looks like
fish
there's-
from Never, please? Never, I need a fish from
There's
you.
a ton in this area.
Squid, you got gifted a piece of gold.
On
my
way
Can
for
I
my
get
fish.
a fish from
No, Kay, I
Never,
need to get you.
please?
I need to
Never,
get you
need a
another
fish from
Discord.
ya.
Okay.
Squid, you got gifted a piece of gold.
On my way for my fish.
Not yet, Amethyst. I will party up with you when you get to Pulse Water. Just sync to me, please. Sync to me, and I'll meet you in Pulse Water at the sign. Same with you, Kay. Meet me at Pulse Water at the sign. I basically like don't want to stop mining. I'm just gonna put in the Discord. Oh no. Okay, it's I need to invite you to the other Discord. Hi, Percy. Thank you for popping in. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab Amethyst for now. I think that's the only person that I've seen. Oh, there you are.
Oh, also my ore compass ran out. This is Squid.
Thank you.
My ore compass also ran out. This is Never, and I just caught my fish.
Oh,
Perfect,
also
thank
my
you.
ore compass ran out. This is Squid.
Thank you.
My ore compass also ran out. This is Never, and I just caught
Thank
my
you,
fish.
Nerdy.
Amethyst,
Perfect,
I
thank
just
you.
sent you an invite. Can you join that? This is Sapphire. My ore compass just ran out, and I'm about to start my party up.
Okay, just let me know as soon as that party up starts. Are you staying here? Or you're going into your room.
I will go into my
this is
room.
Sapphire. My Is that ore compass person just okay ran to out, get and I'm put in about your to start room?
My party up. Yes, they are in there right now.
I'm gonna move them to the party room and not the waiting room.
Thank you.
All right, as soon as you pop down there, your timer will start. Is that person okay to get put
Okay,
in
here
your
we
room?
go. Bye. Yes, they are in there right now.
Cheese or compass just ran out. Does she have another one? I'm talking about myself in the third person.
You do have one more ore compass left.
Okay,
Here we
I would
go.
like to
Bye.
use that one.
Perfect, go ahead.
Hi, Amethyst. Can you hear me? No. Are you here?
I'm trying.
There you are. Okay. Let's go.
Stop.
Oh. Okay. Did you make it? What is happening?
I don't know.
Okay. Follow me. It looks like we're together for now.
Okay, so can you get me?
Oh.
Sorry, I don't know
left
what
her.
happened. Every time I moved her down here,
Hi,
she bounced
Amanda.
right back up. So I got her
There we
down.
go.
We got her taken care of.
Amanda, you are muted if you're trying to talk to me.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what was happening every time I moved her.
It kept bouncing her back
bouncing
out.
her back out, yeah. But I got her down here for you.
Okay, thank you. And then the party broke, but we just put it back together.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Chi, you have another ore compass.
You cut out. What was that?
You have another ore compass donated.
Thank you.
You're back. The guy is coming shortly to finish the yard stuff. I will catch up on these stones when you get back. Okay, sounds good. Whew. Okay. Yes, we have some more random chaos to do. We can get another random chaos going. See what it is. We might have to wait because we have some parties going. Squid, you got gifted a ore compass.
Okay, I'm gonna start that ore compass now.
Perfectly, go ahead. All right, y'all, we have more random chaos. And this random chaos felt a little sorry for Juby52 and has now decided to give you a emerald.
Okay, this is Squid. I just started my ore compass.
Perfect. Thank you, Squid. Squid starting an ore compass. Cookie, Tally, hello, loves. Welcome in. All right, shall we do our third random chaos now too? Should we do that? Might as well. Look it up, look it up, look it up. All the random chaoses. All right. All right, our third and last random chaos currently has decided that I need you to go and talk to the nearest NPC again. Decided that I need you to go and talk to the nearest NPC again.
Again? They hate me!
That was random chaos, by the way. Random chaos did that.
I did come to my daily loot pile in Bahari. Is it okay to go ahead and
Go
pick it
ahead.
up?
Random chaos, Yep. by the way. Random chaos did that.
Oh, I got a recipe. Let's go. It's cute.
Recipe does not give you any points, though. Go ahead.
Oh, but it do be cute. Oh, I got a recipe. Let's go. It's cute.
Recipe does not
Y'all, we
give
got
you
this
any
hanging
points,
mobile.
though.
It's so cute. I can't wait to use
Okay,
it.
that
I've
one's
been
so
waiting for
cute
that.
though, yes.
Oh, am I not muted?
You're not muted, but that was okay. It was
I'm
still
so
fun.
sorry.
All right, y'all.
Okay, that one's so
Never.
cute,
I need you to
though,
catch me
yes.
a starred bug, please.
Am I not muted?
You're not
Also,
muted, that was okay. It was
we've
still
got
fun.
a ruby and
y'all.
3 ore compasses heading to
Never. I need you to
Chi.
catch me a starred bug, please.
I would say Chi, no more ore compasses for a little while, just to make sure we can get through the ones you have.
3 ore
Okay, sounds good.
heading to Chi.
Thank you! Rainbow, was that you?
I would say Chi, no more ore compasses for a little while, just to make sure we can get through.
You also got one more
Okay,
ore
sounds good.
compass and 2 pieces of gold.
You guys are amazing. Thank you! Guys, we got this if my game will load.
You also got one more ore compass and 2 pieces of gold.
I talked to
Thank
Ulthe.
Thank you. I'm glad there was somebody at least in there this time.
Elderwood. There wasn't. I went to kill him.
Oh my god. What is up with Elderwood now? Where?
I
Why
don't
is there
know.
nobody in there?
Thank you. I'm glad there was
Crazy.
somebody at least in there.
Sorry, love.
There wasn't. I went to kill him. Okay.
Oh my god. What is up with Elderwood now?
don't
Hey
know.
Fierce, hello love. Welcome in. How are you? Happy
Crazy.
Pride.
Sorry, love.
It's okay.
Never. You are free to go wherever you like now.
Guys, I'm going back up north.
You are no longer stuck in the Highlands. Never. You are free to go wherever you like now. You are no longer stuck in the Highlands. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. If you all don't know who I am, my name is Amanda Lay. I am a drag queen. Not in drag now. Haven't been in drag for a little while. Every once in a while. But I've been Amanda for over 20 years. Well, almost 20 years now. So I'm always Amanda. And today we are raising money for It Gets Better. We are doing the Great
Thank you
Paleo
guys,
Charity Hunt.
everybody.
This is
Thank you
round
so
number
much for all the
6
donos. I cannot
out
believe we
of
hit 21,000
10
already. That was
rounds.
incredible.
And we have
You
some
guys
amazing
are
streamers participating in this
insane.
round. You
Hey,
all
Haunted,
should
oh
check
no.
them out. There are all of the
Oh
links
no,
for
not
them.
haunting.
By the way, I do want to let you all know we are at
Thank you guys. Y'all are so sweet. If you guys would like to help donate,
$82.69.
probably gonna be the best
And we
thing
have
to
20
donate.
minutes left in the first hour.
That's incredible. Good job, everybody.
$82.69.
Yes, we are. We're killing
And we
it.
have 20 minutes left in the first hour.
That's incredible. Good
That's
job, everybody.
insane.
Let's check
If you guys would like to donate, there
on
is a
Juby
Thank you
here.
so much for being here, beautiful.
Craziness.
Oh my goodness. Gotta run and take meds, etc. I'll be back. No worries.
Juby
Fleshly,
over here,
please make sure to
y'all.
Take care of yourself. Cindy, give me 1 second. I'll pull up the list of incentives and all the things for you. I think
I forgot to say I'm traveling back to Bahari. This is Never, and I'm going to get my starred bug still.
Okay.
Yo, Cindy,
You're
thank
good,
you for
hon.
doing your pollinate. I do
The
appreciate
the starred bug, y'all. It is the kryptonite of the month. I'm telling you. Okay. You're good, hon. The starred bug, y'all. It is the kryptonite of the month. I'm telling you.
Agreed.
Starred. Come on, baby. Give me starred bug. Starred bug has been caught. Never.
Thank you.
Starred bug has been caught. Never.
Thank you.
Let's go. All right. Let's go. Thank you so much, Bat, for gifting out.
This is never. I'm gonna use an ore compass.
I think
What? You have to pop it right now if you're gonna use it.
All right. Oh, I'm gonna use. This is never. I'm gonna use an ore compass. It is popped.
All right. What? You have to pop it right now if you're gonna use it. Never is using an ore compass.
It is popped.
All right.
All right. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
We're good. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. We're good.
Check in on Squid, which
Thank you
is
so much,
almost
Eliantis.
done.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Actually, we're gonna go Sapphire.
Palia. So,
We'll check on Sapphire
Asher,
here.
we are competing in the Great Palia Charity Hunt. We are mining and we are raising money for charity. Where are you? There you are. I'm gonna drop down right here. We are raising money for charity. Basically, what's really fun is that if people donate to the charity, you can choose to provide incentives or benefits for competitors, or you can
6 gold, Brit. W, thank you for donating. It gets better.
Squid, you got gifted a party up.
What's over here? What's over here?
Squid, you got gifted a party up.
Thank you. Thank you for the party up. Thank you. We're gonna wait to use that until, I think, after the next round. I think we'll use that at the start of next round. Oh.
All right, party's up, love. Party's up.
Yeah, let's use it at the start of next round.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Amethyst.
Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Raiders.
I have to go
Jacob,
right away.
how
I
was your
understand.
stream?
All right, I'm
Welcome
back. Thank you,
in.
Amanda.
I understand. Them
Welcome
load times
back.
Be rough. At least it's not switch load times. Those are worse.
We got 16 minutes left in the first hour, y'all. 16 minutes left. We've raised $21,112.69. Let's go. We got 16 minutes left in the first hour, y'all. 16 minutes left. We've raised $21,112.69. There's a big party going on over here. That's for sure. We are raising money for It Gets Better. This is round number 6 of our 10-round Great Paleo Charity Hunt Pride Edition. And we are having a blast right now. It's been very active. Been a crazy first hour of the 4-hour round.
I'm clicking as fast as I can click.
My goal, hi Coco Love. My goal today is really just to like do this competition for the first time, have fun.
Yes, mind your rocks in the chat.
And you know, let y'all see some other communities, some fun. Happy
She
to hear
continued
you.
it, didn't
Thank you,
she?
Coco. I'm in the Elderwoods now, which y'all know how confused I get in the Elderwoods. I had Amethyst to hold my hands for a little bit.
I forgot she continued her timer, and I did not hit a timer on her. So I don't know what timer we have left.
You forgot your
But I'm probably sure she restarted hers
I'm trying to
just
get
a
the
little
rainbow set
after
of gems.
Sapphire
I
did
need an
hers.
amethyst, a ruby, and a jasper.
So I would say she probably got like a minute left.
Oh my god, how much of a travesty was it that I didn't get an amethyst with amethyst in my party?
Ziki, start a 3-minute timer for Chi.
Amethyst, thank you, love. I'll ping you again if I get gifted a
Yeah,
party.
because it was a little after Sapphire did
Which There's
hers.
not tons of time left in this round.
Willow Adventures,
4
thank you for the
rounds today.
street.
But yeah, if I get gifted another one, it'd be nice to have more people. So like, hey, I would grab you too, and whoever else. is online. Ooh, my game stuttered. That was weird. Don't spit at me.
Let's check in on
Where's
Chi.
Amethyst?
Oh my gosh, yeah, honestly.
We're gonna get ready for
Ruby with
my
the kids too?
event.
Can that
I'll
even
be
be a
lurking.
thing?
Sounds good. Lurk away. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Ba bum bum bum. Caught up with everything? I have one more random chaos. Should we do another random chaos?
I feel like is our party up over? I feel like did I tell Amanda we started? I think I did. Now I'm second guessing myself. Okay, I did. Okay. Ooh, I just got so scared. I'm like, oh my god, am I breaking a rule? Oh, we have 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute, 1 minute.
Streamer 3 would be
Oh, that was
Sapphire.
dumb.
Alright, we had another random chaos wheel go off, and it decided to give Lady Sapphire a garnet.
Yay!
Alright, we had
Thank
another
you.
random chaos wheel go off, and it decided to give Lady Sapphire a garnet.
Ooh,
Ziggy, stop.
nice.
Thank you.
Ziggy,
W's
turn timer off.
chaos.
You don't have any timers running right now.
Oh my god, everything froze again. There we go. Chi, your party's up, love. Party's up.
Thank you. Oh, Citrine! Yay! W Citrine.
Crazy now. Chi, your party's up, love. Party's up.
Thank you.
I know, right?
Thank
I mean,
you
she did get gifted
guys.
quite a
I
few
love you.
sapphires at the
Thank
beginning
you.
of the round,
How
so
much time is left? Should I just stay in here for the remainder? And then I'll start in Bahari Bay next round? I feel like that's what I should do.
my
5
question
minutes.
is, are there going to be any groundations? When does the first groundation happen? When is the groundations?
I
I
don't
like
think
chaos.
Bahari Bay.
It's just me though, right? When will the first blood shed of
This
groundation?
Ruby. And I can be done with Elderwood.
I mean, there's
Also,
been
my
a lot of
Orcampus is
Starbucks.
done. Chi.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there we go. Thank you. I need
Also,
to
my Orcampus is done.
do a
Chi.
reset here. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
I
Do
saw
it.
5 more. Okay. How long do the War Compasses last? I think I don't have enough time to use another one, do
No,
I?
it's not.
Do they last for 10? How long do they last?
Or compasses are about 15 minutes. And no, you do not have time at this
Guess I
current
just
time.
forfeit it. Do I just forfeit the last 3 minutes of it? Should I do that? What do you guys think?
We got 10 minutes left in the hour. 10 minutes left. Compasses are about 15 minutes. And no, you do not have time at this current time.
Okay, we'll save it. We'll save it. Also, Amanda's listening. That was funny. For some
I'm
reason, I thought War
always
Compasses were
watching, y'all. I'm always
got
watching. 10 minutes left in the hour. 10 minutes left.
Save it, okay. We'll save it.
I'm always watching, y'all. I'm always watching.
And then, can you scroll to your gold, please? Sorry, hold on. I have 45 gold. I'll move these guys down.
Susie, what's up, love?
This.
Alright. I think we got ourselves a little bit more refreshed out for that.
Get this out of the way.
We're caught up. All of our random chaoses have been given out.
Is that better? Can you see it?
Alright.
45 golds. 45.
Y'all, we've almost made it through our first hour.
All right, guys.
Where's my mathematician? Let me know how much money we've raised
big rock.
this month,
As long
this
as we
day
get
already.
silver and mainline, you're good. Thank you. Okay.
I know it's
Okay.
crazy already.
Also, this is Squid. My ore
Thank you
compass
so
is out.
much.
Perfect, thank you.
Also, this is Squid. My
Give
ore
us
compass is out.
a Kitsu.
Perfect, thank you.
Give us. We got a garnet. Give us a Kitsu. Give us a Kitsu. Oh my gosh, all of these rocks are disappearing. I'm gonna cry. No, stay here. No, stay here. We got a Jasper.
Nice.
Let's go. We got a Jasper, guys. Let's go. Let's go. I can do math, but sometimes it disappears so fast I can't process the numbers. I totally get it. Whatever is easiest for you, since you're like keeping track of it.
I know,
please
2
let me know.
kitsus, nerdy, was crazy.
Please,
2
please.
different
I see a
kitsus.
rock up there.
And one of them being that rainbow one.
Excuse me?
I'm not a mather, I know.
Wicked, you just want a cow set. Let's go. Oh, I win. You do win. Hi,
Cow
Lime.
set?
Welcome in. How are you?
Purse! I don't know you!
Hi, Bossy.
What did we start
Welcome
off with? I
in.
forgot.
It's going good so far. I'm having so much fun, honestly. We got some stuff going.
18.
We got some stuff going. We got some stuff
7,
going. We have
12?
a few ore compasses going. We have all of these gems down at the bottom, including the gold. We're doing pretty well, I'm not gonna lie. But that's on the other side. I'm wondering if we should go through the thing. Wait on the bridge with the kids for 2 hours. to just see the trains. Totally
You
worth it.
got
I'm so
gifted
glad
a
you had so
garnet
much
and a piece of
fun.
gold. You got gifted a garnet and a piece of gold.
Thank you. I thank you guys so much for being here, man. This is so fun. This is really, really fun.
She told us afterwards that she yelled at you to tell us.
This is so fun. I'm having literally the best time.
She, you got gifted a party up.
I'm literally having the best time.
She, you got gifted a party up.
Oh. Yes, please add me. All of the giveaways are going. We got a garnet. All of the giveaways are going at
Dang
the
it.
end of stream.
He's getting me.
That is including
Come here.
any of
I'm
the
like, oh, what'd
mystery
she get?
sets that we have going on as well.
It's a
okay?
garnet.
Oh, I need that rock.
Let's check in on Juby here. Poor Juby over here. Juby's struggling, y'all. If y'all just wanna, support a streamer and support it gets better.
We only had 10 minutes left a minute ago, guys.
Juby could
I'm gonna get
really
on my
use
horse,
some
I'm gonna do a quick
donations
little-
and help
Ooh, I
Juby
need to run
out.
to the bowl. I need to run to the bowl, chat. I need to run to the bowl. Oh, Citrine! Citrine booty down.
Juby.
I need to run to the bowl. Ooh, there's
Yes,
a
that
large
random
iron
chaos
up
is
there.
also super sweet. Again, a little bit of info about It Gets Better and who we are raising money for.
I wonder if there's even a. Is
And
there
then
even like
there's
a
the link as
like,
well to
are
donate.
bigger stones chat even gonna really have a higher possibility of dropping a thing? Because I feel like it's just the same possibility no matter what you're mining. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, I missed a little one over there.
Let's check in on Lady Sapphire here.
That took like 40 hits, but that's fine.
All right, y'all.
Chat
5 minutes
leader, if
left
you are
in
available, can I
the
let's
hour.
chat about
5 minutes
5
left.
minutes
left.
Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Never
Lady
mind.
Sapphire, you
5
got
minutes left.
gifted a
Tracking doesn't matter.
citrine. You got gifted.
Yay, thank you.
Chi, you just got gifted a 2 pieces of silver. You just got gifted
And trashing people don't need to hurt.
Sammy girl, if I can see you in my chat, please, Sammy girl, that would be greatly appreciated. If I can see you in my chat, please, Sammy girl, that would be greatly appreciated.
Trash anything I don't need. Okay.
All right, y'all. We got 5 minutes of this round left. Oh shoot, I'm struggling. Okay, I was like, I know I just saw iron right here. There it is.
We're listening to Squid right now, y'all. Just so you know, listening to Squid. for cheat. Thank you. Chi, you just got
You almost
gifted
got it down, I
a
know.
garnet.
I'm trying.
Chi, you just got gifted a garnet.
I got a garnet. Let's go.
Check in on Chi now. See how Chi's doing here.
That hour's gone by so fast, literally. Felt like nothing.
I feel like this hour is taking forever. I'm not gonna lie. It just seems like a lot going on this hour, but
Yep. We're gonna start in Bahari Bay next, so we'll get the rest of the rainbow.
Get the rainbow. I think we'll unlock another twist at the beginning of this hour. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh boy. Oh my god.
My ore compass is up. This is never.
Thank you, Never.
My ore compass is up. This is never.
Thank you, Never.
I'm only looking for Pallium at this point. Pallium, Pallium, where is thy Pallium? You sacrificed yourself. I did do that. Now they must love me. Oh, I see one over there.
2-minute warning, 2 minutes. 2-minute warning, 2 minutes. Katara Darkstar, if you can see me in my chat, please. Katara Darkstar, if you can see me. Just a reminder again, y'all. When you all make your donations, do not forget to put in the comment section who your donation is going for. It'd be greatly appreciated. Who your donation is going for. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Yes, please, friends. Make sure you guys are putting in who you want it to go to. If you want it to go to me, you gotta put Chi or cheesecake. Chi. Chillin' with Chi. Alright, Ruby, giving me a run for my money today, huh?
All right, y'all. We got 1 minute left in the hour. 1 minute left.
Ooh, platinum?
We got 1 minute
that's
left
really-
in the hour. 1 minute left.
It's okay if you guys forget. We just throw out reminders here and there. The fact that you're donating means the world, so don't fret. Come on, Ruby. Come on, Ruby. Come on, Ruby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't think it's gonna happen. Manifest that, Ruby.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node, then pause. If you're hitting a node, pull up your inventories. And our mods will double check them, make sure they got everything set up and good to go. You can reorganize your inventories, but you cannot delete anything. You have to wait until the party time has started. So that you have to do all of that during the timer. But you can reorganize right now if you'd like. How we doing, y'all? How y'all doing?
That was intense, but way fun.
It was a
I'm
very
having so much fun.
That was
very
the
busy
fastest
first
hour
hour.
ever.
Very busy first hour.
And it's only going to get better.
Right. While our mods are double checking scores and getting things situated, I do want to let you know I am going to release another twist into the game. This one is going to be a campfire. So one of the campfires in Highlands, you can go whenever you want. It's not a, first come first serve. It's not a you have to do it right away. If you get something for Howard's, you will get 10 points. If that item happens to be Howard's Glass 1, that's an extra 20 points. Okay, that's the next twist added into the game. Chi, will you please head home? You're gonna start this this round grounded, please.
Okay.
Don't forget again, we've activated. This is something new. For this month, anyways. We started it shortly after June last year. But there's an ungrounding donation. You can unground a streamer. They will at least be stuck for 5 minutes. So it's a grounding for 10 minutes. If you unground them, they'll get out in 5 minutes. We readjusted it and reevaluated how we wanted to do that to make sure that the people who are grounding people, their money is still being worth it. And then people ungrounding can unground, is also worth it. So we're kind of balancing that out. So the ungrounding button is unlocked. So if anybody wants to unground Chi, you can. I will announce it as soon as possible so we don't hit doubles as much as possible, but it is there. I am also waiting still on Katara Darkstone to be in my chat. And we'll go over our scores while we're waiting on all of that, because mods are good to go. Shout out to our mods getting stuff done. Appreciate y'all. All right, our scores as they lie right now. Chat is winning with 711 points. Chat wins, y'all. Chat wins. Oh, I'm kidding. Anyways, our scores lie. Chilling with Chi is at 129. By the way, these scores are after the first hour. I'm just saying. Anyways, 129. Never is at 123. Sapphire is at 98. Squid at 68. And Juby at 28. So there are the scores. When we're looking at our ore total currently, Chi for silver. Chi has got 30. Sapphire at 15. Never at 3, Squid at 2. For gold, our leader is Squid at 80. Never at 50. Sapphire 37. Juby at 10. Chi has 6. And platinum, we have a tie for first place between Sapphire and Chi at 10. Never has 2. Squid has 1. Juby has 0. There are where our ores lie. I also do want to let you guys know what you guys have, because there was a lot of ore compasses and party ups donated, so you guys can know where you're at. Never, you have 2 more. Sorry, hold on, y'all. Vero, if I can see you in my chat, please. Never, you got 2 ore compasses left. Squid, you have 2 party ups left. Chi, you have 5 ore compasses and 2 party ups. All right. And give me 1 second and we'll get started on this next round, okay? Give me 1 second, y'all. Katara, who is your donation for, love? And then yeah, what Lindsay said, you only did 1. Okay. All right, Juby, you got gifted an aquamarine. All right, Never, if you can head home for me, please. You're going to start this round grounded as well. And then once Never is set up at home, we will get started. Y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns before we get on to our next hour?
We can repair like at any time during our like go time, right?
That is correct. As long as the timer is going, you all can repair. You all can change, delete your inventories. The biggest thing I'm also going to let you know, just a big head warning: be careful moving things out of your pockets. If you end up either throwing away or putting in your storage any stones, any ore, it is gone. You lost it. You lose it.
I did that last year. Don't do it.
So be careful doing those things, okay?
Great. Thank you.
All right. We are going to start. If anybody else has any questions, concerns, comments?
This is Never. I am at home.
Okay. Because we have 2 people grounded, don't forget, if anybody donates an ungrounding. Jesus Christ. If anybody does an ungrounding, make sure you're putting in the comments who it's for, okay? All right. You all may begin round 2.
GG's.
All right, Chillin' She, you have been ungrounded. I will let you know when your 5 minutes is up, okay? Sapphire, you got gifted an ore compass.
I will use that now, actually.
Okay, go ahead. Jubilove, I need you to, you can only hit stone-only nodes for the next 10 minutes. Stone only. Your timer has started now. We also, just so you know, because I didn't talk about this while we were on our break, we have raised $21,432.69.
Let's go.
$32.69.
Let's go. I don't know where that is. Is that outside? Oh, yeah, there's
Got
a
our.
outside.
Let's see if we can manifest a plushie. Harvest. No. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We can water. We can take a little bit of a break. Thank you guys so much. I cannot believe we've done that.
Squid, you got gifted a ore compass and a partia. Squid, you got gifted a ore compass and a partia.
I just got my Bahari pile, and it unfortunately was a recipe.
I could do some ranching,
no.
but I'm only here for the
Bahari pile. Unfortunately, it was a recipe.
Oh no.
Ooh, I gotta go do my Bahari Bay pile.
And I'm getting ready to start my party up in an ore compass. I'll let you know once they're both going and ready. And I'm getting ready to start.
Perfect, thank you. Just let me know when that party up is done so I can start the timer. Perfect, thank you. Just let me know when that party up is done so I can start the timer.
Do you guys party? Do you guys... Honestly, I kind of like the fact that I can still be in here even without talking. Do you guys want to, meet me in Bahari Bay? And we can go to Bahari Bay.
True. It is. Oh, okay. So $50 to unground me. And then... Okay. Hi, Jordan. Welcome in. Please repair. I did. I repaired. We're good. I repaired.
Foundations have begun, y'all.
Unless it's changed to $50 to unground. Okay. I went to unground, but I cannot. I can't. So it's all good. It's all good. If anything, ground other people. If anything,
All right, this is Squid. I have started my party.
All right, I've got your timer started.
And I'm starting one of my ore compasses now as well.
Perfect. All right, I've got your timer started.
And I'm starting one of my ore compasses now as well.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tori. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll repair again just because. Think.
Carolina, hello, love. How are you?
Fox plushie set going on right now in the chat. Exclamation point enter to get in on that giveaway. Thank you so much for everybody.
Only stone is crazy.
Never. You have 2 ore compasses donated, and you are now allowed to use your slime potion.
What would be better?
You have 2 ore compasses donated, and you are now allowed to use your slime potions. Juby, I need you to catch a fish for me, please. Juby52.
Thank you.
Regular stone, I think.
Juby52, I need you to catch me a fish, please.
Regular stone.
Juby52, I need you to catch me a fish, please.
Hey yo.
Why y'all gotta pick on Juby? Like,
whoa, why is my screen gameplay like that, chat? Ay, ay, ay. 1 second, chat.
Hi, Mora. How are you doing, love? All right, chilling with Chi, you are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, chilling with Chi, you are free to go.
Thank you.
Wendy, you better get all them plushies, my dear beautiful friend.
All right, Juby
You better
52,
go
I
after
see
them
you caught your
plushies.
fish. Now I need you to go talk to the nearest NPC, please. 52, I see you caught your fish. Now I need you to go talk to the nearest NPC, please. Forgetful Octopus. Can I see you in my chat, please? Forgetful Octopus. In my chat, please? Forgetful Octopus. Can I see you in my chat, please? Forgetful Octopus. In my chat, please? Who is that for, love?
I'm at my Bahari Bay loot pile.
Go ahead, Chi.
I'm at my Bahari Bay loot pile.
Bom bom. 5 copper ore.
Go ahead, Chi. 5 copper. Wah,
Bom
wah.
bom. 5 copper ore.
Karma for earlier?
Hey.
Karma for earlier?
Hey.
Juby, you got gifted a ore compass and a party up.
Okay.
Juby, you got gifted a ore compass and a party up.
All right, you guys meet me at Tamala's house.
Okay, I did talk to Hodari. I even flirted a little bit. Oops.
Hello,
Okay,
darling.
I did talk to Hodari. I even flirted a little bit. I did chat with Hodari, and for the party
Hello, darling.
up, do they just add the waiting room, correct? For the party.
Yeah, they can go to the waiting room and then let me know that the people in the waiting room are good to go and I'll move them down for you. Chi, I need you to not hit any stoned nodes for the next 10 minutes. I need you.
Okay.
Timer started.
Amanda, I believe I got the rainbow of gems.
Okay.
Okay, I'll have mods double check that for me and
Amanda, I
I'll
believe
let
I
me
got
know.
the rainbow of gems.
Who was that?
Thank you.
Okay,
Sapphire, that was Sapphire. I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry.
No, you're good.
Already? What the?
Sapphire, that was Sapphire. I'm so sorry.
How did you get a ruby? What? Holy.
It is confirmed. Lady Sapphire is our first rainbow set of the round. That's a 20-point bonus.
Thank you.
Wow.
Nice job.
That's insane. What? Sarah, that is really impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, I'm grinding. I'm grinding here.
Sarah, that is really impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, I'm grinding. I'm grinding here.
Also,
Yeah,
just so
she's
you know,
some
with
gold,
that, Cheese at 124,
Let me know
Never
when
and
my
Sapphire
party's
at 123. Cheese at 124.
Let's go.
123.
Let's go.
We have to meet me at Tamala, and then we'll start the ore compass and the whatever it's called.
the party up.
Yeah, only thing with like Hodaddy for me is the darling thing gets me because that's my dad uses that often when he talks to people, and so it's just it's a little weird for me.
We're here. Okay.
Also
go
call him
ahead and send
Hodaddy,
me
it's
a
fine,
party.
but like he's definitely not somebody I would like out in the real world. Like that's not my aesthetic.
Chi is
Like,
starting an ore compass and another party up.
all right, I will start your timer for the party up. Let me know when you're ready
Chi
for
is
me to
starting
start
an
it.
ore compass and another party up. I'm ready.
All right, timer started. Your timer for the party up. Let me know when you're ready for me to start it.
I'm ready.
All right, timer started.
Okay, let's go. Remember, we can't hit any stone.
Yeah, just make sure also that your team knows that they also cannot hit any stone only notes. Also that your team knows that they also cannot hit any stone only notes.
Got it. I got you, Ramrod. I did it, I think, right before you told me to do it. Oh, Garnet! Garnet. Garnet.
All right.
Oh, I see gold over there. Gold, 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 gold.
Never's almost released, y'all.
Gold, 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 gold.
You got 15 seconds.
Seven pieces of gold.
Never, you are free to go. You are a free woman. Never.
Thank you so much. I'm leaving.
You are a free woman.
Thank you so much. I'm
Okay, we
leaving.
are ready to start our party as well. Okay, we
Okay,
are ready to start.
perfect. I will start your timer. You are also free to hit whatever you like now. Perfect. I will,
Ayo,
start
thank
your
you.
Timer. You are also free to hit whatever you like now.
Ayo, thank you.
Double. Double nothing.
Nothing. All right, let's go check in on Never. Let's see what Never's got planned.
The rings and the relics and stuff, they don't matter, right? Before I do it. Sleepy, oh no. Hi, is anybody? Welcome in, how are ya?
Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate those. Thank you all for the
Usually
follows.
Only, it shouldn't matter since no one have to do with stones. Okay. All right. Let's see.
He looks like my dad. It sounds like him. Everything. I can smell the workshop, and it
Yeah,
feels.
they don't really have anything to do
Oh
with
yeah. Yeah.
forageables, insects. They don't really have anything to do with it. Slime potions can be used for the rest of the event, period. All right. If you have to catch a bug. Oh, true. Oopsie. What am I doing? This one? I'm gonna do that. Okay. This is Never. I'm gonna be using my slime potions and then also a ore compass. This is
Alright,
Never. I'm gonna be
perfect.
using my slime potions and then also a ore compass.
All right. Perfect.
All right. Slime.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get
I romanced everyone in the game because I'm a completionist, right? So I want all of the stuff. So I have romanced all of them. Everybody has been. I'm maxed out on friendships and romance on everybody right now that they've allowed us to
I
have.
appreciate you being here. We're gonna have giveaways going on.
But Echelon,
all
however,
day
Echelon's
long
becoming
for
my
this
husband.
event.
I
Depending
cannot
upon
wait to
the
start
level,
freaking
the amount that we
like
get
flirting
amongst the,
and romancing
donations we get,
that
if we
way
reach certain goals,
because
we'll start a
dang.
giveaway, okay? So just keep that in mind. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more we get donations, okay? I only ever use the bag, so I don't have a special ammo. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Hey, Never. It gets bigger and bigger the more money you put towards it.
Okay.
Never. It gets bigger and bigger the more money you put towards
Yes, it does. Yeah? Yes, it does.
I think I need to do a cooldown on it. Mallet.
Squid, party is up, love. Party's
Oh, we
up.
can do it now, Coco. I don't care.
Squid, party is up, love. Party's up.
Okay, any more?
My party.
Thank you, party.
Sapphire, you got gifted a ore compass.
Kick me out.
Let's go. Thank
Kick me
you.
out.
Sapphire, you got gifted a
All
ore
right,
compass.
bye. Bye.
Let's go. Thank you.
You tried, Feisty. You tried.
You've
Daky's
been
not
moved.
in
I
here to do
appreciate
them.
it. I appreciate you. Let's go. Give me goods.
Oh yeah, agreed with that.
Give me goods.
Yo, Lindsay's like, I
We're
got
already at
you.
almost 100 gold though. W Palia. Thank you, Palia.
Although I don't know why it didn't work.
Oh, Garnet! Garnet!
Oh, there it goes. It's just super delayed.
Alright, where are we at with the total?
Karina, hello, love.
You guys think we can hit 25k today?
God, I think we can.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
It's like the norm experience sometimes. I don't think you're gonna get a norm experience from anybody in here. I'm actually surprised that like,
Just kidding.
I
was about to start running.
Celery isn't romanceable or Eloise,
gold
and I'm kind of intrigued by their storyline more to see where those two go.
Come on.
Bossy Gaming. Bossy Gaming, can I see you in my chat, please? Bossy Gaming. Bossy Gaming.
Double. Double nothing.
Double nothing. How is Lady Karina doing, love? Feel so shitty today, and being hot out is yeah, it's not been pretty. The storms and stuff like that has made the humidity really high. I mean, it's only 70 degrees outside right now.
I'm so sorry to,
but
to do that. I am so sorry.
the rain and stuff has been a little crazy.
My ore compass is done, by the way. So sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
My ore compass is done, by the way. So sorry.
Can I hit stone?
No problem. Thank you.
I want to hit stone. Hi, Klee.
Oh,
How are you?
87.
Morning.
Oof. Classic Gaming, so I need to know who they're coming from and who's it going to. You just put one person's name in there, or one streamer's name, but I need to know two. So I need to know who it's getting and who it's going to.
Double nothing.
Tornado, we had tornado warnings the other day here. It was crazy.
Nothing.
Crazy.
Yay, Osmodeus! Congrats. Okay, Osmodeus, if you don't mind waiting until
You are in the right
end of
place.
stream, or when we're done with the charity.
Bossy, I
challenge,
just
am
need to
gonna start
know
another one,
who
but I
I'm
will give
stealing
your
from and who they're going to. Chilling with Chi. You can hit whatever you like now. Chilling
Yay,
with
Ozzy!
Chi. You can hit whatever you like now.
Finally! Thank you so much. Okay, I am gonna start another
No,
one.
you're
as soon
good.
as
I just need to
can.
know the answers.
For right
Just
now,
let me know. From who to who.
we're just gonna leave it. If you guys would like to help, donating. Gosh, what do you guys think would be the best thing to donate right now? I don't even know off the top of my head.
Jesus, Lindsay. From Chi going to Never.
Wait,
Gotcha.
boxes?
All right, y'all. We have our first thief in our competition. 2 points are going away from Chi, heading to Never. 2 points are going away from Chi, heading to Never.
What? Oh my gosh, you guys!
This is Squid. My ore compass is out.
Thank you, Squid. Just a reminder, especially with the stealing points redemption, I need to know in the comments, it's got to tell me who you're taking this points from, and then who the points are going to, just to make things a little easier for us. And then who the points are going to, just to make things a little easier for us.
Oh, go, 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 go. Come on, it's gotta be a double, please. Oh, not a double. It's okay. 4 gold pieces. I'll take it. My hard-earned points. Oh, no.
Amanda, I would like to use my other ore compass.
Well, I'm not gonna
Perfect. That was Sapphire?
Amanda, Sapphire. I would like to use my other ore
I'm
compass.
starting to get voices. All right, Sapphire, go ahead.
Steal those points back.
Thank Sapphire. you. Yeah.
I'm starting to get voices. All right, Sapphire, go ahead.
Thank you.
Steal them back right now.
Shilibachi, party is up, love. Party's up.
Do I have another one?
Shilibachi, party is up, love. Party's up. Yes.
Do I have another one?
Yes, you do.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep going with them.
All right, I'll start that timer.
Thank you.
Yes, also, those points have been stolen back
Thank you.
from Never, heading back to Chi. Also, those points have been stolen back from Never, heading back to Chi.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Let's go.
Compasses, you're a gift to them, I think. Oh, okay. Dang it. They took those points back. I think we have some spies in the chat. BRB selling my house for help.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follows, y'all. Thank you so much for all those follows.
Dang it. Dang it. We almost had him. Guys. We almost had him.
Lulu, hi, love.
I am 1 and then gifted 2 more, I believe. Okay. A full bug set is active in the giveaways right now. Exclamation point enter to get in on them. I'm about to get them back again. Thank you, bossy. Thank you. We're about to play tug of war with 2 points.
Tug of war with 2 points.
We're about to play some tug of war with 2 points. Taking out a small loan, $1 million. It's needed. It's necessary.
Yubi, your party is
so
up.
Funny. I cannot.
Yubi, your party is up.
I can't. This is so fun. I'm having the best time. This is so good.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
She started. Well, she started her
gems,
nether,
which is making
but
me
I don't
real
think she
sad.
started another. Yeah,
Come on
yeah.
now.
You're right.
Come
right
on
there.
now.
Yeah.
Give it to us. Give it to us, please. We need some gems. Mama needs a rainbow.
Shut up and take my money.
Lemon Flowers, you just won a full bug set full of plushies. Make sure you send your in-game name to the
All
mod,
right, y'all.
please.
The tug of war of point stealing is continued. 2 points from Chi, heading to Never. Point stealing is continued. 2 points from Chi, heading to Never.
Thank you, boss.
You guys know what? You know what?
Thank you,
Just
thank
gift me and Ruby
you.
to make up for it.
Let's go. Let's go.
I cannot.
We're feeling a little feisty here. We like it. W boss.
We're listening to both of them right now because I wanted both the reactions, y'all.
Oh my goodness,
Bossy.
gravy.
W bossy.
Steal them
We're all
back.
getting competitive. I know. I'm saying, right? Everybody's getting competitive. It's so funny.
I love it. I love it.
All right, we have 3 ore
Okay, so we
compasses
steal
left.
again,
Do we
right?
happen to
Right.
have a party invite? Do we have that?
All right, y'all. I'm releasing another
darn
twist
it.
in the game.
Four.
The first streamer to get a tree amber is 20 points. Tree amber is 20 points.
Okay, party
Worth
members,
it?
if
Do we
you
think-
guys
do
want
we
to
think
hit
it's worth
trees and
it?
let me know if you get an amber, that would
Do we think it's worth it? Do we think it's worth it? Do we
work,
think it's
but
worth it?
I'm not hitting an amber
20
tree on my
points.
own, I can tell you that.
Royal Highlands. Do you think it's worth it? Okay. Go. Okay. All right, go.
Got him back
I'm
and
going,
then
I'm
some,
going,
you
I'm going,
did?
I'm going.
Thank
I'm
you.
going. Yes, we'll put you in the lead. Okay, I'm going and I'm hitting every tree I see. Where's the best trees at? If you go to the Royal Highlands, don't forget your rummage pile. Yes. Thank you, Luna. Where's the best trees at? Where are we looking? Where are we looking on the map? Here, by the lake, Amber Lake.
Chi, I need you to catch me a starred
Only for like 5
fish,
minutes, though?
please.
Okay.
Chi, I need you to catch me a starred fish, please.
While my party up is going on too. Okay. Hey, party members, follow me. You guys come hit trees while I'm fishing. Come hit some trees.
This
Oh
is
my God,
never.
there's
I'm
one
at
right
my
there. Get
rummage
back,
pile
get
in the
back.
Royal Highlands.
All right, go ahead.
This is never. I'm
Go
at
ahead.
my rummage pile in the Royal Highlands.
Go ahead.
I got Belafontes.
Wah, wah, wah.
I got Belafontes.
Wah, wah, wah.
They can't even do anything? Tea hitting me. I got my starred fish. I'm just kidding.
Perfect, thank you.
I got my starred fish.
Perfect, thank you.
Wait, Andy, did you do this to me or for me? Okay, we gotta go back for that gold, y'all.
Yeah. Agreed, Feisty.
Oh, they're saying they should. Oh, gotcha. No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, gold. Here we go. All right, 5 pieces of gold. I think we should go into the cave. I think I saw a lot of stuff in the cave. Citrine! The citrines love me today. I have 6 citrines. That's wild.
We have. Let's break it down.
I'm manifesting anything at this point. Any starstone. Aquamarine! Yes! Aquamarine! Okay, so what are we missing now? Alright, let's go into the cave. The manifestation is working.
It is hard to change
Yeah, let me know if
squirrels.
you guys find any
That is true.
amber.
That is very
I'll
true.
pick it up.
All right, y'all.
Okay,
Just
so
so you know,
now
we're
we
at
need a sapphire, Yeah, start
$21,857.69. All right, y'all. Just so you know, we're at $21,857.69.
Hey, yo.
Holy cow! My stomach just yelled at me. Y'all, my stomach yelled at me. I don't know why.
Let's go into flooded. I hate going into flooded, actually. You know, I find a lot of starstones in the Royal Highlands. Does this sound crazy?
No, it's not crazy.
Alright, I'm going back up towards Tamala's house. I kind of want to go.
Follow the crazy, right? The gecko, welcome in, love. Welcome in. Follow the chaos.
Thank you, Moha. I hope
This is never my orc compass ran out.
Perfect, thank you.
Cheese or compass also ran
This
out.
is never my orc
Perfect,
compass ran
thank
out.
you. Perfect, thank you.
Cheese or compass also ran out.
Perfect, thank you.
I think I should just go right into another one. Maybe I wait and go to the Royal Highlands and use it.
you guys want to go to the Royal Highlands? I kind of know the Royal Highlands pretty well. That's true. I could just not. I mean, there's so much gold there, though. I feel like if we go to the Royal Highlands, we could easily take the lead in gold. And it does have a ton of iron.
I don't know.
Like, I could just...
Squid has
scale the
100 pieces of gold.
Especially if we have the party up still for gold in the Royal Highlands. I think we only have it for a little bit longer, but I do have another one, so... Oh, gold over here! I see it. I see the gold. I see the gold. Gold! I kind of want to do it. I know that sounds crazy. Okay, we're going to the Royal Highlands.
All right,
Let's go.
Chi. What sounds crazy is your party is up and you're heading home. You are grounded. All right, Chi. What sounds crazy is your party is up. and you're
Okay.
heading home. You are also, we got 30 minutes left in the app. 30 minutes left.
Okay.
Also, we got 30 minutes left in the app. 30 minutes left. We have some more thieves in the competition, y'all. 2 points from Chi heading to Squid. In the competition, y'all. 2 points from Chi heading to Squid.
What did I tell y'all?
Not y'all stealing
What
points
did
from
I
Chi.
tell y'all?
Who did that? Thank you, but what the? What the? What the? Who did that?
I had to listen to both of them. I
Y'all
wanted to
crazy for
know.
that.
I wanted to know where their reactions were.
Y'all know Chi's community's just gonna steal him right back. Y'all know they're just gonna steal it right back. Or they're gonna start sabotaging me.
Alright, y'all, I'm gonna
Everyone's been
release
pretty chill on
another
sabotaging me
twist
until
in the
points are
game
laid
just
out, and
because I
got
can
that
and I
Royal
like to.
Highlands. Second to last.
Alright, y'all, I'm gonna release another. And this one is going to be your Kitsu. If you get arrows, you're going to get points. Your Kitsu. If you get the spell arrows, it'll be 20 points. Slowdown arrows is 10 points, and fine arrows are 15. Slowdown arrows is 10 points, and fine arrows are 15.
I'm running home
You
to
know
check
what I
the
can
our
do while we're
Kitsu.
sitting here?
Go ahead, Chi.
I can start another mystery. I'll figure it out
Chi is at her Kitsu. That was not me, but I am here.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Chi.
Chi is
Well-
at her Kitsu. That was not me, but I am here.
Yes, go ahead.
Wah wah.
No,
She got
wah,
hide.
wah. Yeah, I saw the hide. Won't want.
She got hide.
Yeah, I saw the hide. Won't want.
Never is at their kids.
Ooh, I don't know what
Go ahead,
Whitestone
Never.
gives us.
Never is at their Kitsu. I got me some Sernuk meat. Ah, Sernuk meat. Damn
Wah,
it.
wah.
I got me some Sernuk meat.
Wah, wah.
All right.
All the squirrels.
Go back.
Focused
main
squirrels.
spot.
I don't know
I'm
if that's
heading
possible.
Back to to Elderwood, and then
Serenity, hello, love.
We're good. I have a couple more ore compasses, so I'm literally sitting here with my fingers crossed. I appreciate you, Cinda. We're gonna do our best. We're gonna do our best. This is Never. I'm gonna start another ore compass. I'm gonna start another ore
Perfect.
compass.
Thank you.
I'm gonna start another ore compass. This is Never. I'm gonna start another ore compass.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Ore compass started.
Check in on Lady Sapphire here.
You said the Chargers were to play. Let's go. Have you played the update much, Azroom?
I'm gonna make sure my vibes are up. My vibes are up. This round is.
There's just so much
I
to
thought this round was
explore.
gonna be really good. I thought that there was gonna be some nice competition, and it's gonna be really close. So And I was about right now. So far,
No,
it's
not this
been
person.
very close, very tight race. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. A lot of money being
I have yet to play on my
raised.
Switch too, though. I do like the controls on the Steam Deck.
Shadow
In terms of handheld.
Hunting. I need to see you in my chat, please. Shadow Hunting. Shadow Hunting. I need to see you in my chat, please. Shadow Hunting.
To the principal's office to report your findings.
Never. You got gifted a party up. And y'all, we are over $22,000 raised.
This is Never. I'm going to use my party up.
And y'all, we are
Never
over
using a party up, go right ahead.
$22,000 raised.
Heck yeah. So
This is
amazing.
Never. I'm going to use my party up.
Never using a party up, go right ahead.
Someone's in trouble. Good trouble though. My ore compass is done. This is Sapphire.
Thank you, Sapphire.
I just hit my. Ah. My ore compass is done. This is Sapphire.
Thank you, Sapphire. I'm
Okay.
surprised
Didn't
nobody's
see on the map where the last
ungrounded
ones
Chi
were. That's what I
yet,
was looking for.
to be honest. Lots of numbers in chat today. Right?
I put it away. $4,000 raised and not even at the halfway point is wild, y'all. Insane. Wild, wild, wild.
Can you hear my clicking in my pen? I'm over here clicking this pen back and forth, back and forth. All from Squid. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you guys so much to everybody who's been donating. You guys are amazing. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
All right, Chi. You have been ungrounded. I will let you know when you are free.
Okay.
All right, Chi. You have been ungrounded. I will let you know when you are free.
Oh, okay.
Squid, I need you to catch me a bug, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Any bug not starred?
Any bug will do.
Catch me a bug, please.
Okay.
Any bug not starred?
Any bug will do.
W hubby. All right.
My bug has been
Oh, let me
caught.
go repair
All
while we're
right,
here.
you've been gifted silver, and now I need you to forge 5 items for me, please.
My bug
Chi,
has been caught.
you are
All
free
right,
to
you've been
go.
gifted silver, and
When
now
you
I
get
need
back
to
out
forge
there, I need a
5
starred
items.
bug, please.
Okay, as soon as we're done, we're going to Royal Highlands. This is going to be
Chi,
crazy. but-
you are free to go. When you
Thank
get back
you.
out there, I need a starred
That
bug.
O was so
please.
sad.
Oh. Okay. I was so excited and then I wasn't.
You're gonna hear
That was so sad.
double on my
I
stream because
know.
we're hearing
I was
their
so
stream
excited
and
and then I
my stream.
wasn't.
So you will hear a little bit of a double and echo when I'm talking to them,
Starbucks.
or them talking in Discord. You'll hear a double in Discord.
Okay. Let's see. This is the worst is that I came to a place where I don't know where
I
the
have
Starbucks
forged
are.
my 5 items.
Perfect. Now, can you go talk to the nearest NPC, please?
I have
Hi,
forged
Cryptic
my 5
Cows.
items.
How are you?
Perfect.
On my
now,
way.
can you go talk to the nearest NPC, please?
Chaos! Thank you for 8
my
months.
way.
Thank you. Are you in a Starbug? No. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, there's no way for me to kind of go around and not have that echo because I've got to hear them
This
their
guy's
streams so you all can hear what they're talking about. I still got to talk to them too, right? So it's a little hard to get away from the double.
Amanda, I'm at my Kitsu. This is Sapphire.
Go ahead, Sapphire.
I got a spicy pepper
there's a loot pile.
seed.
Wah, wah, wah.
Amanda, I'm at my Kitsu. This is Sapphire.
Go ahead, Sapphire. Everyone
I got a
but
spicy pepper seed.
Chi. Everyone but Chili with Chi. I need a starred bug from, please.
Guys, I don't know where to
Everyone.
Well, actually, you
but
do because I'm still looking for mine.
Chi. Everyone but Chili with Chi. I need a starred bug from, please.
Well, actually, you do because I'm still looking for mine.
Well, yes, but not another one. Yeah.
So everybody's still
Mayonnaise,
This is
lettuce,
Squid. I
tomato.
just caught my starred bug on my way to
Cheese?
see Hodaddy.
Yes, but not another one.
okay. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
This is Squid. I just caught my starred bug on my way to see Hodaddy.
What?
Perfect, thank you.
I'm gonna look for a crab. I think a crab will do it. I picked the worst map.
HJ, hello, love. Welcome in. Royal Highlands is so bad for trying to find a starred bug, too.
This is Squid. I have talked to Hodaddy.
Thank you so much, Squid. You can go back to doing whatever you want to do now. I think I'm done with you for now.
This is Squid.
Yay!
For now.
Thank you so much, Squid.
For
You can go back to
now.
doing whatever you want to do now. I think I'm done with you for now.
Yay!
Lettuce, tomato, mayo,
For now.
cheese. For now.
Okay, I'm going to the Royal Hunting Grounds.
Sapphire got a starred bug.
Thank you.
Sapphire got a starred bug.
Thank you. Telling you all, the starred bug is the kryptonite.
I take a break. It's going good. I've been
Telling
sabotaged
you all, the starred bug is the kryptonite.
quite a bit, but it's okay. I'm about to just go to Kilima because I know exactly where a starred bug would be in Kilima. But
Fill it with G. You just got gifted a ruby. Chillin' with G. You just got gifted a ruby.
Thank you, Roho. Why did you do that? Just kidding. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take fries.
Zor.
Take some fries. Where from? I guess that should be clarified. Where from?
Oh my god, there's gold over here too.
Okay.
I hear one.
I don't think I've had
There
the
it is.
fries, so yeah, I'll try 'em.
I should have upgraded my bag. Wait, is this starred? Yes, it is. No, it's not. Is it? It sounds like it's starred.
It looks
Sapphire got an oak amber.
Sapphire got
It
the
is-
amber. 20 points to Sapphire. That twist is no longer
Oh
on the
my
table.
God.
Sapphire got an oak amber.
Sapphire got the amber. 20 points to Sapphire. That twist is no longer on the table.
Oh my god. She got her starred bug. Nice.
All right, well, I'm not done with you yet, Chi. I
My
need
makeshift bag is
5 forgeable items,
Finally.
please.
She got her starred bug.
All right, well, I'm not done with you yet.
Chi.
Again, with the
I
forged
need
items, they have to at least be 2
forgeable
different items. Again, with the forged items, they have to at least be 2 different items. It's not that hard to do now in Highlands.
2,
Chaos, y'all, chaos.
3.
Oh, with the horse, you can pick it up with your horse too, y'all. That's actually, oh, such a good benefit right there of the horse riding ability. Sadly, I'm not done with her when she's done with this yet.
Five forageables done. 4.
All right, I have one more thing left for you. I need you to go talk to the nearest NPC, please.
5 forageables done.
Amanda, I'm at my
One
Royal
more
Highlands
thing left
campsite.
for you. I need you to go talk to the nearest Go right NPC, ahead. please.
Belafonte's crest. Dang it. Amanda, I'm at
Aw.
my Royal Highlands campsite.
Sorry about that. Go right ahead.
Belafonte's crest. Dang it.
I talked to Tamala.
Thank you kindly. You can go. Thank you kindly. You can go back to doing whatever you'd like to do now. For now.
I talked to Tamala.
Thank you kindly. You can go back to doing whatever you'd like to do now.
Thank
For now.
God. Thank God. No. No, no, no. I don't even know where that gold went now. Oh, it's over here.
What was the? Oh, that was probably her timer for.
This is Never. I just got my starred bug.
Thank you, Never. Her timer for.
This is Never. I just got my starred bug.
Thank you, Never. Squid, you got an ore compass donated. We are at $22,227.69.
donated.
4 ore.
We are at $22,227.69.
I'm gonna start that ore compass now. This is.
Go ahead, Squid.
I'm gonna start that ore compass.
We
now.
have 16 and a half minutes left in the half, y'all. 16 and a half minutes left.
Cheese starting another ore compass.
Yep, hit it now. Minutes left in the half, y'all. 16 and a half minutes left.
Cheese starting another ore compass.
Yep, hit it now. Check in on Sapphire and Never. We're gonna listen to two at one time
Okay,
right now.
I'm gonna chill in the Elder Woods for now.
Let's go.
See if I can get some stuff.
Magi, yes.
I
Hopefully
did grab
ore
my
compass
star
at the
Oh.
beginning of the next.
What's this?
half.
Was she in a?
You guys are doing such a fantastic job. Thank you so much for
I
being
did
here.
grab my star buggy.
What is this?
Oh,
What is
I'm
this?
so glad Juby got it.
I'm being tomfoolered.
Thank you, Juby.
This is a plat.
Hopefully more amethyst coming. Yeah.
This is a plat. This is tomfoolery.
Amethyst.
This is,
Like,
what is
always
this?
mad at a ruby.
Stand on top of it. Okay, got you. Yes, I can get. No.
She was no
No,
stone.
I
I think
can't
she
get
was.
it.
I think
Oh,
that
yeah, I got it.
And
the
then,
stone was done with.
Princess Cat, not to bother you, but if you need me to rearrange or show you something different in my
Yes, thank you.
in my,
Lordy, that was hard.
inventory
Thank
that
you
you can
guys. Thank
see,
you.
let me
Thank
know.
you. It's touching, literally. It's touching.
Hello from Sapphire's camp.
We're going
Welcome
up here.
in, sweet. Hello,
Going
love.
up here.
I don't think she had
got
no
this, guys.
stones
We
right
got
now. I think
this.
she can hit everything.
What are the scores looking like? We need to go down. What are the scores looking down? Another plat? Oh my god.
She's saying she has no stone currently. I think it was her groundation. I just didn't turn the timer off
I
after
feel like the
she was free to go.
I feel like the
Yeah, I think that
stuff
timer
is
was her
messing with
grounding.
me. The bug.
I just didn't hit the button.
The bug did it for me.
Thank you for the follows. I
Amber
appreciate that.
Echoes,
Welcome
like,
in.
thing did it for me. It's getting too much. Okay, we're gonna go right here.
Shut up and take my money.
We just want a mystery fit. Let's go, Bat. You just want a mystery fit. You're gonna claim that at the end of stream, my friend. All right.
Let's go. Let's see how Squid's doing. We're gonna listen to Squid for a little bit.
Hi, Goth Penguin. Welcome in another quartz. Let's go. Hi,
These
Goth Penguin,
scores are
welcome
really
in.
close, y'all.
Happy Sunday.
Just so you all aware, scores are super tight. We actually have a tie for first place right now with Sapphire and Chi at 153. Just so you all aware, scores are super tight. We actually have a tie for first place right now with Sapphire and Chi at 153.
No way. What the heck, you guys? Getting those bonuses
I need to go
probably
check my
helped me.
campsite, and maybe I'll get some points that way.
Is we performing the halftime show? Yeah, it's Mallet. Any song requests, let Mallet know. He'll sing to us. Our Jap girls, obviously, right. All right, you guys. I need to get some more gems. I need to get some more stones. It's been a gem drought.
Glitch your streams. Thank
Come
you,
on,
thank
gems. Let's
you.
rally. Yeah, 'cause I got 2 of the bonuses.
Wait, you just got gifted
Ooh, Panda.
2 party up. Squid, you just got gifted 2 party ups.
2 party ups. Holy bananas. Oh, where am I going? I went the wrong way. Shit. Me hunting along the edges, trying to see if I can see anything.
Check it on Juby
Here we go.
here.
You don't need these beetles. I'm gonna keep that. We don't need these. We don't need regular stone. Don't need flint. I don't need this plant. I don't need this plant. I don't need these fishies anymore. Actually, I don't know if I have to keep those or not. I don't know. I don't have to keep fiber.
Juby, only things that need to be staying in your pocket are the starstones and the ore. Anything else can go. Juby, only things that need to be staying in your pocket are the starstones and the ore. Anything else can go.
I know. We're gonna have to sell it all, it looks like, guys. We're gonna have to just sell it all. Just throw away any of your starstones or ore. Yeah,
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna throw it eventually because it looks like we're probably gonna have to.
Sorry, I have my streamer mode thingy on, so I'm just like, who's this random person in a nice suit and a horse helmet?
Heyo, we'll do it.
I'm going down here because usually there's a bunch of stuff down here. All right. I don't know how this works. Is your party allowed to use ore compasses? I don't think so.
Is she in a party?
Right? Or no? Yes. I'm not.
Never,
too
are you
sure.
in a
I know
party,
I
love?
cannot because of the because I don't have that
Yes.
incentive.
Alright, your timer is up. Sorry, love.
And if I were to
Okay, no problem.
use it right now because
Never, are you in a
technically
party, love?
yes.
Alright, your timer is up. Sorry, love.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so
10
much for
minutes
partying
left
with me, my
in the
friends.
half,
I
y'all.
appreciate
10 minutes
you.
left.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
10 minutes left in the half, y'all. 10
Let me
minutes
check for
left.
that. Okay.
Squid, you got gifted
Well, I guess it doesn't really
a
matter
ore
now
compass.
because we're not partied anymore. So. All right.
Squid, you got gifted a ore compass.
All right. You guys are able to gift any of the gems, any of the starstones, that would be incredible. Yeah,
Never,
a
just got
full
gifted an
Rainbow Flashy set video
amethyst.
going on right now in the chat. Welcome in, River. How are you? Oh no, my pockets are
Never, just
full.
got gifted an amethyst.
Thank you, my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate you, my friends.
Sapphire! Star quality sapphire! We did it! Okay, star quality sapphire. So no longer
The
need to look
Pope,
for the
thank you for
sapphire.
the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
it was a
Thank
star
you.
quality. Yes! Woohoo! Okay, that was huge.
Thank you for the 2 gifted subs to Zaya
Yeah, we need to go
Fry
to kill
and Planet B. Let's go. And that also
But I'm
means
not,
you
'cause
got
I'm still
the
looking for gold. So
Pride
I'm just gonna stay here
gifter badge.
until this round's over. It's not worth it for me wasting time. So I'm gonna wait. Yay! Okay, that was great. Oh, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello, friends.
An
I also need to go to
artifact.
the
Is that what I'm
campsite.
trying to get as an artifact?
Lady
I haven't
Sapphire
gotten
looks
any
like on there.
starred. I got a starred Jasper and a starred Aquamarine. But that's it. Because you have all 3. I haven't realized how much stuff I missed in Paley in just a few months. Azriam, you can do !patch, and it'll give you the most recent patch notes if you wanted to read through them.
That's a
and then
smart
where
idea.
it links you, you can also find all the old patch notes too if you want to see some of the changes. But definitely the biggest change is going to be the world that they added called the Royal Highlands, which came out
Nice. Look
early
at that
May.
badge.
And with the Royal Highlands actually came with a lot of different mechanics as well that they've introduced. We can ride horses and
Checking
stuff
on
now.
Squid here.
We love Never.
It is
Never's catching
2:30
up.
p.m.
Never's
in the
doing
game.
Amazing. I knew she
I have
would.
it. I have it
told her
up the
yesterday
Paleo
she was gonna
tracker
win.
to look at it. We should be good. By the time we end and they go get their lucky coins and we do the lucky coin thing, we'll be close to that 6 o'clock. I was like, oh yeah,
watch
I
it
have the
100
Paleo
times
tracker
in a
up on the
row. Me
secondary
too, it's
computer.
so
I can
good.
just look at that from there.
Wait. Am I tripping?
Never. You just got gifted a party up.
Bum, bum,
Never, you just got
bum.
gifted
Oh, it's right
a
here.
party up.
It's right here. I see it.
She
I
is
see
at
it,
her
I see it.
campsite.
Go ahead, Cheat.
Dragon's beard. Is that Squid just got her Killamapile, and it was a dragon's beard, Pete.
I saw that. That is 20 points to Squid.
I got
Squid
Howard's
just got her
glass number 2.
Killamapile, and it was a
Howard's
dragon's
glass number 2 gives you 10 points for being Howard's, but not glass number 1 for the extra 20.
Dang.
But it is
So
10
close, that's
points.
okay. I'll take the 10 points. Thank
10
you.
points to Chi. Gives you 10 points for being Howard's, but not glass number 1 for the extra 20. But
So
it
close,
is
that's
10
okay.
points.
I'll take the 10 points. Thank you.
10 points to Chi.
Thank you, Killamapile.
So that was 20 points to Squid for the pile, Kitsu pile, and 10 points to Chi for the category of the campground.
2 silver. 3 silver and a quartz. Let's go. Let's go. 5 silver.
Catspur! If I can see you in my chat, please. Catspur.
Thank you, Killama. Killama's actually being nice to me for once.
If I can see you in my chat, please. Catspur.
W Casper on the donation.
We're almost halfway, y'all. We are almost at 22.5. Crazy.
Alright, after this round, we'll go back to... Oh.
All right, y'all. We have 5 minutes left in the half. 5 minutes left in the half. We're at $22,427.69. Can we get to 22.5? 5 minutes left in the half. We're at $22,427. And it's anything but the red bill. My heart's racing. I know, right? 22.5.
You guys, get us to 22.5 before the half is over. We got this. Let's go. Hi, people. Boo. Welcome in.
No problem. Who is your donation
Sunday,
for,
we're in the
love?
Great Palian
That's what I
Charity
need to know,
today.
Kat.
They're raising money for It Gets Better Foundation. They help support and uplift our LGBTQIA+ youth. Welcome in. Number 1 is 30. Okay. We should stay until we get more silver then. But then we gotta go back
Never.
to Bahari and keep our.
Never. You just got gifted an emerald.
Can I get up here? What is happening? Can I get up here?
Never. You just got gifted an emerald.
Oh, is that a silver? Please be. Please be.
Thank you, Casper.
Blessed be large silver.
Eden, hello, love. Welcome in.
Come on. 5. Okay, we got 5. We got 5 silver. Come on. Give us more. Give more silver.
Squid is about to take over silver first place spot. Everyone's doing so great. It is such a good round.
Silver. It's a silver. Oh. Medium silver. 6 silver.
More thievery happening. 2 points from Chi, heading to Never.
Thank you, Palia.
More thievery happening. 2 points from Chi, heading to Never.
Let's go, guys. Yes. Nice job. Nice job. You're almost caught up. Let's go.
Y'all gonna
Come
let
on,
them do
Amethyst.
this?
Come on. Let's go, guys. Yes. Keep it coming.
Never and Squid. You both got ore compasses donated?
No, it's all for the name of. It's all in the name of chaos. Or it's all in the name of charity. Don't worry.
Never and Squid. You both got ore compasses donated? Thank
Thank
you
you
for
so
the
much, guys.
gifted
Thank you for the ore
subs.
compasses. I appreciate
Bruised. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you
Let's
for
go,
giving
let's
Alex
go.
and Blueberry subs. Thank you.
Let's go. We need to find some silvers. I don't want to use any of the ore compasses just yet because we'll have to use them in next round. So I'm going to just save them. Okay.
The Squid's taken over the silver marker there now. This is a really close match, y'all. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning.
And 4 party ofs. Okay, thank you, Mermaid. I appreciate you. Thank you.
2-minute warning.
2 minutes.
2-minute warning.
All right, I gotta get to whatever this is on my ore compass.
We are less
goes
than
away.
$3 away from
More silver.
22.5.
What if it's more silver?
We are less than $3
Oh, it's a
away
large.
from 22.5.
We're over $3 away from 22.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
Y'all are killing it. W chat, W everybody, W community.
Come on, Iron, give me something. Give me something.
We can do it. We can do it.
Anything.
I'm still like reeling at the fact that we got a ruby. I'm going to this. What is this? Oh, I'm gonna hit these first.
1 minute
Oh,
left,
is that a
y'all.
silver? No, I'm gonna hit it anyways. Oh my Lanta. Thank you so much for the donations, guys. I appreciate it so very much. It's helping me so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'm going this way.
A piece of gold going to Chi, putting us over the 22.5 mark. Thank
Seems
you.
like it was probably a silver. It's
A
real
piece of
snug.
gold going to Chi, putting us over the 22.5 mark. Thank you. 2 more pieces of gold going to Chi.
Silver. I'll take it. Even if it's a tiny baby one. All right.
2 more pieces of gold going to Chi.
Dang. Dang. You need to go along this wall.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause.
Come on, come on, come on. Thank you so much for the
You guys are gonna head home and grab your lucky coin and head to the underground.
All right, I'm hitting this node and then I'm pausing.
So yeah, go ahead and head home, grab your lucky coin, and head to the underground. All right, y'all, we made it halfway.
Yes, we're killing it.
$22,512.69.
Yay.
Crazy, y'all. Last year, just so you know, last year we raised $26,000 overall last year for June. The year before that, we raised $7,500. So we have just been going up, 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 and it's been amazing. So thank you guys so much.
That's not only the communities, that's your hard work. You are doing
Oh.
amazing and fantastic, just so
Hey,
you know.
Appreciate that. Chi, you just got gifted another piece of gold. So we did 6 rounds last year. We're doing 10 rounds this year. We had just under 30 streamers last year. We have just under 50 streamers this year. So huge jump. So it's y'all. Like, I can't do these events without the streamers. So appreciate you guys. Once you're in the underground, go ahead and cash in your coin to get your box. This round, just so you guys know, I think most of y'all probably have seen it. Y'all know what's going on. But for those in chat, what we're doing is the Zeki coin is an extra bonus point. We're going to have them open them up one by one. If they get a, looking at a furniture item, it's 10 points. If they get a plushie, it's 20 points. And then after you all get done with your item, or after we get yours open, you guys will go and do 1 round of Hot Pot. If you win your round of Hot Pot, you will get 10 points for winning Hot Pot. And then you're going to spin the wheel with those 2 coins you get from winning. If you get a deco bag, it's going to be 10 points. If it is a plushie bag, it's another 20 points. Squid, you got gifted a piece of platinum. All right, when you have yours ready to go, go ahead and open up your inventory. That'll let me know you're ready to open up your box. All right, we'll go ahead and start with Never. Never, go ahead and open up your box. Let us know what you get.
Spice Sprouts.
Wah, wah.
All of us down here together.
All right, you can go ahead and head to a table. I think it's almost time, right?
It is time, yes.
It is time. Okay, good. Perfect timing. All right, Squid, go ahead and with yours.
Slow down arrows.
You needed those out of your kitsu, not out of the box.
I know.
All right, Sapphire, go ahead, love.
Garlic.
Garlic.
Rude.
No. See, I know you're dancing. You got your box?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and open up your box.
Silver bar.
Silver bar does not get you anything. Oh my god. All right, Juby, we should go ahead and open up yours.
Oops. Tomatoes.
Dang, nobody gets no points from the luck. Zeki. Zeki just said no. All right, go ahead and start your hot pot rounds. Let me know when you all win. When you get done with your hot pot round, and do all your things you got to do, you guys will end up going to the stable of the adventure zone you want to start your next round in. And then you can leave. I will start the 10-minute timer once the last person is done with their hot pot round. And again, that 10-minute timer is a mystery outfit giveaway in my chat when we start that. And that was sponsored by J Allen 445, aka Princess Jen, for our halftime mystery outfit giveaway. While you all are playing, also, do y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns, or anything like that?
I think I'm good.
I'm also good. Just thank you so much. I'm having a great time.
Oh, sorry. No questions. I think I'm good. Thank you.
All right, chat. Let's listen into how they're doing some hot pot rounds.
A cabbage. Give me a cabbage.
Oh, goodness.
Come on, Queenie.
Hi, Queenie.
Let's get with it, son.
Does never not have a table she can go
tables are
to?
open. Who's this? Oh, this is a spam pot though. I'm nervous. This is usually a spam pot table.
Keep
We're meant
playing.
to like actually play hot pot, right?
If you want to win the game. Thank
Yeah,
you all
it's
for the
seeming like a hot pot.
follows. I
Good.
appreciate them. Thank you so much for those follows. We'll be doing the giveaway again as soon as everybody's done with their hot pot
Alright.
round.
What do I want to do?
Oh my
Well,
gosh,
that round was done quickly.
get
I
this
lost
fish?
my game.
Oh no!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh my
I had a hot
god.
pot sweat on my table.
You know.
Yeah, you did. Holy cow.
So I apologize. You remind me. I go back to.
You'll go to
Like
the
I can-
central stable of the adventure zone you want to start your next round in. And then you'll pop up
Okay.
your inventory, and then
I go.
you're
back
good to go stretch,
like I can-
stuff like that, and whatever you need to do.
Okay.
Just make sure that your inventory is visible.
I'm not
No
messing
be
that
right
up.
back screens, y'all. No be right back screens. Unless your screen is visible on the be right back screen.
Okay.
Just make sure
Thank
that your
you.
inventory is
Squid is
visible,
done.
no be right
I am
back
done with
screen.
the round of hot pot, and I lost.
Unless your screen no. Oh my god.
Okay, don't.
All right,
want
somebody's
that.
got to get some halftime points, y'all.
I am
Somebody's
done
got to
with
get
the
some
round of hot
wins.
pot, and I lost.
Dang it.
No. Oh my god.
I can't see it,
All right,
Wasabi.
somebody's got to get some halftime points, y'all. Somebody's got to.
Oh, this is never. I finished my hot pot, and I also did not win.
Oh my goodness, what is
I also didn't
happening?
win. Oh, this is never. I finished my hot pot, and I also did not win.
Oh my goodness, what is happening? Oh my
All right.
goodness.
I'm going back to my plot, correct? Bum, 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 ba-da-ba. or no, they said to one of the stables. I wasn't paying attention because I was so invested in
Yes.
Hop
So
Hop.
the central stable of whatever adventure zone you would like to start
You're
the
going
next
to the
round.
stable board where you are starting next. Okay.
Yes. So the central stable of whatever adventure zone you would like to start the next round in.
Okay. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hi, Queenie. How are you? I think I'm gonna stay. Yeah. I'm assuming central. Yeah.
I was one away from winning. I did not win.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
What is
That's what we're gonna
happening?
And then open your inventory. Period. Got you.
I was one away from winning.
Ooh, I did win mine.
Juby
So-
won. Okay, somebody
I
at least
did.
won. Spin your
Let's
wheel,
go.
Juby.
Ooh, I did win mine.
Thank you for the
Juby
hydrate.
won.
Come on.
Okay, somebody at least won.
Hey yo, we got some fireworks.
Fireworks. Oh, but at least you won. You got 10 points. All right, so I'm gonna start my 10-minute timer for our 10-minute break.
Queenie, thank you.
Again, once it starts, mix it up, loads it up.
Yeah, the hot pot
All right,
sweats
so
were out
I'm
and
gonna
about.
start
Yeah.
my 10-minute timer for our 10-minute break. Mix it up has been slow. Anybody else who's mixing it up, is it slow for you all too?
Sometimes. Sometimes
I
it
haven't
is.
had any trouble today though.
I haven't either. It's been pretty decent.
Sorry, dogs. Okay, now it started. All right, 10-minute timer has started. Mystery outfit is ready to go in my chat. Exclamation mark mystery in my chat for that. And I will see you all in about 10 minutes, y'all.
In the great Potter charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers, remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers, remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers, remember this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Potter charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great higher charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for stars, while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make
Let me know, we got about 2.5 minutes left of our break.
while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. charity hunt. We're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition.
All right, chat. How we doing? How's chat today? Thank you for the love for the song. I appreciate it. It's a power anthem. Are you talking about that for like Suno? I think it's a power ballad is what I put it down. I wrote the lyrics and stuff. All right, less than a minute left of our halftime here. Hopefully everybody had a good break. Got to go to the party and all that jazz. Are mods good? I'm assuming yes. Be prepared in my chat. Whoever wins, you will have to do !claim in the chat to get the win. Cinderella, if you're in the chat, !claim. !claim in the chat. There we go. All right, Cinderella, just let us know what your in-game name is and add me in-game. I will send it to you probably tomorrow. So just let me know what your in-game name is and then add me behind the lash with spaces. So behind space the space lash. All right, is everybody back and ready to go?
She is back.
Squid is back and ready to roll.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
I'm here.
Amber.
Sapphire's here.
Never is here, GPG'd and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
I did have a question in my chat. I just wanted to say it through everybody's chat. If anybody is interested in participating and being behind the scenes of these events, also please join the Discord. There is a Discord. Everyone's welcome to join the Discord. It's not just for the streamers. And then I also have a form if anybody wants to become a charity moderator. You can always come into my chat, !. I believe it's like charity mods, or just ask me to press the button. I can press the button for it. And we are always looking for behind the scenes help because it takes a village to put an event like this on. You got to think that we have 5 streamers. That means we have 5 charity mods, 1 in each stream. I have 2 admins right now running, plus my own moderators trying to run my stream stuff as well. And I am looking at possibly trying to find ways to get a few more moderators to do other things during the event. So the more mods we have, the more opportunity I can make things a little bit smoother for everybody. So definitely if you want to help behind the scenes. And we do this event, though June is our busiest, and we do obviously the craziest amount and do 10 rounds in 1 month and raise all the money for It Gets Better. I put on this event every month. We do 1 round, 5 streamers for a charity of the choice. So we do these throughout the whole month for multiple different charities. Last month we did an event. We did a charity for, it was Charlie Mike, and it was an organization that helps train horses and dogs for military vets and helping them through their PTSD by using horses and dogs, which is an amazing organization. And we do children's organizations. We do all kinds of different things. There's also in the Discord for everybody that if you have a charity in mind that you think we should do an event for, there is a suggestion bot there as well for that. Okay, are you all ready to see what our halftime scores look like?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Halftime scores. Chat is still winning at 757 points. But with our streamers, we've got Chi in the lead at 173, Sapphire at 158, Never at 152, Squid at 132, and Juby at 62. So these are really close points. It could be still anyone's game. There's a lot of game left to play. In Ore right now, we have Squid in the lead for silver at 42, Chi at 30, Sapphire at 15, Never at 5. In gold, our leader is Squid at 106, Chi at 61, Never at 55, Sapphire at 37, Juby at 34. In platinum, our leader is Squid. Here's where Squid's points are. No, it isn't. Never mind. Let me look at this wrong. I looked at it wrong. Leader in platinum is Sapphire. Sorry, 33. Never at 19. Chi at 10. Squid at 2. Juby has none. So there are all of those. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns before we get into starting the second half of this competition? If you all were curious, you all have raised a total of $3,815 today alone.
Let's go.
So amazing, amazing job. During the break, we did, an ore compass did get donated to Sapphire.
Yay.
And an ore compass to Never. Speaking of that, let me let you all know where you all are at with that. Never, you have 4 ore compasses and a party up. As of right now, I would say no more ore compasses just to make sure we can get through yours. I'll let you know if they're available again later, okay? I only do that because I want to make sure everybody's money gets spent correctly. Like, you know, nobody's gets wasted.
Totally understand. Thank you.
Squid, you have 2 ore compasses, and you have 4 party ups. So I would say no more party ups for you for now, so we can get through yours first. Sapphire, you have an ore compass. Juby, you have an ore compass. Chi, you have 3 ore compasses. Alrighty. So you all know where you're at on those.
Got it.
All right, if everyone is ready, let's get the second half rocking. You all may begin.
Thank you. I'm starting an ore compass. Chi is.
Absolutely. Chi, go ahead.
Sapphire is too.
Sapphire, go ahead.
Never.
Never, go ahead. So Sapphire, Never, and Chi are all starting with ore compasses.
Party up.
All right. So,
Never's also going to use the party up.
Repeat the party ups for me because I lagged.
Never is using a party up.
Never and Squid, both of you all?
Yes,
Okay.
and Squid.
All right, I will start your all's time. Are you all ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Timers are started for you. Hello, ho. Yeah, no ho daddy for me today, y'all. Oh, thank you for the raid, MZ. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm gonna try after we get back. So I'm going to Reno, right? But when I get back, I'm not working those days. So I'm gonna do my best to try to be either in drag or be ho daddy for the rest of the event. I'm gonna try my best. I'm not promising, but I'm gonna try my best, okay? Welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you for the happy charity stream. Y'all, we've been doing amazing. This is round 6 of a 10-round event for the Great Paleo Charity Hunt. We have already raised well over well over $3,800 today alone, putting our grand total at $22,597.69 over our 6 rounds, which is amazing.
I am okay to go ahead and use my Ore Compass, correct?
Yes, you can. And Chi, you got gifted a party up.
Thank you.
So it's been an amazing stream. Last year we raised $26,000. So we are well on our way of surpassing last year's score, which is amazing. Chi, you got another party up and a garnet. Let's check in on Chi. We have 5 amazing streamers participating right now.
Another party up and
Here are our 5 streamers.
I'm starting my party up right now.
Thank you, guys.
Who was that, Chi?
Chi, yes.
Started your timer.
Did we get there?
We have Chilling with Chi right over here. We got Juppy at 52. We got Lady Sapphire. We've got Squid. And we've got Never this round. And it's been a really great match. These gals and guy has been doing a phenomenal job. A phenomenal job today.
Oh, another silver.
They do got to work on some of these points, though, because if they want to be in the top 5, speaking of top 5 again, don't forget, July 18th, we will be back, and also live on It Gets Better's Facebook page, or Twitch page, doing our championship. And the top 5 streamers will be competing for this trophy right here.
But any of the small ones are amazing too.
So
much. Or, platinum.
So we're there.
I'm very low in the platinum
Exclamation mark charity rank. We'll tell you our current
honestly,
5 top 5 streamers. All right, Sapphire, you got gifted a party up.
Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you, boyfriend.
Chi, I need you to stop hitting stone for 10 minutes.
Let's go. Thank you.
Chi, I need you to stop hitting stone for
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay. This is big silver right here. 6 silver. Okay.
Teeny B, if you can see me in my chat, please. Teeny B. See, nobody needs points, just abos. Thank you.
Teeny B, if they love sacrificing me. Or sacrificing me. They love punishing me. They love it. I'm just a girl. I'm just trying to win this thing.
I'm just a girl. Oh.
I'm just a girl in the world.
Oh my god, Chi, me and you almost sang that at the same exact time.
Sacrificing you. Preying on my downfall.
Oh my god, Chi, me and you almost sang that at the same exact time.
W quartz, I needed that one. Okay, I can't hit that. Okay, we got our quartz.
It's too
We got our
funny.
quartz, y'all.
Too funny.
I'm being blue shelled in first place. You're so right. This is exactly what being blue shelled is like.
This is what blue shell does look like.
Okay, we got silver, big silver, big silver.
No, blue shell's groundation.
Dang it. Emerald! We got our emerald and our onyx. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I gotta clear out my inventory.
Chilling with Chi, you just got gifted a piece of gold. Chilling with Chi, you just got gifted a piece of gold.
Thank you.
I'm also still waiting on Teeny B in my chat,
Onyx and
please.
Ruby.
Teeny
Okay,
B.
that's it. Onyx and Ruby. So Ruby obviously is Elderwood. How do you get the Onyx?
I'm also still waiting on My chat, please. Teeny B.
Oh, we are so back. Oh my god, that was crazy. Onyx is copper silver. Okay, beautiful. Come on, Onyx. Okay, I can't hit that. Can't hit that.
Yeah, her goal was 500.
Can't hit
So
that. I can't hit this.
we'll see.
Double? Damn. Okay, Onyx, and then we're going to Royal Highlands for that ruby. Can't hit that.
Lindsay, that was for Sapphire. Sapphire, you got gifted a ore compass.
Yes, we got
You got
sabotaged a
two
lot.
ore compasses, love. Two
But
ore
it's
compasses.
okay.
Sapphire, you got gifted a ore compass.
It's okay.
Thank you.
We're actually sabotaged right now.
Thank you.
You got two ore compasses, love. Two ore compasses.
Thank you.
Did you get that, Lindsay? I just want to make sure
We're
you
now in
understood.
round 3. But we're doing really good. I'm just looking for an Onyx, and then we're going to Elderwood. So we can get my rainbow.
gotta
'cause
whisper
my
for the
rainbow would be
confirmation.
So good right now. Can't hit any of that. We can't hit this bad boy though.
Thank you.
Can't hit that.
Does it have both me
Hit
and her thing
this.
is doing it? That'd be funny.
Gotta get that ruby and a rainbow kidzu would be crazy. That'd be absolutely wild. A girl can only hope. She can only hope.
Thank you, Feisty.
There's a lot of stuff up here, but I think a lot of it is stone. I thought it wasn't supposed to lead me to stone. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nada. Nada.
Killing Chi got gifted an onyx.
Come on, Onyx. Come on, Onyx.
Just so you all are aware, you do have to physically mine each stone for the rainbow set.
Thank you. I need to find it organically, but thank you.
Amanda, I would like to use my party up.
Okay, Sapphire, let me know. Are you going down?
Quartz.
Yes, I'm gonna go down. I have
As soon
two
as
of
you
them
go
in
down,
there.
I will start your
Amanda,
timer.
I would like to use
Thank you,
my
friend.
party
That
up.
that is very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Sapphire, let me know. Are you going down?
On it.
Yes, I'm gonna go down. I have two of them in
As
there
soon as
already.
you're down, I will start your timer.
Thank you.
Still counts towards points, so thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. Is that silver? Oh, big silver! Oh yeah, here we go. 7 silver, baby!
I'm still trying to remember what our highest score was. I think
See some goodies over here.
I think we raised $11,000, something like that, in October. And that's our highest solo round.
Can you guys also give a big shout out to my party members? They have spent their whole day hanging out with me.
Ooh, a Star
helping
Sapphire
me
from
try to
Dungeon?
win
Look
this
at
thing.
you.
So thank you, party members, so much. T, Moon, and Aurora. Y'all are killing it. Oh my god, the lag. Onyx! Okay, let's just do okay, all we need is a ruby.
Oh my god. She
all we
is
need is
going
a ruby.
crazy.
Let's hit the rest of this and then we'll go to Elderwood. Oh my god, this is not a drill!
No, you're breathtaking.
Oh my god.
All right.
Okay.
Never and Squid, party's over.
Oh my gosh.
Can I use another party up to continue mine?
That was Squid?
Yes, that's Squid.
Yep, go right ahead.
Oh my gosh.
I will start your timer.
Party up to continue mine.
That was Squid.
Thank you. Yes, that's Squid.
Okay, I
Yep,
see
go right
something
ahead.
over here.
I will start your timer.
Okay. Booty for the ruby for a starred ruby at that. That would be incredible. Oh, silver!
Okay, what are we at in silver? Do I need to keep looking for silver? What are we at? We got... And a quartz! So 3 silver and a quartz here. How much more silver do I need to go up?
The positive and all that. All I need. Yeah, right.
I feel like that was a lot. 51 for silver? That's the lead, or?
I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying. I don't remember.
I'm leading? Oh, snap. Okay. Okay. Let's be in here for a couple more minutes. See if we can find a little bit more, and then we'll go to Elderwood.
Being
Oh, silver!
bullied by Humizer.
Okay, I'm hoping we can get some ore compass bumps here. Oh, there's something up here. Couple things here. Okay. Oh, everything's popping up here. Let's go. This is what I knew we needed. Here we go. Nope, come on. I was actually gonna ask that question of Amanda too earlier when the rainbow thing.
Your party's up?
Yeah, there's gold up here. Small gold.
Yeah.
Do I have another one?
Yes, you do.
Let's see.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep going.
All right, I'll try it. Never, you have been gifted a party.
Those are up high. There's one low here. Ooh, gold. Hello, cabbage.
Ooh, their outfit's cute.
Ooh, garnet. Here's the map. Those are all in Pavel. Yeah.
You just got gifted 2 more party ups.
Oh, I was gonna. Oh, sorry. I was, Kat. I was just gonna ask, about how the rainbow gems work, but I think they confirmed that like it has to be mined. They can't be like gifted.
Mm-hmm.
Also, stop me, you guys, if you guys see anything worth hidden.
No worries. Literally no worries. Okay, no worries, Andy. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Don't even worry about it, Azoria. Like it's fine. It is fine, I assure you. Please. I appreciate the thought. It is very kind of you. I got a citrine! Let's go! Okay, so now we just need the onyx and an emerald. Let's go!
You are free to do whatever you like
we
now.
got the citrine. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Okay, so now we just need the onyx and we need...
You are free to do whatever you like now.
Okay, onyx and emerald. Onyx and emerald. We got this. We got this. We got this. I'm desperate to give you a party up or whatever the incentives are.
Let's go.
You can look at the Tiltify link. It's pinned at the top. It provides you with the. You're now in second. Let's go. It provides the details
Third place
on
plat,
what it
9 different
means.
to go for 1 point down to go.
On like what all of
Okay,
the
so we gotta get more
incentives,
plat then.
sabotages,
Perfect,
and all of
perfect,
that.
perfect,
what that
perfect.
means.
Okay.
All right.
All right, let's do this.
Hover
Oh,
behind
but
is
while we're
she?
here, let me
I'm
repair
not sure.
since we're right here.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to get my food in for a minute.
Where is the repair station? Am I blind? I think I'm blind. There it is. Thank you, Moon. Cheese or Compass is up, and she's gonna pop her next one.
All right, go right ahead.
Is my ore compass up? Cheese or Compass is up, and she's gonna pop her next one.
All right, go right ahead.
Never's ore compass is also up, and I'm gonna pop another one.
Let's manifest this.
Go ahead,
ruby,
Never.
Okay? I need you guys manifesting like bonkers right now.
Never's ore compass is also up, and I'm gonna pop another one.
Oop.
Go ahead, Never.
We just
This
need
is
a
Squid.
ruby
My ore compass is also up.
to
Do I
get
have
our
one more?
rainbow. That's it.
Wait, yes, you have 2 more.
Okay, I'm gonna pop another one.
Go right ahead.
This is also up. Do I have one more?
Wait, yes, you have 2 more.
Okay, I'm gonna pop another one.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Oh, I thought I wasn't supposed to show this. I mean, this is still good because we can get citrines, but... Oh, or a Jasper.
Slay.
Slay. Mossy, hello, love. Welcome
We
in.
got a Jasper.
How are you?
We got a Jasper. Oh, scroll my inventory. Sorry. There you go. There you go. Why? I thought it wasn't supposed to show stone anymore. What's happening?
Yeah, white stone unfortunately count. Is Sapphire doing another ore compass?
You guys, imagine if we got a double starred ruby drop. That would be worth 50 points. That would be absolutely bonkers, actually.
Hello, love. You just got gifted another ore compass.
Oh my goodness.
That gives
Okay,
you
so-
3 right now, so no more ore compasses donated until we get those done, okay?
Ruby and plat.
Okay, thank you so
No
much.
Gold red.
They do, they do.
Here.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh my gosh. What is over here?
Aww.
Oh, you can't actually climb this. Get out.
Thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate every little bit counts. Check in on Sapphire.
Nothing in. Do we drop inside?
Need a rainbow. I need a rainbow.
And never. Let's try both of them.
What, Mallet?
Yes.
I'd say yes.
Okay, sorry. You're actually pretty quiet for me.
We're listening right now to Sapphire and Never. Right now, y'all.
Oh my gosh, they're starting to despawn.
I think I just need to boost your voice.
Zia, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Melly. Melly, GG's, you just got a sub. Let's go. Mama needs a
there I am.
rainbow.
Over here.
Give me that emerald.
Connor's in here now.
Give me that emerald.
Hello.
I need
Oh,
a
what did I
rainbow.
miss?
I need a
didn't miss.
rainbow.
Juby is partying
I
it
got a
up,
Jasper.
y'all.
Okay, GG's. That was good. That was good. We just need
You
an
guys go
emerald.
alone?
Come on
waiting
now.
room
Come
for
on,
a
Jesus.
while, so I don't know what
No,
happened.
we're
above you.
Sorry. I think Amanda only moved
Come on.
whoever was initially
Give
there.
it to me. Give it to me. Give me that rainbow.
I really want to sit on my hands. No, sit on your hands. Okay, 1, 2,
What is
3.
happening over there?
I don't know where
Jeez
Oh, Connor's
Louise.
above still. Right?
Somebody's so excited, I guess.
Okay.
All right. I'm not going that
There's
way.
some
I'm
oh,
like
there's a
so
gold in
close
here.
to these ones over here. We're staying this way. All right, guys.
What
All
was in
right.
that bag
Take a
above
breath.
there?
Take a breath. Copper. 97 meters. We're going to this. Thank you so much, Lemon Sours. I appreciate you. What is this? Silver? No, that's just a big guy. Maybe there was something here
Let's
that
see what's in that bag.
despawned.
Party is up,
Or
y'all.
maybe I
Party's
already
up.
got that. There's something in the wall.
Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you.
Connor, Mallet, K.
Juby, you got gifted a piece of
Maybe, Caitlin. I
silver.
know, earlier.
Sapphire is
I
back in the main
got,
chat.
Thank
a
you.
plat that was
Thank you.
under the water.
A piece of silver.
Under the water. And I was
Sapphire is
like,
back in the main chat.
excuse me?
Thank you.
I'm sorry. What? Please do not forget to repair. Yes, I will repair.
Some
I will
random
repair.
chaos going.
Oh, silver.
Some random
Okay.
chaos. We got
We're
a
gonna
few.
repair
I'm behind.
Since we're so close. We're gonna repair right now, actually. Since we're so
Streamer
close, we're gonna repair.
1. That's never. All right, y'all. We got some random chaos wheels to go through, and the next wheel has decided to give Never a piece of platinum.
Palea way of confirming the mermaids. I can't.
All right, y'all. We got some
Thank you,
random
thank
chaos
you.
wheels to go through, and the next wheel has decided to give Never a piece of platinum.
Let's go! Yes! Let's go! Thank you, thank you. Let's go!
Squid,
Let's
party is
go.
up. Party's up.
Let's go,
Squid,
guys.
party's up.
Yes. Hell
Can I
yeah.
continue it?
Hell
Just do
yeah,
another
my
one.
friends. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll get your timer started.
We just need this emerald.
I just got
Emerald, Paleo,
my rainbow. This
please.
is never.
All right, never. We'll
please,
confirm
give
that
me
and
this
see.
emerald.
Also, I gotta let Sapphire know you got gifted a ore compass through the random chaos. I'll get your timer started.
Oh, so I have
I
4
just
left
got
to use then,
My
right?
rainbow. This is never.
All right, never. We'll That is confirm that correct.
Okay.
and see. Also,
I will use one right now then.
Sapphire know you got gifted a ore compass through the random chaos.
Oh, so I have 4 left to use then, right?
All right, never has been confirmed with a
Let's go.
rainbow set. 20
Thank
points.
you.
And sorry, Amanda, that was okay for me to do the ore
All
compass?
right, never has been confirmed.
Yes,
go right ahead.
Thank
you. Set.
Me next.
Never.
Me next. Let's go. I'm so proud of them. That's
And sorry,
hard.
Amanda, that was okay for me to do the ore compass?
That is hard
Yes,
to
go
do.
right ahead.
Thank you.
So Sapphire is doing an ore compass.
Come on, Ruby.
Another random
It's going
chaos.
good, Sydney. I just need a ruby, and then.
All right,
be
random chaos has
good.
also decided to give Sapphire a garnet.
Literally so
Woohoo! Thank you.
All of you guys get away from me.
All right, random chaos has also decided to give Sapphire a garnet.
Dang.
Woohoo! Thank you.
Now you can all see my face. All right, random chaos wheel has been completed. We're out of random chaoses
Never
unless
passed
more
away
gets
1 point.
donated.
I got to get this ruby.
Also, just so you all know, we are $111 away
Yeah,
from
we got the
20.
others finally. It was fast. It was like one after the other. It was pretty fast. Come on, Ruby.
Tea party is up. Love party's up.
Do I have another one?
Yes, you do.
Okay, we're just gonna keep going.
Okay. Also, just so you all know, we are $111 away from $23,000. Yes, you do.
Okay, we're just gonna keep going.
Let's.
Also, just so you all know, we are $111.23.
This is never. I'm gonna use my last party up.
Okay, I will start your timer.
This is never. I'm gonna use my last party up.
Okay, I will start your timer.
Come on, come on. This has got to be it. Come on, please, 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 please. Oh man, I wanted that so bad.
Gabby Lou, hi love, you're home.
It's going good. I'm behind now,
Sorry, y'all.
unfortunately. But as soon as I find my ruby, we'll get 30 points. Because we'll get 20
Happy
for finding
birthday.
the rainbow.
Hi love, you're home.
And we will get
Sorry, y'all.
10 points for the ruby itself. So I'm just really hoping right now.
Quickly, by the way, I just wanted to all our chats to make sure we could do W's and happy birthdays to Shelby Lou, one of our streamers, one of our winner from round 2. It's her birthday today. Quickly, by the way, I just wanted to all
Happy
our chats to make sure we
birthday.
could do W's and
Happy
birthdays to Shelby Lou, one of our streamers.
Happy birthday, Shelby!
Birthday today.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Ooh, platinum. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday,
Happy
Shelby.
birthday, Shelby! Only one piece of platinum.
I'm glad you were
I'm gonna
home.
lead by one.
Hopefully
Okay.
you're settled
I
in,
was down,
okay?
but I must be back now. Oh, I'm scared, guys. Oh my gosh, this is a big stone over
I'm
there.
healing for you all.
Come on, give us good luck, T. Of course, it's the ruby. That's the hardest one. Yes, we can explain what's going on. We are raising funds for It Gets Better. So right now, I am in a charity with 4 other streamers. And our goal is to find as many star stones as possible. I get extra points for finding all of
Hurting
them.
a
So I
lot,
have
but
all
you're
of
in
them
bed.
right
Okay.
now except
Just
for the
rest,
ruby. So
and
this
hopefully
is the only one I'm
healing
looking for.
happens
I
first to
am in the
happen.
lead by 1 point. You guys can help me by donating stuff to the charity in my honor. So you can donate, I mean, obviously a ruby is worth 10 points. So donating multiple rubies at a time.
Thank you guys so much for being here, for hanging out. I appreciate it so very much. What is
Were you
happening
also
here?
hearing the music in the background? My charity hunt song? Or was it just low enough where y'all weren't hearing it at all?
Flat. I'm going up. I'm going up. I'm going up more. I'm going up here. There's some box.
The charity music was still playing on my
There's some rocks
my
up here.
stream,
Oh, we got a big boy right here.
but I had it really low.
Give us some rubies, please. Give us some rubies. We have a plat. Let's go. A plat. Nice job, friends. Nice job. For a ruby, you mean? Booski? Another plat, another plat. Let's go. She has.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna unlock another twist in the game. This time it'll be your silver wing. If you get a blue egg from your silver wing, you'll get 15 points. Silver wing, you'll get 15 points.
A blue egg. I'm gonna go do that now. I'm going home now. I'm going home now. I'm gonna check the silver wing. No. What do you mean no? I'm gonna go check it real quick. I'll be right back. You have the party. I know. I'll be right back. I would have waited. It's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. So I'm already there. I'm already here. Spooky Spoon. I'm already here. I'm already here. This is never I'm at my silver
Go
wing.
ahead, I'm watching.
This is never I'm at my silver wing.
Go ahead, I'm
Red egg.
Red egg.
Ah.
Oh, sorry.
Red egg.
Red egg. Oh, sorry.
Elderwood. All right. Elvie, let's go. You just got mystery fit. Reward goes to the end of the event or round or whatever, right? For my own info even. I don't know what you mean.
QIA plus youth, and I am going head to head with a bunch of wonderful streamers, trying to get points while we raise money for them. Welcome in, Root. It's good to see you. All right, I want this emerald. Where's the copper? Where's the copper? Oh, there's nothing against this wall. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
You think she's gonna get her?
I got a blue egg.
All right, Juby. GG's. That's 15 points for Juby.
Hey yo, I got a blue egg.
Let's go.
All right, Juby. GG's. That's 15 points for Juby.
Quartz.
Hey yo.
I'm hearing this Renee.
Oh, and I still need to go to the Highlands to get my dang campfire. Get my dang relic. The horse is a game changer. It truly is.
All right, y'all. We got 30 minutes left in this hour. 30 minutes left.
No worries at all. There's never.
Thank you for the
any
follow. I
obligation or pressure to
appreciate it.
donate. I appreciate what you guys
All right, y'all.
can
We got
donate, but if you
30
can't,
minutes
that's
left
okay.
in this hour. 30 minutes left.
I feel like this is going by so fast. Like, it does not feel like we've been streaming for 5 hours. It does not feel like we've been here for 5 hours.
Let's check in on Chi here.
Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. We got this. Deep breath, deep breath. Ooh, platinum. Platinum, platinum, platinum. Oh no. Wait, stand on it. Stand on it. I got it, I got it. Amethyst and 2 flat! Another amethyst is crazy! Okay. Okay, okay. Oh my gosh! Okay.
Luna's tight race,
Come on,
y'all.
Ruby's gotta be here somewhere. Cheese
203,
or compass is
204.
done. Does she have another one? Oh my gosh.
Chi, you do have one more ore compass.
Okay, I would like to use it.
Go ahead.
Cheese or compass is done. Does she have another one?
Chi, you do have one more.
This is never my. Oh, my ore compass is up, and I'm starting
ahead.
another one.
Never. Go ahead.
Okay, if you guys want to.
This is Squid. My ore compass is up.
That would be
This is
Squid.
never
Thank you,
my-
Squid.
Oh, my ore compass
You
is
also
up,
have
and I'm
one
starting
left as
another one.
well. Never. Go ahead.
This is Squid. My ore compass is up. Okay, thank you. I think I'm gonna save it for right now.
Squid. Sounds good. You also have one left as well.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm gonna save it for right now.
Sounds good. All right, Squid. Party is up. Party up for Squid.
Oh, wait, there's one over here. What are you?
Yeah, let's keep the party up
What's he
going. I think I have one
hiding
more,
over
right?
here?
That is All right, correct. Squid. Party is up. You gonna start? Continue it. Squid.
Ooh, ooh, look at that.
That's correct.
Come
You're
on,
gonna continue.
This has got to be it.
Yeah, let's continue.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Timer started for the next one.
Come on. No, it was hiding,
That's
so I
correct.
thought
You're
it would
gonna
give it to me.
Yeah, let's continue. Thank
All
you.
right. Timer started for the next one.
Come on, Ruby.
Again, guys, Kenyatta is done resting as she's had her break. Let's get her back to twerking. Let's get some more donations in here. Again, guys, and let's get us past 23K. Can we do it? Let's get her back to twerking. Let's get some more donations in here.
Yes, please. I need party
Let's get
ups.
us past 23K. Can we do it?
Yes. Is this the one that's glitched? This is the one that's freaking glitched. That's okay. Alright, I think we should go up top. I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot on like
very
the
crazy
end.
close.
So we can get
I'm not gonna lie,
over
it's
here.
definitely. I mean, I know that like
There's a
Chia
donation
never
link if
won
you guys
away,
would like to
but
donate in
even
my
Squid and
honor. I'm
Sapphire
barely in the
are really not
lead.
that far behind, and
Anything
then
helps
Joopy
at
is
this
catching up
point.
as well. So
Specifically, like ore compasses,
Definitely good.
party ups, those are going to be huge. No pressure, but we are raising money for It Gets Better. So in the end, everybody wins because It Gets Better wins. Alright, there's my
let's check in on Never and see how Never's doing.
And ore compasses and party ups and that sort of thing. But the stones, those are gonna give me the points to surpass them, or even gifting like plat or silver or gold and that sort of thing.
Sapphire's at the silver ring.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sapphire.
Where are you?
Also, Chi, party's up.
I'm turning.
I got red.
I'm turning.
Oof, that dang red
I
one.
got red. Thank you.
That dang red one.
Thank you.
Chi, you have one more party up. Did you want to continue it?
Oh, yes, let me continue it.
All right. Starting your timer now.
Silver donos are only $5.
Starting your timer now.
So if you guys are able to donate the $5.
Never. Your party is up, Never.
Over there.
Never. Your party is up, Never.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I got stuck. All right, guys, parties are up. We need to disseminate. We need to leave each other.
Words are hard, Never.
Never
Words are
is
hard.
fourth in gold and third in silver.
Words are hard, Never. Words are hard.
They're very hard. I don't understand like words in general. Dissipate. Thank you so much. Words are hard. You guys know me. She's a point is 1 point ahead of Never in silver. We need to bump up those numbers, friends. We need to bump up those numbers. Come on, please. We're so close. We're so close. We're so close. Look at Never giving her past winner a run for her money. I know. I'm so excited. This is so fun. I'm having the best time, honestly.
Chilling with Chi. I need you to catch me a star to bug, please. I need you to catch me a star. Also, Sapphire, you got gifted a piece of gold.
Nice job. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go.
Never. You just got gifted a platinum, a gold, and a silver. Never. You just got gifted a platinum, a gold, and a silver.
Let's go, guys. Thank you.
We are
Let's go,
$75 and change away from 23K.
Let's go.
We are $75 and change away from 23K.
Let's go.
Cheese starred bug has been caught.
Thank you kindly.
Starred bug has been caught.
You being here.
Just kidding, it was not Star. It was Essence. Cheese starred bug has been caught.
Wah, wah, wah. All right.
Just kidding, it was not Star. It was Essence.
Wah, wah, wah.
Why, I thought it was starred. Wasn't that definitely starred?
Yes, I just used it. I need to clear up some inventory space as well, yeah. We're good with that.
We go into the cave, there's always
Oh, that's a big stone. Okay, I'm gonna clear my inventory space and then we can... Alright.
Oh, wait.
Getting rid of that. We're getting rid of this.
You're not starred.
Keeping this.
Honestly,
Getting
the
rid of the
starred bug
clay.
one is the worst.
We're gonna eat the egg. Throw away the stone.
At the beginning it was starred? Okay, well I missed it now.
Alright,
Ooh.
I'm moving this down.
Is this essence or infected? Or is that star?
Okay.
That's infected.
I can get rid of the white stone too. Alright. Here we go.
Oh.
23
Alright,
minutes
y'all.
left of this round.
Juby is moving up and yeah, Juby is moving up. Juby, like I said, Juby's catching up. They're getting there.
You can delete copper and iron as well. We just got an amethyst. Okay. Copper,
Ooh.
helium, and iron as well. Okay. I think I just get nervous that I'm going to delete something I don't mean to. You know?
Ooh.
We just got an amethyst, guys.
No!
Let's go.
No! No!
Giveaway currently for the Royal Highlands Jack Cat set. Exclamation point enter to get in on that, friends. Exclamation point enter. Yeah. It's just a lot going on.
I want to enter. I want to enter. I need a Jack Cat set. Yeah, they really can be a game changer.
Oh, hit that, please. All right. What do we got here? All these big old stones, man. I'm overstimulated, but I'm excited. Me too.
See the frog.
I think I'm kind of leveling myself out. You know what I mean? Like the excitement and the everything. I think it's like a mixture of both. It's like leveling me out a bit.
Poor Chi. Oh my god. Chi, find your
lag is
starred bug
insane, bro, I'm not
already.
gonna lie to you.
Amanda, my ore compass ran out. Can I use another one?
Pushy or anything. Just get reminders when people.
Who was
are
that,
focused. No,
Sapphire?
you're not being
Sapphire, so
pushed
sorry,
at
yes.
all.
You're good. Yes, you can.
Saying something.
I think I have one more after this
Follow,
one.
welcome in.
Who was that, Sapphire?
Please say
Sapphire, so sorry,
something.
yes.
You have
I wanna-
two more
I want
after
to be
this
able
one.
to See the things that you need to see.
I think I have
so
one
you're
more.
not-
I don't know how to
you're not
count.
being- You're not being pushy at all. Please
Hey,
tell
that's
me
why
if
I
you're
have
not.
sheets to tell me what I'm doing, okay?
Two more
after this one. Hey, that's why I have sheets.
So fair. I don't know how to count.
All right, we're getting out of here.
All right, y'all. I've got a silver and gold going to Never. All right, y'all. I have a platinum going to Squid.
Guys, yes.
Gold going to Never.
Let's go, guys. Thank you so much.
I have a platinum going to Squid. All right, everyone but Chi. I need you to catch me a starred bug, please. Everyone but Chi.
Maybe I should go to kill
All
him.
right, everyone but Chi. I need you to. But again, we all. But then we know that Chi is also currently looking for a starred
Everybody
bug.
gets punished every time Chi gets a punishment. Thank you, whoever did that.
But then we know that Chi is also currently looking for a starred bug.
Yes, she is. Oh, that's Essence, isn't it? Pretty sure that's Essence. Let's see. It might be star
This is
quality,
Squid.
right?
I just got my starred bug.
Thank you.
Star quality.
This is Squid. I just got my starred bug.
Thank you.
This is Never. I just got my starred bug.
Thank you,
I'm
Never.
third in all. Oh, nope.
Also,
In
y'all, we
all
have
ores?
reached $23,000
I
raised.
just got my starred bug.
Thank you, Never.
Guys.
Also, y'all, we have reached
Here we go.
$23,000 raised.
Is this Essence again? This is Essence.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Am I gonna have to go to Kilima right
Get
now?
out, get out.
Maybe I
Get
should go
out
to
of
my
Elderwood.
campsite and go to Kilima.
Chi, get out of
It's
Elderwood.
wild. I feel like I'm wasting my whole party up.
You are wasting your whole party up. Go out of Elderwood. Or find a frog. Girlfriend, what are you doing?
Oh my god, is that a star? I think that's a star. She caught her starred bug. Or is this an essence?
Perfect, thank you. Are you sure this time?
Yes, for sure. She caught her starred bug.
Perfect, thank you. Are you sure this time?
Yes, for sure. Okay. Ooh, look at this platinum. Okay, we got this. Come on. Come on, Ruby. Please, 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 please. I need you now more than I ever did. Double?
Squid, party's up.
Got it. Thank you.
Squid, party's up.
Got it. Thank you.
This is a big
She
one.
has done the rainbow.
Come on, please.
All right, we'll
As
get
I
a
try not to
confirmation
scream.
and we will check.
Okay.
Oh my god! She has done the rainbow?
As I
We'll
try
get
not
a
to scream.
confirmation and we will
Okay.
check. We like doing good rainbows.
Yes! Finally! That's 30 points!
We
Ah!
like doing good rainbows.
We're leaving Elderwood now. We made sure, right? We're making sure. Here's
All right,
that
it is
one. Here's this
confirmed.
one.
Chillimachi
Oh
got her
my
rainbow
God.
set.
GG's.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Oh
I've
my
been looking for that ruby
All
for
right, it is
ages.
confirmed. Chillimachi got her rainbow set.
Yes!
GG's.
Thank you. I've been looking for that ruby for ages.
This is Squid. I'm at my silver wing.
Go ahead.
Oh my god, I feel like I can breathe now.
I got a
She
blue
just
egg.
died getting that
Blue
ruby. Did I
egg, that's
beat
what we
my- I'm so
need.
sorry.
That's
I'm at my
15
silver.
points. Go ahead.
Sapphire starred bug.
Oh
I got a
my
blue
god.
Thank you, Sapphire. Blue egg.
Nice.
I'm
Oh,
also at my
nice.
Kitsu.
Okay, we'll
Kitsu,
stay
go
here.
ahead.
Nice, nice, nice.
Sapphire,
Manifesting another ruby.
starred bug.
I got 20 slowdown arrows.
Slow down
Oh.
arrows
at my
is
Kitsu.
10
Okay, we'll
points.
stay here.
Kitsu, go ahead.
Wait, who was manifesting another ruby?
So 10
Was that
points
Squid?
for Squid for the arrows
Nice.
and 15 points for the blue egg.
Holy.
Wait,
Was that
So
Squid?
10 points for Squid.
It's
for
okay,
the
we're about to
arrows,
actually go
and
back
15
to- oh, I'm so
points
sorry.
for the blue egg.
Holy.
She's revealing her plans to the enemies.
It's okay,
no.
we're about to actually go back to. Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right,
we're
Chia,
back to-
party is
Revealing her
up.
plans
I
to
need
the
you to
enemies.
catch me another starred bug,
no.
please. All right, Chia, party is up. I need you to catch me another starred bug, please.
Are you joking right now? They hate me. There's one plat. Okay, you guys are gonna have to give me another party. I don't think we have any more. Guess what? I'm going home. I did do the kill 'em a pile already, yes. Yes, on accident. I did it on accident. Leave me alone.
15 minutes left
Okay,
in the hour,
we're going
y'all.
back to the silver
15
wing,
minutes left.
And then we're going to go to Killama.
This is Squid. I'm at my pile in the Royal Highlands.
Highlands.
Go right ahead.
Should
In the hour, y'all. 15
I
minutes
go to
left.
Killama or should I go to
This is Squid.
I'm at my silver
pile
wing.
in the Royal Highlands.
Go
Wait.
right ahead.
Sir, did you just send 200 bits? It's telling me. I'm at my silver
This
wing.
is Squid. I got Howard's Crest.
Howard's Crest does give you 10 points for the right category, not the right item. So just 10
Number one.
points. Oop.
This is Squid. I got
10 points.
Howard's
You got 10
Crest.
points for that. Go right ahead.
She
and then-
got a green egg.
She with a green head. Thank you. That does not give you any points. 10 points. You got 10 points for that. Go right ahead. All right, so Squid got 10
She
points
got
for
a
the
green egg.
Howard, but not the 20 points because it was not the right So item.
That does not give you any points.
All right, so
Wait,
Squid
I-
got 10 points
did I
for
say
the
crest?
Howard,
It's
but not
device.
the
I'm so
20
sorry.
points 'cause it was not the right item. Still not the right item. It was the glass one was the item itself. So
Wait, okay, perfect. I just Did I wanted to say make sure I crest? didn't It's lie device. about I'm so my sorry. points.
it's still not the all right good. item. All good. It was the glass one was the item itself. So
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure I didn't lie about my points.
all good. All good.
All right, let's go grind some silver.
And she let me know when
How
you
much of a lead
finish
do we
that
have?
starred bug.
Okay, so I need to grind out silver. How much of a lead do I have? Yes, I was at my plot, so I'm going to do it right now.
I know. That's why I was just reminding you, just in case you forgot, because I know you were doing other things. I
I
know
may
how us
have
streamers
forgot,
feel.
actually.
Okay.
Yes, I was at my plot, so I'm going to do it right now.
I know. That's why I was just reminding you, just in case you forgot, because I know you were doing other things.
I may
I
have
know how
forgot
else people
actually.
Feel, okay.
Start bug.
Can I get an exclamation mark charity rank in the chat for me, please?
Whoever keeps making me do the starred bug, I don't really like them. How much is the starred bug? Maybe you guys could make everybody do a starred bug again.
I pre-warned her earlier that the start bug is chaos.
We don't fight hate when it comes
267.
to
Okay.
charity.
Ooh, Juby did get the star bug.
I gotcha. Thank you.
Time to do a little run.
Ooh, Juby did get
3.
the star bug.
I gotcha. Thank you. All those points. All those points.
Good news is I can do a little run around and see if there's any
This
silver.
is this
She
is
got her starred bug. I can be scouted while I'm
perfect.
looking.
Now I need a starred fish from you, please.
She got her starred bug.
Perfect. Now I need a starred fish from you, please. We're all learning to count today. All right, let's check in
They're scared. They're scared.
on Squid. We'll see how Squid's doing
Do you
here.
think I could use another one? How much time do we have left in this round? Thank you for the hydrate.
12 minutes left in the competition of this hour, y'all. 12 minutes left in this hour.
She got her starred fish.
12 minutes.
Thank you. You can go back to doing whatever you like to do now. For now.
An ore compass.
Doing whatever you like to do now. For now. 6-7.
Y'all, I'm also second in 1 point ahead of third. She okay. All right. We're good. We're good. Hi, Shells. All right. My good time boy. Thank you so much for that. I
Did y'all
needed
see
it.
that I'm wearing? I wore my rainbow butterfly.
Does she have any more ore
I'm
compasses?
sorry, I missed all of stream. No, you're fine.
Gee, you have used all
You're
ore
fine.
compasses and party ups.
Okay, thank you.
Gee, you have used all ore compasses and party ups.
Okay.
Much better. Much better.
Please do not apologize, sweet angel. I appreciate you even popping
I forgot
in,
I still had
honestly.
that.
It means a lot. It means a lot, honestly. So please.
My
do
exclamation
not
mark band has
apologize.
got that sound. Much better.
Plus, it's been kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I've been having the best time. It has been crazy though. So if I missed any of your chats, I'm sorry. I'm just really zoned in, you know.
We're up there.
Checking on Squid.
I see Quappa. Right on time.
No kitsus this yet, y'all. No kitsus yet.
Exactly.
Crazy.
I see Quappa.
Gee, you got gifted a party
Oh,
up.
don't disappear on me.
You'll be able to use that at the beginning of the next hour or after.
Thank you.
Gee, you got gifted a party up. You'll be able to use that at the beginning of the next hour or after.
Copper.
Thank you.
I see a flare. What is that flare for? See if
10 minutes left in the hour. 10 minutes left.
What are you? Where is it?
10
Where'd it
minutes
go?
left in the hour. 10 minutes left.
Okay, well I lost the flare. Never mind. No flare. 10 minutes! 10 minutes, beans! It's my day cleaning house because my mom is coming tomorrow. Let's go. I hope you have such a good visit with your mom.
Gee, I did miss one more sabotage for you. I need a regular fish from you, please.
Wonderful. River, you're funny. Competitive,
Gee, I
bean.
did miss one more sabotage for you. I need a regular fish from you, please. Loriax, welcome in. Welcome in, love. Ruby, you got gifted a ore compass.
Give me silver.
Juby, you got gifted a Never, you got gifted a piece of gold.
Give me silver.
Never, you got gifted a piece of gold.
Thank you for the gold. Thank you. Thank you for the gold, sweet angels. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Bat. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Are we,
Sorry, how are you? Welcome in. Not me thinking
Pat
that his
and
little tail was
Mods,
a
are
rock.
you all ready for this last hour?
Not me thinking his little tail was a rock.
Are we ready? Are we prepared
getting
for
off to
what I
rest.
feel is
No
going to be
worries,
probably a
Whiskey. Thank you so much for
crazy
popping in and hanging out for a
hour?
bit. I appreciate you so much.
No.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the donations, my friends. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you, thank you. You guys are the literal best. You guys are the literal best. Oh, I see a gold. I'm going for it. Let's go. Good night, my friend. Good night. I'm gonna go for those irons.
Gee, you just got gifted a ore compass. Gee, you just got gifted a ore compass.
What's the giveaway for? I'm not too sure what's going on in the chat right now. Mystery fit, maybe? Yeah, mystery fit. Kim says that's gonna be sent at the end of stream, friends. At the end of stream. Sent at the end of stream. We're gonna have plushie giveaways and mystery fit giveaways happening all stream long. Okay. All stream long. All right. I'm trying to get some incentives to have you guys stay here and hang out and chat with us and hype us up so that we can get we can possibly win this event. We're going up against some really great streamers, and so I'm really hoping that we can pull through. But yeah, we have so many giveaways going on. Also, if you can donate, that would be incredible.
Talking to, let's see how Sapphire's doing.
Three platinum.
Sapphire's working on that
Versus-
platinum.
Oh, I'm still not even there yet. Okay.
Or that 3 platinum might have gotten her tied with platinum if that
Oh,
didn't
wait.
get added yet.
This way?
Clean off my glasses so I can see a little better.
In here?
I can see
let's go.
clearly
Mhm.
now. Oh, and if y'all didn't
Close.
see, I've got look at the kitty cats, the gay kitty cats on my glasses today.
Might as well get some white stuff. Our purpose is almost done.
Sapphire, did you just say you got some white stuff?
You know what?
Ran my horse
I
through
say weird
the
things. I'm
wall.
not responsible for any of them. I'm pretty sure I meant Whitestone.
Okay, I'm just making sure I heard what I heard.
You know what?
Listen.
I say weird things. I'm not responsible for any of them.
I'm locked in.
I'm pretty sure I meant Whitestone.
Okay, I'm just making sure I heard what I heard.
Listen. I'm locked in.
I feel that.
Oh, not me
Wait, I
getting
got some
called
white
out.
My road compass ran out too, by the way.
Thank you.
Ban.
We got 5 minutes left in this hour, y'all. 5 minutes
My road compass
left.
ran out too, by the way.
Thank you. We got 5 minutes left in
Okay,
this hour, y'all.
fair, so
5 minutes
Don't use
left.
the ore compass.
Conrad, you know, it happens.
To me, more often than others, it's fine. Oh, platinum. Hell yeah.
It is white stuff. That's true.
That's right. 4 platinum. Don't say what. Don't say what like that. I know you know what you did. Helium.
Look at these scores, y'all. It's so close.
Well, you're cute too.
Crazy.
Hi, Julian. Yes, it is lots and lots of fun. Luckily, like my ADHD has ooh, mine. My ADHD has locked into this as opposed to the beginning where it was running amok and I wanted to do everything. But now it's Laser focus. I just had to wait for it to lock in. No, I snored. Hi, Julianne. I hope you're doing lovely today. Happy time zone, my dear. Is that what I said? Mallet. Gosh darn it. How dare you? Someone put Mallet in the corner.
It's a lot, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm trying to get first in at least one of the categories. It's just been very hard. People have been doing really good in those categories. But I did get my rainbow. I did get my rainbow, so that's good. not blackmailing is so funny. I did get my ruby. Thank God.
She just got gifted 10 pieces of silver. She just got gifted 10 pieces of silver.
Let's go, Aurora. Thank you. Okay. That's awesome. That's great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Aurora, that was so nice. I love you. Thank you. That was very much helpful.
Juby got gifted a party up.
And helping us secure our silver.
Juby got gifted a party up. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. She just got gifted 2 more pieces of silver. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. She just got gifted 2 more pieces of silver.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was 2 party ups.
Thank you.
No more party ups for Juby at this current second. I'm sorry, that was 2 party ups. No more party ups for Juby at this current second. Oh, did Juby... Is Juby down?
Oh, I landed right on the silver on accident. 4 pieces of silver. Okay, now
A silver to Juby.
Bahari Bay. Try to get some gold and more star stones.
A silver to Juby.
I'm killing it right now. Thank you. I'm trying so hard. I'm so locked in. Oh, oh, oh! I found 2 silver. 1 silver.
We'll see if we can get him back up before we start the next hour.
Another silver.
We got 3 pieces of gold to Squid, 3 pieces of gold to Never, and 3 pieces of gold to Sapphire.
Thank you.
We got 3 pieces of gold to Squid. Three gold to Never, and 3 pieces of gold to Sapphire. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Pull up your inventories. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Pull up your inventories. We might take just a little bit longer of a break here, y'all. Juby has crashed, so we're trying to get an update to figure out what's going on their end, okay?
No worries.
No worries.
For me.
No
we might
worries.
take just a little bit longer of a
All
break here,
good.
y'all. Juby has let our mods double check your all scores and go from there. Give you guys a rundown of how this final hour goes. This last half hour, we'll take another half out. We'll take a half-hour break. At the half-hour mark, all timed sabotages and incentives will end. And random chaos. All of those will end in that half-hour mark. Then that last hour, you're gonna hear a lot of me because I will literally be updating you all about scores and ore literally throughout the whole last half hour. 10 minutes till all sabotages will end. And then all that'll be left is donating of Starstones or ore for that last 10 minutes. Just so you all are aware, things that are still activated, the Kitsu, I think everybody's gotten their Kitsu so far. The Silver Wing, I think everybody's gotten their Silver Wing. And I think everybody's gotten their pile. I think some of you all still have the campground they still get, right?
I got my campsite.
Has anybody
Sapphire.
not gotten their campsite yet? I think we're good with that too then. Never mind. Alright. We're just gonna wait and see what we get from Jupy, see if we can give them a little extra time. Seeing if anybody gets any update from them. How y'all doing? Y'all good? This has been a really good match. Y'all have been a lot of fun.
It's been amazing.
I'm having the best time.
We are at $23,249.69.
Let's go. Yay!
Let's go. Hell yeah.
Means you all have raised. Let me figure this out. Hold on, ready? Zeke, what is 23,249 minus 18,712?
23,249 minus 18,712 equals 4,537.
$4,500 you all have raised
Let's
tonight.
go.
Let's go.
That's amazing.
Was that meant
We got to get to 25K. We got to.
No, thank you, Zeke. Goodbye.
Bye, Amanda.
That was so sweet.
Surprisingly, I usually tell her to shut the fuck up, and she goes, "Oh, okay. I guess I do talk a little too much." But yeah, so y'all have done so amazing. Just so you guys can know where we're at with this as well. We've got Never. You have one ore compass left, which also means you can be donated one more ore compass. Squid, you have one ore compass left, so the same thing with you. One more ore compass can be donated. Sapphire, you have 2 ore compasses left, so no more can be donated for you. And She, you have 1 ore compass left and 1 party up left.
Okay.
Have we heard anything from Juby yet? Are they completely without power? Dang weather. Fine. I really hate to continue without them, but we kind of can't extend it too long. Oh my god. Lesson learned here, y'all. When you're sitting at your computer, plug your phone in.
If you have a plug, yes.
You're at a computer.
I don't have a plug in my computer. I used to, but then I took it to my
Girl,
bed.
do you have an outlet near you?
Yeah, but they're all being used.
Power strip. My love.
Oh
I
yeah,
have
I do have one of those.
I have 3 power strips underneath me right now, and I have this big block here with all these little like USB ports in it. My phone
My
is
room is
always
fire
on the
hazard.
charger.
Can I just say that?
I think my room might be a fire hazard. It's fine. If you all have ever seen like if you all ever see this setup, it's like I'm driving a spaceship right now. I mean, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens plus my phone.
Wait, 5 monitors?
I have 2 computers. So I have a secondary computer
Oh
that
my
has
God.
my creator dashboard so I can see the chat and the score sheet right now. And then I have my main computer where I have my OBS in front of me. I have Tiltify over here, and then I have up above on my top computer or top monitor is Discord, the timer, and the chaos wheel.
That's
And then I use my
wild.
phone for chat too.
Battle station
Oh
for
my
real.
It is very
Battle
much like a
station.
battle station here.
For real.
Do y'all
That's
ever wonder
crazy.
why I get so hot and I have to like fan myself? It's because I have all of this stuff on me, plus the lights on me as well.
I bet, yeah.
It's a little bit crazy. And I still don't feel like I have enough monitors to do everything I need to do for this event, but it's fine. We make it work. All right. I really hate to say it, but I think we're gonna have to continue without. And then if they able to pop back in and finish, they can finish up. Let's go ahead and go over scores then, and we'll go through that. Right now, our leader is Chi with 242, Never at 222, Sapphire at 201, Squid at 190. Just so you know, for the scores, if somebody can do exclamation mark charity rank in my chat for me. Again, don't forget the top 5 streamers of the month gets to go on and compete for the Grand Championship trophy. And right now, our current leaderboard is Jupiverse at 538. Kosher at 406, or sorry, 405. Rat is at 329. Shy is at 273. And we have a tie in 5th place right now with Feisty Streams and Nerdy Fan Gaming at 267. So those are the scores that you might want to look at trying to beat if you want to be in that Grand Championship round. All right, Chi, you got 2 ore compasses and 2 party ups. That will be it for you. You can't not get any more party ups or compasses.
So for the final round, can I just continuously use them all? Like do I need to even tell you?
No, you have to let me know for time wise and this way so I can keep them up, just in case.
Okay, got it. Okay. Okay.
Because that'll give you, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 3 ore compasses. So you'll have to do, as soon as we start, you have to do 1 and then do the other one as soon as it ends. And then we'll do the 3rd one at that half-hour break.
Okay, sounds good.
And then your party ups, you have 3 of those as well, which you can do all 3 of those in this half hour because they're 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Are we ready to go ahead and get this final round done?
Ready.
Yep, ready.
Oh, I didn't go over ore, did I? Oh,
Ready.
My goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on. You might want to know about the ore because it's kind of, some of these are kind of interesting close too. Silver, Chi is in the lead with 93. Squid 83. Never at 64. Sapphire 15. Gold 170 for Squid. 104 for Sapphire. 66 for Never. 62 for Chi. Platinum 55 for Sapphire. 50 for Never. 22 for Chi. And 3 for Squid. Alrighty.
Yep.
All right. If you all are ready, let's get this final hour going. You all may begin. Sapphire just got gifted 2 pieces of silver.
Thank you.
This is Never. I'm gonna start my ore compass.
Yep, go right ahead.
This is Squid. I'm also gonna start my ore compass.
Okay, go ahead.
Chi is also starting her ore compass.
Yepers. All right.
Count. They count. Yes. They count. Thank you guys. Okay, last hour. We can do
All right.
this.
Chi, are you wanting to
can
just
do
use all
this. I
three
just wanna
of
get
your
into the
party ups for that
so
this first
I'm
half
really
hour?
scared, though. We're gonna
Yeah,
get
yeah, we can do
Okay.
that.
It would make me happy, but it's okay. We
Just
got
making
plenty
sure.
of
Chi, are you wanting to just
Okay,
use
starting it
all
right now.
three of your party ups for that?
Amanda, I
this
would like
first
to use
half
my
hour?
ore
Yeah,
compass as
yeah,
a
we can do that.
sapphire.
Okay, Sapphire, go ahead. Just making sure.
Okay,
Thank
starting
you.
it right now.
Amanda, I would like to use my ore compass as a sapphire.
Okay, Sapphire, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sapphire was just gifted a ruby and 5 pieces of silver.
Holy moly, thank
Sapphire
you.
was just gifted a ruby and 5 pieces of silver.
Dang.
Holy moly, thank you.
Sapphire.
I know, I'm so sad for Juby. I can't wait. Unfortunately, y'all. Like, if I wasn't working tonight and so like that, maybe we might have tried to wait a little bit longer, but I can't.
I feel like I kind of want to go down south. I feel like
Unfortunately, we have to keep going. All the love to
and
Juby,
right
though, and hopefully they're okay. Hopefully they get their power back up soon.
Oh, gold. We gotta get back up there in gold a little bit.
The only space left right now is the 27th at 8 a.m. That's it. Every 30 seconds. Oh, Spooty.
That was a big dono. That was very, very kind of them. Wow.
So I know might be a little bit of a big task, but in this last hour, could we raise enough to get us to $25,000? This might be a little bit of a big task, but in this last hour, that's a little over $1,500 raised.
Yes.
Let's see, maybe it's a big task, but let's try it. $1,500 raised.
Oh, that's nothing. 1,500, easy.
Let's see, maybe it's a big task, but let's try it. All right.
Easy.
Final push. What was that other one? It's just a big color.
5
Yeah,
more
wait
pieces
for
of
how it-
silver heading to Sapphire.
Yay! Thank you.
5 more pieces of silver heading to Sapphire.
Ooh,
Yay!
gold.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. They're gonna take my silver. 1 piece of gold.
I knew this last bit was gonna be cutthroat. I knew it. I knew this last bit was gonna
It's
be
gotta be
cutthroat,
cutthroat.
guys.
Hi, Jakey.
Everybody is simply trying to get. You still need a compass. I need 1 more compass if possible. Yeah, 1 more I can get. I got a citrine. Let's go. On it. Thank you so much, Lorax. Thank you, Shells. I appreciate you.
It's gonna be
Need to go in there
really
and see what
down
that
to the
is.
wire. I really feel like it's gonna be down the wire. My
What was gifted
question,
to
though,
Chi? Nothing was
is
gifted to
are
Chi.
they
Things
gonna
are
get
going
their
to
points
Sapphire.
high enough
Sapphire got a
to
ruby
be
and a whole
contenders
bunch of
in the top
silver.
5
A whole bunch of
for the
silver.
great the championship? Right
Going to
now, their scores
Sapphire.
aren't high enough. I am under the
Gold,
thought
bless you. Mwah.
that you are gonna have to be above 300 to get
Blessings
it.
on blessings, little goldling.
Never just got
Blessings on
gifted a piece of
blessings.
platinum. Luna Shay, see me in your chat, please. Never, you got your last ore compass you're able to have.
Thank you for the plat. Thank you so much for the
Never, you
plat.
got your last ore compass you're able to have.
Thank you. Thank you, Shells. Thank you for the ore compass. I appreciate you, Booski.
Luna.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Luna Shay.
Thank you, Shells. Thank you.
It was.
Add gold in any star
Does
stone
it
donuts
doesn't
would be
say
good right
that.
now. Thank you,
Am I
Audie.
missing that, or was that what it was supposed to be?
Luna Shay, you just
Okay.
won a
Another
Royal
piece
Highland
of plat going to Never.
Nice job. Let's go. I got you, Booski. Thank you so much.
Plat going to Never.
Thank you for the plat. Let's go, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
go.
it's definitely possible. I'm not gonna say it's not possible, but
Thank you so much, guys.
what
Thank
I'm
you,
thinking, y'all, is like 300 is gonna be about where you need to be, to
Thank you
try
for
to
the
get
plat,
into
my
that top
friend.
5.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, you gotta think 3 of them are already in the top 5, or 3 of them are already above 300.
Let's go.
You got Juby at 538, you got Coaster at 405, and then you have Rat at 329.
Chapel was a gold.
She just got gifted a piece of silver.
Thank you, guys. Oh, I got a sapphire. Let's go.
She just got gifted a piece of silver. So that's where I'm at on it. Like, I really think that 300 mark is gonna be about where it's at.
Let's go.
Yeah, 30 minutes of
first
party
full
up.
plat,
That is
guys.
a
We're in
lot.
the
A
first
lot
full
of
plat.
possibility for points. That's true.
We gotta keep that. We gotta keep that.
Or any of the
Gotta
smaller
keep
star
that.
stones would be great too. Anything at this point adds up. 2 aquamarine!
Never just got gifted
Oh
3
my God,
pieces
2
of platinum, a gold,
good,
and
good.
silver. Never just got gifted 3 pieces of platinum, a gold, and silver. You mean like that double right there, Nerdy? Y'all, I'm gonna be
One more gold, put you in
so
second for
tired
gold?
of work tonight.
Oh, slay. Oh, slay. Starred Garnet! Starred Garnet! That's what I'm talking about! Anything in there, T? Looks like you're coming out. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't rep plat. You're 30 behind second. Okay.
Sapphire
don't
got
wanna
gifted
fall
a
out of-
piece
I don't wanna
of
fall out of third,
platinum.
though, I guess is
Thank
what I'm saying.
you.
Sapphire got gifted a
Gold?
piece of platinum.
Gold, 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 gold,
Thank
gold, gold.
you.
Gold, 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 gold. 3 gold.
Squid just got gifted 2 pieces of platinum.
We all missed it.
Squid just got gifted 2 pieces of platinum. And she is getting 3 pieces of gold. Charmer, hello. That's from Jess. Be safe. Pieces of gold.
Thank you.
Be safe. Be careful.
Slay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. Vera, let's go. Okay, I think we should fall down because
I think I'm gonna unlock one last twist in the game, y'all. The first streamer to get a sticker pack is going to get 10 points. I think I'm gonna unlock
it doesn't
one
count if we already
last
got one.
twist in the game, y'all. The first does not
streamer to
count,
get a
no.
sticker Dang pack it.
Is going to get 10 Chi, I need you to head to Killima, please. You're
got
stuck
one.
there for 10 minutes. It does not count.
Dang
no.
it.
Chi, I need you to head to Killima, please. You're stuck there for 10 minutes.
All right, friends. Let's
Let
go
me
to
know when
Killima.
you're
Let's
loading.
get that plat up, or let's get that silver up. Let's go.
Let me know when you're loading.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm loading into Killima now. They're scared that we're coming.
Timer
up on
is
gold.
started.
They're scared. Okay. I'm loading into Killima now.
4 pieces of platinum. going to Lady
4
Sapphire.
pieces
Of platinum.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Chi, you just got
Going
a
to
garnet.
Thank you.
Hey Chi, while you're in Kilima, I need a starred bug from you, please.
Garnet.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Emerald! Let's go!
Chi, while you're in Kilima, I need a starred bug from you, please. Chi, you just got 5 pieces of platinum, 20 pieces of gold, and 20 pieces of silver donated.
Thank you, and I caught my star bug.
5 pieces of platinum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pieces of gold and 20 pieces of silver donated.
Thank you, and I caught my starred bug.
We need.
you so
Hi, Ashra. How are you? We
Feeling
need. We need to lock in.
Thank you.
We need. If anybody can donate to me,
pieces
that would
are
be incredible. You sweet little
crazy.
baby. We have.
Cozy.
We can
Was that you?
Gold.
Oh
silver,
my gosh.
That's $5.
Toast with crackers
Please,
and
my
jam.
friends, please. Also, we have a mystery fit going on, I think.
We are $31 away from
You,
24,000.
sweet angel. It Takes Two is so incredibly fun.
$31 away from 24,000.
My pal, he's my rotten soldier. He's my sweet cheese, my good time boy. Thank you so much. Hi Ray, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in, my friend. I'm broke, Booski. That's okay. That's okay. I appreciate you, sweet angels. I appreciate you. If you're unable to donate and you're just here to support, I appreciate you
Yes.
so very much.
All the love and
so
support,
good,
whether you can
guys.
donate or not, is still
We're
amazing.
less than, we're like $1,040 from
I appreciate every single
from
donate that comes through
25,000.
to help
wild.
support
Thank
me.
you guys.
If you do not have the funds, you do not
First
have
in
the funds.
silver,
I
second in
appreciate
gold,
you
and third in
being
plat right
here.
now.
So
Let's
thank you. Thank you. It means a lot
go.
to me.
Okay.
It's gonna be my walk-on song for now. I love it. I love it.
Dang, we were doing all that gold work, and we were still
I
in
appreciate
second?
you
That's
all
crazy.
so very much. So thank you so much
There's
for being here.
Squid has a lot of gold. A lot of gold.
Thank you.
Please be nice to me.
To enjoy the tail end of this, yes. Here, I donate my time. Wee! We get this good. Exactly. It's a long haul now.
We're
We
doing
got
good, guys.
this. We
We're
got
doing
this.
We got this.
Is
Ooh,
my,
I see silver.
By the way, if you're hearing two, you are. I've got Never and Chi up right now, so you can hear them both. A raid, Juby. Oh, Juby, I'm sorry,
A lot
love.
over here. Sorry, I turned crazy.
Are people still hanging in your chat? Oh,
I just
Juby,
knew
I'm
the
sorry.
end of it was gonna be cutthroat. I just knew the end of it was gonna be cutthroat.
Hi Ray, hi Ella, how are
Sorry,
you guys?
Drizzy.
Welcome in, friends. If you guys are just tuning
appreciate
in,
you, my
welcome
friends.
in.
I appreciate
We are
you.
doing a charity challenge
Can I
right
get
now, and we are at towards
charity
the end
rank
of
in my
event.
chat again?
If you guys would like
It's
to
still
help us
down,
in
but he
any
wanted
way,
to.
you can
Aw, I
donate.
appreciate
Go to
it.
exclamation point donate.
All the
There's
love,
links
and
over
hopefully they
here
get their
to,
power up soon.
through Tiltify. I'm kind of in the thick of it right now. We are getting sabotaged
when you're
quite
done,
a bit.
yes or no? I don't.
But
No.
we're doing great. We're doing
Hi,
great.
Britt. Welcome in. Thank you. Yes, this is my first time.
She is currently tied for the 5th place overall.
I appreciate you so much, Britt Texan. Thank you so much for being here.
She is currently tied for the 5th place overall.
No
She's gonna beat
way!
her
Onyx
for
and
gold,
6
for
silver.
500.
Oh my god.
Right? Thank you,
Oh my
sweet
gosh.
angels. I appreciate you very much.
Sapphire
Thank
just
you.
got gifted 10 pieces of platinum and 5
We just gotta
pieces
keep
of
it up,
silver.
friends. We can lose
Sapphire
points.
just
Oh my
got
goodness, thank you so
gifted
much.
10 pieces of platinum and 5 pieces of silver.
Oh my gosh, Sapphire's
Oh my
killing
goodness,
it.
thank you so much.
Aww. We love Sarah. She's so sweet. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have to keep up the points though. We can lose them. We can lose
She
them.
just got gifted 2 pieces of silver. Queen! Or maybe! Welcome in, Raiders! How are you doing, baby?
Help tremendously.
Sorry, y'all,
So
it's
if
crazy
anyone
right now.
Starstones, quartz, emerald, plat.
Chi, 2 more pieces of silver got donated.
Sapphire, aquamarine,
aquamarine, whatever you have. That's gonna help me so much right now with Starstones.
We are on our final hour. It's
I'm now
only
at
wait, maybe.
Also, we hit 24,000. Let's go.
We are over
Heck yeah, let's go.
$24,000 raised.
Let's go.
Also, we hit
Over the
24,000.
last
Let's
6
go.
rounds, this stream alone has
Heck
raised
yeah, let's
over
go.
four.
Oh
I
my
want to say $4,000 or
Guys.
5,000. Over $5,000 this round
I thought
alone.
that was somebody I knew.
It's been
Never mind.
crazy. It's been an amazing round. She did lose points in the ore battle. And the ore battle has taken Chi down below that top 5 marker.
5th is too scary,
And the
though.
ore battle has taken Chi down below that top 5 marker.
No!
Oh no, you are good, Juby. As long as you're okay. All the love for
Ooh,
you,
silver?
Juby.
What do we need? What do we need when we leave? What do we need to leave?
My ore compass. This is never my ore compass is over.
I think we just need points
Okay.
right now, like rubies.
Oh yeah,
or
mine
amethyst,
ended and I
garnets. would
definitely
because
missed that,
they're
but it
taking
is
over
No, you're
so
good.
much,
Compass. This is
the
never my
one
ore
thing we
compass is
cannot
over.
lose is if you guys give
Okay.
to me points. So
Oh yeah,
I
mine
would do
ended and I
points.
definitely missed that, but it is over.
No, you're good.
So points, rubies specifically, amethyst, garnet, stuff that they cannot take away. Onyx, we got an onyx.
I'm gonna start my last ore compass.
I would just do
Okay,
stuff
if you
that they
start
cannot
it
take away.
now, you will lose about 3 minutes of it. Just so you know.
Ooh, I see another silver over
I'm
here.
gonna start my last ore compass.
Does she have one?
Okay, if
Actually,
you
I'm willing to
start
lose it.
now, you will Okay. lose about 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna start
of
it.
Just so you know.
I'm also going to use mine.
Does
Okay.
she have one?
Go
Actually,
ahead.
I'm willing to lose it.
Okay. Never's
Okay, I'm
using
sorry.
theirs.
I'm also.
She is
going to
using
use mine.
theirs.
This is never-
Okay. Go ahead. It's been crazy. This has been.
My ore compass just ended, by the way.
Thank you. It's been a really crazy round. This has been an amazing
It's
round.
going
It's been a
good,
lot
Bailey.
of
We're
fun,
really, really
a lot of
close.
energy, a lot of donations, a lot
To
of
getting into
support
the
round
top
too.
5. We just keep losing points. We got time though.
Thank you
Once
for
I can
the
get out of here, we can go back.
follows,
We can
y'all. I
go
appreciate all the
gold.
follows. Thank you so much.
Wait, I see one over here.
All right, y'all. 12 minutes left for time sabotages and incentives left. All right, y'all. 12 minutes left for time sabotages and incentives left. With Never and Squid, with y'all using them and losing a little bit of time left, I will allow one more donation of ore compasses for both of you. And Squid, with y'all using them and losing a little bit of time left,
I think
will
that other
allow
ore
one
compass is
more
Chi.
donation
Yeah, it's me.
Of ore compasses. Chi, you already have one left, so you.
Oh, I do have. Okay.
You'll be able to use that after
I think that other ore
the deal.
compass is Chi.
Yeah, it's me.
Chi, you already have one left. So
Oh, I do have? Okay.
You'll be able to use that after the deal.
Okay. Yeah, we're just getting nothing here. We gotta go either to Bahari Bay or Elderwood.
And Lindsay, you can go ahead and mark all of Chi's party apps because she's using all 3 of them right now.
Ooh, I missed. I see some stuff over here.
We've got 2 rubies heading to
Ooh,
Chi.
I see silver. Ramrod? What are you
We got
doing?
2 rubies heading to Chi.
Quartz and 5 silver. Ramrod! And that is the points we needed, I think, to get us there.
Chi, I need you to
my
catch me
gosh.
a starred
Oh, sorry, I should be
bug.
showing you my silver count, don't I? Oh gosh. I hit 100 in silver.
Chi, I need you to catch me a starred bug.
Of course you do. They would. They would.
Oh, Jesus, that's funny. Second on Never here.
I got you.
Thank God. What are they gonna do in the last 30 minutes when they can't sabotage me anymore?
Sabotages don't end until the last 10 minutes, Chi. sabotages don't end until the last.
If only
10
you could party
minutes.
up. I didn't think that it was gonna be worth it, honestly. I didn't think it was gonna be worth it. I was thinking, meh. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
vibe.
You are free to go wherever you like.
Sorry,
We have
you don't have
10
to
minutes
load,
left
my
in this half.
to drop $200.
Yeah. You are free to go wherever you like.
I'm
We
living
have
paycheck
10
by
minutes
paycheck. No,
left
literally.
in this half.
No. You're perfectly fine.
Or compasses never can get one more. Squid can get one more. That's it. Never and Squid can get one more or compass
as it
each.
is now, honestly. As it is now, I think we're doing really good. So I appreciate all the donations. We just got another garnet. I just appreciate all of the donations and all of the support and all of the help. I appreciate it so very much. However,
Ghoster, what's up, love? How are you? Look at our total. Look at how much we've made.
You giving us insights is more than enough, honestly. Thank you, Froggy. Yes.
Amazing. I'm so excited.
Thank you.
Never
Thank
and
you.
Squid, you both got ore compasses that you'll be able to use at the start of the next half. Hour.
She caught her starbud.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Just gifted, session.twitch.merch-latest.items.name. To be given away in chat, join in chat for your chance to win.
Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. For
Lasher Klovenitz
All right,
has joined the
y'all.
castle.
Just so you know, in my chat right now, in the next 180 seconds, type join for a Great Palea Charity Hunt travel mug being given away in my chat right now.
I appreciate you, Bat.
For a Great Palea Charity Hunt travel mug being given away in my chat right now.
Lots of
Also,
loves
thank
to
you
the
for the
donators,
sub for
literally.
3
I appreciate it
months.
so
Clover, I
very much. It's
appreciate that.
unbelievable.
All you have to do is type join, no exclamation mark, just join. Just
Thank you guys
the
all so very
word
much for making
join.
this event an
You do not have to do an exclamation
incredible
mark.
one. Thank you. I'm having literally the best time.
Just the word
Thank you so
join.
much. Oh, you can do Macedonos. It happens. Remember, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I am happy with however it goes. I'm just happy that we gave it our all.
Thank you for the follows as well.
I'm cool with that. Like, we worked our butt off. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, y'all. We're at $24,364.69. All right, y'all. We're at $24,369.
69 cents, still holding out.
Giggity.
All right, I'm gonna.
69 cents, still holding out.
Yes, exactly. It's so fun to play too, Lime. It's so fun to play. I'm having literally the best time.
7 minutes left. The time sabotages and incentives. 7 minutes left for them. What are y'all doing in chat right now? Y'all, we got a community train happening in chat right now.
Okay? Sabotages and incentives. Only 7 minutes left. So if now's the time you're gonna do it, now's the time you're gonna do it.
Jesus Christ. Thank you for the biddies, y'all. Stop. We are in a charity event.
My phone died, but yes,
Knock it off.
And I have squids and
That's I know the chat is popping because of the join. Yeah, just the word join. All you gotta do.
I'm so glad you love it so much, my friend. I appreciate it. Full rainbow plushie set giveaway going on in the chat right now. That's gonna be your big gay fish.
Clover with the gifted sub. Thank you.
Rainbow kids do.
Feisty with the 100 biddies. Thank you.
So keep that in mind. That's all of the getting into the donation right or giveaway right now. Gold, bless me. Thank you. Gaybert. The Gaybert. Mwah. Gold. Kiss you on your forehead.
I appreciate it. It's a lot.
Brought me a milkshake. That's so sweet.
This month has been really a lot for me, so I do appreciate it.
Yeah,
Oh my
man.
gosh, y'all.
Give us something. Give us something.
Bad Wolf!
Give us
Bad
something. We have another
Wolf!
Garnet. Let's
Bad Wolf
go.
1, hit
Oh,
that
milkshake,
link
That sounds delicious.
and claim your redeem. Bad Wolf.
Let's go. Thank you so much for the manifest.
Very nice,
We got
Renee.
this,
Thank you
we
for the
got this,
gifted
we got
sub to
this.
Lady Karina.
We're having such
10
a good
biddies
time,
from
guys.
Karina. Thank you,
so much for being
love.
here. I appreciate
Lasher
it so very
Queendred
much.
Phoenix has joined the castle.
Karina, thank you for the sub.
I'm not
5 minutes left in the half, y'all. 5 minutes left.
I am short.
We've got a Ruby heading to Chi. 5 minutes left. We've got a Ruby heading to Chi.
Dang, another ruby? Jeez Louise.
Chi, I need to
Sounded
stop
like
what you're doing and head to the
Joopy
nearest
over there.
NPC, please. Talk to
Sounded a
them.
little bit like Joopy.
Chi, I need to stop. Chi, I need to stop what you're doing and head to the nearest NPC, please. Talk to them. Oh my god, y'all are
Talking to Eshe?
crazy. Also, quick shout out. Congratulations to Bad Wolf on winning the giveaway for.
Bad_Wolf42 just bought from the Castle's merch store.
Also, quick shout out. Congratulations. The travel mug, the behind the Great Paley Charity Hunt travel mug. Travel goodness, y'all. What are y'all doing? Feisty, gifting Toaster a sub. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Never just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Do we try to go to Elderwood or do we go to Bahari Bay? Oh, Emerald! Let's go! It could have been rare.
Never just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Very true. Very, very true.
Crazy. So much happening, y'all. It's crazy.
Ooh, silver, silver, silver.
We are $516 away from 25,000. We are
Mommy's like, why are you yelling?
away from 25,000.
Oh my gosh, who's got $500? Who wants to break all of us?
No, this is the playoffs, y'all. We haven't gotten to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is July 18th. July 18th. That's the Super Bowl.
He's gonna be yelling at the bank statements later.
Yeah, she's not gonna beat that 500.
Oh.
She's got to get 200 to get that 500.
Yeah, tax-free fertility. Exactly. It's fertility. More silver.
Aurora, can I see you in my chat, please? Aurora.
A quartz and 3 silver.
Charity rank, no S.
Can I see
you in my chat, please? Aurora.
Aurora, was that you? Maybe that's a different Aurora?
There it is.
I don't know. Wait. Let's not get too excited yet. I'm scared. Aurora? Aurora, what did you do? I don't
Thank you.
know. To the principal. No, good. I'm glad you don't have that much left. Do not spin that much on me. That's crazy.
Another ruby going to Chi.
It wasn't you? That's what I was scared of.
Another ruby going to Chi.
Oh, thank you! Who was it? What? Oh my god! Thank you guys! Okay, we are $426 from 25,000, y'all. We are so close. Citrine!
I collect badges. I mean, okay, I guess.
Secret
I give you that badge.
It was Aurora. It was Mr. Aurora.
All right, y'all. We got less than 2 minutes left of time sabotages and incentives,
Y'all are gonna change
and
the
we take
vibes
our
for real.
last
Y'all are
break.
absolutely
Less
gonna
than
change
2
the vibes of
minutes.
this.
All right, y'all. We got less than 2 minutes left of
He
time
forgot the
sabotages
mister.
and incentives, and we take our last break. Less than 2 minutes.
You know what you guys should do at the last second? No, I'm just kidding. Don't do this. Well, maybe. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Never mind. I was gonna say something manic.
And we are less than $500. $416 away. $416 away from 25,000. Thank you for the 100 biddies. And $16 away. Do it, cheese cat. Do it. I know, right? From 25,000. What is that noise?
17 away from third place. That's 2 rubies. 2 rubies. Donate like 1,000? Please don't do that. Oh my god. Please don't do that. Oh my god.
Master Kitty, hello.
Okay, we've done it before. That is
Thank you for the
true.
100 biddies,
Ask Serenity and
Clover.
Brandon
Y'all are
in
crazy.
Austin.
Stop it.
But that was last year.
Stop it.
Why did that one take so long to break? Muted, do not egg them on right now. Do not do that.
Egg 'em on.
Okay. Okay, so do we go to Elderwood? Do we try to get like a starred ruby? Would that be crazy? I plead the fifth. Serenity's like,
All right, y'all. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Pull up your inventory so we get one last look at those inventories. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause.
Hey,
Pull up your
friends.
inventory. It's been chaos over here, y'all. I've been trying to keep up with y'all stuff, and chat right now is going off crazy. But we got our last 30 minutes. How y'all doing? Y'all doing good? How y'all ladies?
I'm shaking.
It's been bouncing around like wild. It's so fun.
It's
You guys are
the
amazing.
best. Yeah.
It's been a great round. You all have made this round amazing, and I thank you all so freaking much for it. We'll give our mods a chance to get everything set up. Again, don't forget this last half hour, you're going to be hearing a lot of me as I'm going to be telling you all the scores live as they go through so you all can know where everything's at, why the silver, gold, and platinum, and the total scores. All time sabotages and incentives are done, but that does not mean that sabotages are in. There's still sabotages available until 10 minutes till. And then again, all those sabotages will then end, and all that will be left will be donating starstones and ore up until the very end of the competition, okay? Again, as soon as we get started, Never, Squid, Sapphire, all three of you all, all four of you all, have an ore compass that you guys could start as soon as we get into the next round, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I think...
Sounds good.
No, nobody has party apps left. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to catch myself up. It's been crazy over here. My chat has been on hinge.
Good.
It's the only way to be, truly.
I know, but I've been telling them to stop it. We're doing a charity event. Knock it off.
That's the best type of chat, in my opinion.
100%.
Well, let's get your all's chats to go unhinged for this last 30 minutes, right? Because we are $416 away from 25K.
I'm sorry, we started at like 18.7?
18,712, yes.
Amazing.
So y'all...
We're hitting that 25,000. We're gonna do it.
Y'all have killed it.
Incredible job, guys. Incredible job.
If y'all
Look
make
at
me
this.
have to raise it from 30 to 40, I'm just saying, okay?
Do it. Do it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Right? Oh no, what are y'all doing? Well, I do want to... I'm loading something up real quick, so I do want to answer this. Mods are good, and we'll go over that. There's one thing I want... Actually, we'll go over that and I'll come back. All right, our scores at this current moment as they lie. She's in the lead at 314. Never at 243. Squid at 221. Jesus Christ, sorry. I've been drinking way too much water. 221. Sapphire at 218. In our ore count, in silver, our leader is Chi at 161. Squid at 90. Sapphire at 82. Never at 65. For our gold, Squid at 170, Chi at 121, Never at 114, and Sapphire at 104. Platinum, our leader is going to be Sapphire at 79, Never at 56, Squid at 32, and Chi at 27. Also, I just want to let you all know, so far, right now, raised, overall, from the 2 years that we have done this, because we started this 2 years ago at Pride Month, up to right now, currently what we raised, we, as a Great Paleo Charity Hunt, have raised $83,562. Which means we are less than 17,000 away from 100K being raised through the Great Paleo Charity Hunt event. So thank you guys for that.
Off.
It is
Let's
amazing.
go.
That's incredible.
Also, I announced this at a few other rounds, but I've not announced it this round. I do also want to thank you all. Last year, we were Tiltify's top 300 fundraisers. Which that's crazy because if you all know
Well
how
deserved.
many fundraisers get done through Tiltify, and being in the top 300 is crazy.
Let's get you into that top 100.
So, right? I mean, this year we're on track. Like, it's gonna be insane. Chi, you just got gifted a piece of gold. And also got 12 more pieces of gold. All right. Am I ready for this last 30 minutes? Hold on, that's my question. I don't think you all are ready, but am I ready? All right. Are y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right. You all may begin. Everyone but Chi, I need you all to catch me a regular bug, please. A regular bug, please.
You guys
Regular
saw
bug
what I
caught,
was
never.
thinking. Okay, Elder, would we go? Do we have a party?
Okay, never. After that, I need once you catch your bug, I need everyone to catch me a fish as well.
Regular
Besides,
bug caught,
Chi.
never.
Okay, never. After that, I need once you catch your bug, I need everyone to catch me a fish as well. Besides, Chi.
Who did it?
Sapphire bug caught.
Well, Chi, stop hating me now. I canceled out my little bug tab.
Squid
Thank
bug
you, Boke.
caught.
I love you. Don't worry. I was
Does
never
Chi
caught.
have a
Thank you.
party up or not
Sapphire
anymore?
bug caught.
No party ups are available.
Okay.
Just the
Squid
alls or
bug
compasses.
And how
Does
many of those
Chi
do I
have a
have?
party up
Just
or
the
not
one.
anymore?
Everyone has
Okay.
just one or No compass party left. ups are
Okay,
available.
thank you. Starting it now.
Just the alls or compasses.
And how many of those do I have?
Just the one. Everyone has just one or compass left.
Okay, thank you. Starting it now.
Sapphire fish caught.
Thank you.
Okay, no more party ups. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Okay,
Sapphire fish caught.
let's try to get a
Never fish caught. Fish caught.
Diviny T. Oh no.
Squid
Thank you
fish
so
caught.
much
Thank you.
For the support. I
Squid
really
fish
appreciate
caught.
that.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that bad boy. Oh, I should have repaired, shouldn't I? It's okay. I think I'll be okay, actually. I think I'll be alright. Essentially. Well, guess I'll see.
Being super gay for this last 30 minutes. We're putting on the gay
Or
one.
rubies or amethyst. Whatever we can get.
Chillin' with Chi just got donated 2 rubies. Donated 2 rubies.
Thank you, guys! What is going on? Are we gonna hit 400?
I mean, you got a
Oh
ways.
my God,
You got some work to do. You want to get that 500, Chi. You
Chi.
got some work to do. You want to get that 500, Chi.
This is Squid. You said I had an ore compass, correct?
Yes,
Oh
everyone
my
got one. Has
God,
one ore
thank
compass to run.
you.
Yes, everyone got
Okay,
one.
I'm
has
gonna
one
use
ore
mine right
compass
now.
to run. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna use mine right now.
Thank you.
Holy moly macaroni. Oh my god. That was insane. Aura!
That puts Chi at 334. That puts Chi at 334.
Oh, I don't think we're gonna get 500, but we could get to 400.
Amanda, I would like to use my ore compass.
Plat, 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 plat,
Go
plat.
ahead.
Sapphire, I would like to use
Yep,
my ore compass.
absolutely. Go
please.
ahead.
This is
Go
Sapphire.
ahead. Yep, absolutely. Go ahead.
Plat, plat, plat. One piece of plat. Damn, only one. You know what? I'm not gonna complain. I'm not complaining. Plat is plat. Aura, thank you for officially in 3rd place. Oh my god, you guys. Thank you so much.
Strix,
Y'all are
I need you in my chat,
absolutely
please.
incredible, and
Strix, in my
what
chat,
did I
please.
deserve, you guys?
I need you in my chat, please. Strix, in my chat, please.
Thank you. Oh my god, my heart.
We are 30.
You guys are gonna help out
We're
so many people. I hope you guys understand
$71
that.
away
Like,
from
not for
25K.
me.
$71 away from 25K.
This is
Who's that
not
for,
me.
love?
This is for LGBT.
Who's it going for? Squid's at
71 points away
222,
from second.
Sapphire at
Oh,
218,
what's
Never at
second?
245. 222, Sapphire at 218, Never at 245.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. W community.
Do you guys see what we can do when Palia streamers come together and like we
Lady
just have
Sapphire
like,
just
this
got
is
gifted 10 pieces of gold.
that we just-
Lady
that we
Thank
Sapphire just got
you.
gifted 10 pieces of gold.
Thank
That
you.
puts her tied for third place with Never in gold. Her tied for third place with Never in gold. Never's at 240. Sapphire at 223. Sapphire at 223.
What the helly? I'm
Right
sad
away,
at Strix.
right away.
Go tell him. Go tell him I'm sad at you, Strix. What about Booski status? What about Booskies?
Right again, right away.
Yes, throw him into. I'm going to help you too. Okay. We were just talking about how you're betraying us. I was like, what about Booski status? You're a Booski. What the helly?
Squid and Sapphire are now tied
Release
at
Strix from
223.
Okay, good. I'm not sad at
Squid
you
and
anymore.
Sapphire are tied at 223. Squid and Sapphire are tied at 223.
That's so funny. Strix, thank you. Okay, fine. Strix can have his licks.
He just got gifted an Onyx.
No.
She just got gifted an We are now $51 away from 25K. We are now 40 or Thank you for the follows. I appreciate them.
Sydney. Welcome in, Sydney. Welcome in.
donate. The
How much
star
time do we
stones,
have
any
left?
of them will add up very fast.
Who's
If you
getting
guys
us?
don't.
Who's getting us there? Who's doing it? Just coming in. I'm lost. We're
She's
doing
at
great charity.
339.
It gets better going up against some other streamers.
She's at 339.
Let's go, Aquamarine. Aquamarine.
Sapphire went to
You want more info
224.
on It gets better. You can do exclamation point info.
Sapphire went to 224. Squid's at 226.
If you want to donate, you can
Never's
exclamation
at
point donate.
242.
You can donate.
Squid's at 226. Never's at 242.
Ugh. You guys, it's so close. Come on. Get in there last minute. Last minute.
I just found a
donation,
sticker.
gold.
Who got the sticker?
Cheated.
Chi, 10 points for the sticker.
Let's go.
Cheated.
Puts Chi at 349.
Congratulations, Thrasher Kitty.
Puts
You won the
Chi at
plushie.
349.
Aquamarine. Let's go. Let's go. Get in there, friends. We got less than 30 minutes left to take donations. Get in there. Get in there.
Squid's at 229.
All right, I'm going to South Bahari.
Squid's at 229.
229.
Can I get a exclamation mark charity rank again, please?
That's so funny. Gold. Gold. Listen, I know I'm not gonna win, and I know I'm not even gonna end in second place. Probably not even third, but I'm keeping my first place gold. 5 gold. River, that's so funny.
We're looking at 273 is the score to beat. We're looking to be in that top 5 currently with those 3 with net between Never, Squid, and Sapphire. Currently with
Squid
those
is here.
3 with net between Never, Squid, and Sapphire. We had another Onyx going to Chi. We had another Onyx. We're at $24,969.69. $24,969.69. He is at 351. She is at 351.
Let's go. Come on. If I can find a ruby, that'd be worth so much. I see you over there trying to hide from me. Lots of 69ing. Yes, we did that on purpose. We are so close.
First
And
open
Kitsu,
the
you're so
comments, and I'm just like, I'm having so much fun. This is like really overwhelming and really exciting at the same time. And I'm really excited, but it's also like very stimulating. You know what I mean?
All right, y'all. We have hit $25,000. We have hit Never. Never. You just got 5 gold and 5 silver. Never. You just got 5 gold and 5 silver.
Thank you.
P, you got another piece of gold.
Booski. I appreciate you. No, Froggy, you would not be wasting anybody's time. It's for a good cause. Thank you, Booski.
Never got 2 pieces of platinum. Never got 2 pieces of platinum.
You can go again. I don't know.
Never got 2 pieces of platinum.
Thank you for the plat booskies. Hell
She
yeah.
got a piece of platinum.
I got a citrine. Let's go.
She got a piece of platinum. Chi, I need you to stop what you're doing and repair your tools, please. Chi, I need you to stop what you're doing and repair your tools, please.
Nice.
Okay,
We got an aquamarine. Let's go.
Was that a Sabo?
The top 5 scores. I didn't see that. Mystery fake giveaway.
All right, y'all. For our ore's changed quite a bit. Squid is in the lead with gold. Sapphire has taken the second place in gold at 145. Chi is at 135.
Oh, last 10 minutes. That's right. That's right. I'm sorry. You guys are right. Actually, that wasn't
Gold
bad, 'cause I
has
actually
changed ranks. First place is Squid at 201. Sapphire at 145. Chi at 135. And Never at 125. That puts Chi down to 346 overall in score. Never is at 248. Squid is at 232. Sapphire at 229. Squid is at 232. Sapphire at 229.
Needs a bouncy shoe.
How much time do we have left? I think it might be beneficial for me to use my... This is Never. I'm going to use my ore compass.
Oh, yeah. You gotta hit it now or yeah, because we might lose it. We have 18.5 minutes left. 8 minutes left for sabotages, y'all. 8 minutes left in sabotages. 8 minutes left for sabotages, y'all. 8 minutes left in sabotages. Never's at 251.
Last round count, guys. We got to make this last round count.
Never's at 251.
We got this. We got this.
We're at $25,069.69.
Get to 25K. Yes, we did. We killed it. My heart is beating out of my chest. Thank you, everyone, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
She just got gifted an aquamarine.
Extra change. There you go.
She just got gifted an aquamarine.
Thank you. Thank you for the aquamarine. All of those are gonna add up for sure now. Thank you guys so much.
She is now at 349. Sapphire's at 230 to Squid's 232. Sapphire's at 230 to Squid's 232. 2 rubies heading to Never. 2 rubies heading to Never.
Oh my god, thank you.
Never's now at 271. Again, in order to be in that current top 5, you're looking at being at 273 or higher.
Oh my god.
273 or higher.
Mouse! Let's go.
10 pieces of platinum heading to Jupy. Or sorry, to Chi. This is what I get for reading 20,000 things at one time. Chi is getting 10 pieces of platinum.
Hello?
10 pieces of platinum going to Chi.
Drop $600.
10 pieces of platinum going to Chi. 1 piece of platinum, 3 gold, 3 silver heading to Squid. 1 piece of platinum, 3 gold, 3 silver heading to Squid.
Switch. Okay, switch. Okay.
Moose MVP.
Goodness, thank-
What the fuck?
Thank you. That puts me. How far does that put me on? Ooh, let me hit this last.
She is now at 354.
Minja, thank you.
She is now at 354. Squid went down to 228. There was a change in scores. Squid went down to 228. There was a change in scores. In the ore.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
5 pieces of platinum goes to Squid. 5 pieces of platinum goes to Squid.
Okay, I don't think we can change.
Holy shit, holy
I don't
shit,
think we
holy
can change,
shit.
y'all.
So you made it? I don't know. Yeah? I don't know.
I mean, I'm not having
Unless
any
people
good
start
luck
donating to
with
them,
the
right? I don't
platinum, so I
know.
feel like I should just
For now-
change anyway. I feel like I needed to go to Bahari Bay. I need to rack up points at this point, not the platinum.
Squid is at 229. Sapphire 232. Never 271. Sapphire 232. You have less than 5 minutes left of sabotages. You have less than 5 minutes left of sabotages. We are $11 away from 25,500, by the way. $11 away from 25,500, by the way.
Okay, friends. Last 15 minutes to donate. Anything helps.
I just need to continue to get these freaking star stones. Come on, man. Come on, RNG. I gotta
Sapphire at 236.
Come on, come on.
Sapphire at 236.
Oh, I'm stuck on a fucking
Never
rock.
272. Again, don't forget, 273 is the score to beat to be in the current top 5.
I just need a couple more points. Holy shit.
236 for Sapphire. Never's at 272. Don't forget, 273 is the score to beat to be in the current top 5. Don't forget, 273 is the score to beat to be in the current top 5.
Come on, come on. We just need a couple. We just need a couple of things. One more point. We got this. We got this. Yes, donations help as well too, guys. All right, I'm running back down to South Bahari. Starstone manifestation, yes, please. Please bless me. Please bless me. Thank you. Come on, we need to get some starstones. Yes, bless. Come on, guys. Come on.
Never just got gifted an Onyx, putting her at 274.
Come on. 13 minutes. Thank you, Danny.
Never just got gifted an Onyx, putting her at 274.
Not starred.
Just got gifted an Onyx, putting her at 274.
Thank you. Let's go.
Never's at 277.
Guys, let's go.
Never's at 277. Can I get a charity rank again for me in the chat? Oh, never mind, I see it right here. Ooh, 329 is the next level. I don't know about that one. We'll see.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Never just got gifted 2 pieces of platinum.
hell.
Never just got gifted 2 pieces of platinum.
This is Squid. My ore compass is out.
Thank you.
Oh no,
Squid,
shit.
My ore compass is out.
Thank you.
Oh shit. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Sapphire's Road Compass is out.
Thank
Oh,
you.
my Lanta.
Thank you.
Sapphire's Road Compass is out.
Thank you, Catspur. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now at $25,529.69. $25,529.69.
Yeah. I'm just happy with that. To be honest, I'm just happy with that. To be honest.
She just got gifted 2 pieces of gold.
Thank you for the gold.
2 pieces of gold. That puts her at 142 in third place.
Like, honestly.
Sapphire's in second place in gold at 150.
329 is next to beat.
Place in gold at 150.
She will always be top 5 to me. Thank you, River. Sweet little baby angel. Thank you.
30, yay, we're doing so good.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. I totally get it. No, I appreciate you clarifying.
4 pieces of gold and an aquamarine going to Chi. 4 pieces of gold and an aquamarine going to Chi.
Thank you. Oh my God, slay.
That puts her at 146 in gold. 4 pieces away from Sapphire's second place in gold. 4 pieces away from Sapphire's second place. She is now at 357. She is now at 357. Puts her at 3rd place in overall total high score. 405 is the next one to beat. Overall total high score. 405 is the next one to beat.
Come on, guys. We got to hit 405. We can do this. We can do
10
this.
minutes left in the competition. Sabotages have ended. Sabotages are no longer here. Have ended.
Thank God.
Sabotages are no longer here.
Anybody, is there 4 people who can donate 4 rubies?
278 for
Kidding, but also
never.
not kidding.
278 for never. Loves Jackie. Get some rest. Love you.
Better get them rubies out. We're trying. If you guys got rubies to donate, that would be very helpful. That would be super duper helpful. Hi, Cooley. Happy Sunday. Thank you for your dono. I appreciate you. Exclamation point donate. The link is in there. Exclamation point donate. And then add whatever you want. It goes straight to the charity. There's the donate link right there.
279 for never.
So even if you guys only have, you know,
279 for
10,
never.
10, 20, $50 to spend, it all counts. Just do any star stones you got. It goes straight to the charity from that tilt to find.
280 for never. 280 for never. An onyx being donated to Chi. An onyx being donated to Chi. We're now at $25,609.69. $609.69.
Wow.
He's now at 359. Never at 286.
Oh my God, we're
Never
so
at
close.
286. Sapphire 243. Squid at 231. Sapphire 243. Squid at 231.
I missed gold? Wait, where? I don't know.
8 minutes left.
How did I miss it?
8 minutes left.
Where was I?
Sapphire and Squid are currently tied in silver for second place. Sapphire and Squid are currently tied in silver for second place.
How did I miss it? Oh, the other side? Okay, okay, okay.
Sapphire is at 245. Sapphire is at 245.
Oh, I see it. How did y'all see that? Oh my God, good eyeballs.
He at 360.
A garnet and 1 gold.
At 360. Garnet going to never. Garnet going to never. 4 pieces of gold and a platinum going to Chi. 4 pieces of gold and a platinum going to Chi.
Thank you.
That'll put Chi in the second place spot in gold at 151. The Sapphire's 150. Gold at 151. Putting her at 366. Never's at 288. Putting her at 366. Never's at 288. We got a Jasper and an Onyx going to Chi. We got a Jasper and an Onyx going to Chi.
Thank you.
Putting her at 371.
Thank you guys so much.
Putting her at 371. We're at $25,699.69.
$3 rubies would get us there.
$699.69.
3 rubies. Oh my God. Oh my God.
6 minutes.
Also find some freaking star stones.
6 minutes left, y'all. 6 minutes
left
left.
to get your donos in. seconds. 6
6
minutes
minutes left, y'all. 6 minutes left.
Ooh. Gosh, if I could just find some stars.
Commander Cole, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, love. We are in our last 6 minutes, y'all. It's craziness.
Starred Garnet.
I'll say hi to everybody in just a moment.
Starred Garnet. How much is that worth?
373 for Chi.
Up, it's our
373 for Chi.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Sapphire is taking over the second place spot in silver. Sapphire is taking over, putting Sapphire at 240 and Squid at 226. Putting Sapphire at 240 and Squid at 226.
No, it's not. Oh yeah, look at that big gold.
Never
over there.
at 292. Never at 292.
Guys, Never's catching up. I'm scared. Big gold. Let's go. Let's go. Look at this big mama. Ah! Come on, give me like 14 pieces, please, please, please. 13 pieces of gold from that big old mama. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god.
She has extended her second place in gold at 164. She has extended her lead of second place in gold at 164 to Sapphire's 150. Squid holds the first place in gold at 233. Squid holds the first place in gold at 233. Never at 293 overall score.
In the kitchen.
Never at 293 overall score. We got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. We got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left.
4 minutes to get those donos in, y'all. 4 minutes.
We are $301 away from 26,000. $301 away from 26,000.
Oh my god, if I could just find a couple more star stones. Here we go, here we go. 400, we're so close to 400, you guys. We're so close.
2 more pieces of silver going, or 1 to Squid, 1 to Never in silver. Going, or 1 to Squid, 1 to Never in silver. She got gifted an aquamarine. She got gifted an aquamarine.
Thank you.
Never's at 298.
Oh my god, that's huge.
Never's at 298. She at 376. She at 376. We got 2.5 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left, y'all. We got 2.5 minutes left. We are $260 away from 26K. $260 away. $260 away from 26K. $260 away.
Oh my
100.
gosh.
Okay, guys. Okay. 2 points away from 300. We only have a couple minutes left. We need this. Please give us something good. Please give us something good.
Never just got gifted a aquamarine. That'll make her break the 300 mark to 301.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Break the 300 mark to 301.
Let's go. Thank you, thank you.
10 pieces of gold going to Sapphire.
Thank you, thank you. Let's go.
Thank you.
That puts her at 160.
Let's go.
To Cheese 164. It does make, unfortunately, makes Never go back down to 296 as she goes down to 4th place in gold.
I got a Jasper.
Down to 4th place in gold.
No. Damn it. No. No.
Never at 299. We got 1 minute left. Never now at 304.
Oh Oh my gosh.
1 minute left. Never now at 3:04. Never and Sapphire are tied at third place with 160 in gold. Sapphire are tied at third place with 160 in gold. We're in our last minute, y'all. We have we're only $180. Excuse me. We are only $120 away from 26K. Squid just got given an amethyst. Squid just got given an amethyst. A garnet is going to Never. A garnet is going to Never.
Thank you. Thank you for the garnet. Thank you.
She's at 377. Never at 305.
Follow, welcome in.
She just got 8 pieces of gold donated.
Okay,
She just got 8 pieces of gold donated.
Okay. We're good. We did our part. We did everything we could do. Good job, guys.
She got 2 more pieces of gold.
Good job, guys.
We got a ruby for Chi.
300.
We got another ruby for Chi. If y'all are hitting a node, pause and put up your inventory. We are done. Sapphire got another 5 pieces of gold. Sapphire got another 5 pieces of gold. Never got an onyx.
Good job, guys. Good job. GG's.
Never got an onyx.
Thank you.
Never got 4 more pieces of gold. Never got 4 more pieces of gold. Clover Nix, if you can see me in my chat, please.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
Clover Nix, if you can see me in my chat, please.
Thank you.
Y'all.
Thank you.
Y'all.
Thank you, sweet angel. Thank you.
An amethyst just got sent to Lady Sapphire. An amethyst just got sent to Lady Sapphire.
Let's go, guys.
Yes, this chat. What was that gold donation going to, Clover?
Thank you, Strax. Thank you, Commander. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I worked my butt off. Also, chat, put in fucking work. So thank you, sweet baby angels. Thank you.
Who was getting that gold, Clover?
Holy shit. Good job, Ghost Office. Good job. Good job, mods. Good job, donators. Good job, supporters. Good job, everybody.
Never.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so
Never.
much.
You also ended up with 10 more pieces of gold being donated.
It means the world to me.
You also ended up with 10 more pieces of gold being donated.
Thank you.
And a Jasper being gifted to Chi.
Commander, yes. This is my first time doing it too, and I was just like, I was really nervous. Thank you so much.
We're gonna
guys.
let our
Thank you,
mods
thank
get
you.
all
I
caught
appreciate
up
you
and
all.
everything, especially our admins on adding all of those points that just went through. So give us a few minutes to finalize all our scores, y'all.
Thank you, Luna.
A few minutes to finalize all our scores, y'all.
Thank you, Human Tarot.
Oh my goodness, y'all. Y'all, we're at $26,324.69. I want to say that does put us over what we raised in total last year. I have to go to my plot to figure that one out.
Wait, really? That's awesome.
Let's
go.
If one of you all, when we get done, when the scores are good, if one of y'all can go to my plot and check that for me, that would be wonderful. Because the total will be under the little archway on the left. All right, we're just finalizing scores. Make sure everything is good to go before we finalize our totals here. But that was amazing run, y'all. What a final round. Also, let me have my Ziki tell us. Ziki, What is 26,324 minus 18,712?
26,324 minus 18,712 equals 7,612.
$7,612 y'all raised today.
That's incredible.
Let's go, communities.
Look what we can do
Great work.
together. Wow.
Good job, guys. Good job. Good game. Good game.
I love my I love my thank you, Ziki.
You're so welcome. Sounds like it was a really meaningful night.
Aww.
Aw.
Oh Jesus, that's crazy. Oh, that was funny. Oh. Yes, this is definitely the top round of fundraising to this month. Y'all did oh my god, that was crazy. Amazing. All right, mods are good. Our winner this round with a even 400 goes to Chilling with Chi. GG's Chi.
Let's go, Chi.
Congratulations.
Never in second place with 308 does put you in that top 5 spot at this current moment. Sapphire at 240, Squid at 232, and Jupy, we're gonna give Jupy an extra 100 points. No, I'm kidding. Oh, poor Jupy. I love you, Jupy. Hopefully your power gets on soon. Insane. Y'all did an amazing job. Thank you guys so much for participating in these events. It means the world to me to be able to put on these events, and it means the world to me to see you all be so excited about something that was just magically crazy in my head to put together, and just see it come to fruition, and seeing the growth. Because again, keep in mind, the first year we did this, we raised 7,500. You raised more today than we did all month, the very first month we put this event on. And then last year we raised $26,250. And so now we've done 6 rounds. We still have 4 more rounds plus my solo round. And we have already hit $100, almost $100 over what we raised last year. Amazing.
Incredible.
And you still have
Good
what,
job,
4
guys.
more rounds to go?
So we have 4 more rounds of 5 streamers. We have one. So we have what? We have 4 more rounds. We have 5, 10, 15. We have 19 more streamers to go, because we do have 1 round that we're missing a streamer yet. That we're down a streamer. So if anybody is interested in participating, we are looking for a streamer for an 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time round on the 27th. And then we have my solo round. I will be doing a solo round on the 30th to finalize it up. Try to beat Jupy's score of 538. Whatever. And then we're not gonna be making a new Tiltify. It'll be the same Tiltify for the Grand Championship round. So whatever we raise for that round will also be added to this total too. So yeah, we've got, I think 30K is underballing it again. So
Yeah, you're gonna have to raise that at like 40.
yeah.
In the best way.
Yeah, that's crazy. Y'all have done an amazing job. It's so crazy to see where this event has gone to. And as long as we keep Palia thriving and alive, this event can continue going and continue raising so much money. Again, overall total now that we've got to the end, overall total for the Great Palia Charity Hunt of all the events we've ever done in the last 2 years, we are now at $85,302.45. So we're only 15 now away from that 100K raise.
So close to that 100K. Let's go.
Oh, you got this. Especially for the end of the month and with the championship round, it's definitely gonna happen.
I know, especially if certain 2 people are in that championship
Oh,
round.
I'm not ready.
Now, I promised that I wouldn't put you 2 together during the playoffs, but that's all y'all.
It's okay.
Can I get an exclamation mark charity rank in my chat one more time, please? Do y'all have anything y'all want to say or comments or concerns or anything else y'all want? Now is yours. Y'all got the floor for a minute.
No, just a big thank you to you for putting this together, all the mods. The mod who was in my chat was amazing. And then for all the competitors and the communities out there, thank you guys so much. It was amazing. It was so fun. I appreciate you all.
I'm gonna ditto exactly what Sapphire said. You guys are absolutely incredible. Thank you all so much for this opportunity and putting your communities together to support such a fantastic cause. So thank you so much, and GG's to everybody that played. I had so much fun fighting alongside you.
I think the best part of this, like, charity, like, I always say this every time, but in the end, everybody wins because it gets better wins. Like, it's just such a friendly, nice competition. And, like, yes, we're going head to head, but, like, it's all love in the end. So I'm very thankful that Amanda puts these together because it's just amazing.
All right. Speaking of win, by the way, all of you streamer lovelies, if you all could, I need two things. It Gets Better did send me cute buttons that say "Queer Youth Deserve Better" for all streamers that participated, and I also have It Gets Better stickers. So I need an address. If you all can DM me in Discord with your addresses, it'd be greatly appreciated.
100%.
I also would like your unique viewer count. That's the only thing I need out of your totals, your unique viewers. The reason why I'm asking this is because I am working more towards trying to get more sponsors. The more sponsors I get, the more things I can do. I would love next year to be able to do a cash prize for you all, for streamers, right? But I've got to be able to get sponsors because I can't afford it myself. I'm a broke kid. I don't know why I said a kid. I'm not a kid. I'm fucking old. But anyways,
We feel like
I'm
kids.
broke. Okay?
I feel like a kid.
I've been a broke college kid since I was 18. So being able to share what our total unique viewers are over the whole month helps entice businesses to be like, yeah, I do want to sponsor that. So if I can get that from y'all, that would be greatly appreciated.
Understood.
Absolutely.
All right.
Definitely.
So our overall current top 5 leaderboard: Joopy at 538, Coaster at 405, Chi at 400.
Oh my gosh.
Rat at 325, and Never at 308.
Slay!
So that's our
Let's
current top
go.
5. We still have 4 more rounds. So we'll have to see what the other 4 rounds does on that top 5. But I was right when I said you had to at least get over 300 to be in that top 5. So we'll see. It's mapping up to being a really good championship round on the 18th of July. So all right.
Amazing.
I'm out of breath. This is crazy. I have to go to
I'm
work.
exhausted.
I still
Before
have to
everyone
work
goes,
tonight.
I did
Oh my
just want to say
gosh.
thank you to everybody. Thank you, Amanda and the mods, for putting this together, keeping it going. Thank you for having me, and thank you to everyone that donated tonight, and everyone did such an amazing job. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Agreed.
A huge shout out to all the charity mods. Again, it takes a village to put these events on. I cannot do it without all the support from the charity mods, my mod admin team. I can't do it without you all streamers. And then keep in mind, again, streamers, we do this a big event. I have almost 50 streamers this month. Keep in mind, we do these events every month. So please look out at the Discord. Find hopefully another charity that we're going to be doing in a future month and join in with us. I'm not going to lie, it's been a struggle this last month to try to get streamers to participate in our monthly rounds. And I would love to give some streamers a break from doing them because I feel like we have the same ones every month. So make sure to look at them and check them in. I already have we have Starlight Children's Foundation coming up in September. October, we're going to be doing Creations for Charity again, which is a Lego organization that gives out Legos to kids.
I did that one in October. I love that one.
Yes. November will always be the Miss Gay City of Columbia Courage Scholarship, which is a scholarship I established when I was Miss Gay City of Columbia back in 2020. And then I don't think December I don't think has been confirmed, and we're waiting to figure out what we're doing in August. So be on the lookout for those. Yes, and a big shout out to Palia, because we obviously couldn't be doing this event without Palia. And I'm not sucking up to anybody who might have Palia listening to them, that partner pushing dreaming over here.
If we had any say, you know you'd already be in there.
I know.
100%.
When is the second round happening, y'all?
We have no idea, trust me.
I did have the craziest dream before this month started, that the very first round of the Great Paleo Charity Hunt is when they were gonna they popped in my chat and told me to check my email in the middle of the event. But obviously that was just a dream.
That'd be crazy. Hey,
I
that
know,
might be a
right?
manifestation. I've had dreams like that before.
Maybe the last one when it's my solo round. I don't know. We'll see.
There you go. There you go.
I will always be dreaming. I'll keep dreaming until it's there. All right. Well, I do want to thank you all. If y'all have anything else to say before we head out,
No.
Chi, are you staying on, love?
No, I have been live for almost
I
8.5
know. I
hours.
figured
I'm
as
heading out
much.
of here.
Is
I
anybody
went live
else
early.
staying on for a little while?
I have to hand out some giveaways. This is never. I have to hand out some giveaways, and then I'll be hopping off sometime after that. But it's gonna be a minute, I think.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff to give away. I
Yeah.
heard that every winner is actually donating their winnings to me tonight.
Oh,
That's what I heard. Oh.
Oh, I have 3 to give away too, so you got a lot coming then.
Well,
got, like,
usually,
6.
so I usually make the joke that any plushies that that you all got throughout the charity hunt actually comes to me, but we didn't do any plushies this round, so I'm still waiting on Nerdy to give me their 2 what kitsus they got yesterday. All right. Well, I will talk to you all later. Thank you again so much. Also, keep in mind, my DMs are always open. If you all have suggestions, things you really like, things you all think could change, or ideas, please DM me them. The only way I can make these bigger and better and growing is by taking the advice, and I want all of the criticism.
You got it.
Tell me everything.
Yeah.
perfect.
Got
All
it.
right. I will talk to you all
Thank
later.
you so much.
Bye, guys.
Thank you,
Thank you guys so
Thank you
much.
guys so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my god, y'all. What a crazy round today was. It was phenomenal. I want to thank all of you all for hanging out with us. I want to thank all of you guys for participating, whether it was watching or donating or supporting our streamers. Again, all in all, the ending goal is to raise much money for It Gets Better, and helping an organization that does so much amazing work for LGBTQ youth. And even right now, the way our country is and the way the world is, we need organizations like this more than ever. So thank you guys so much for all the support and love. I completely could not imagine when 2 years ago, when we were like, okay, well, we need to do something different, because we used to do an event in Animal Crossing, but obviously Animal Crossing was kind of dying. Paleo was coming up, and I'm like, okay, what can we do to make some kind of event to make it fun and raise money? And the Great Paleo Charity Hunt was created. And so it was just a tiny dream that became such an amazing an event that I can only imagine what is now. So I want to thank you guys so much. We are going to go ahead and raid out. I do have to go get ready for work. My last few days at this job, and I cannot wait, y'all, to be done with it. Anyways, I will see you all tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow. It'll be my last stream before I head to Reno for my Nationals of Bowling. It'll be one of my last regular streams of the month. That's not charity event related. So tomorrow is the day to come in and do hype trains and support me for the month if you want. Not during charity events. But I love you all anyways. So I will see you all tomorrow. Let's get our raid up situated. We can get a raid out message, please. I would greatly appreciate that. Can I also possibly get someone to type in Never's full stream name so I can just copy it? If somebody could do that for me. Twitch had other plans? What do you mean Twitch had other plans? I know, right? Twitch did have other plans. Oh, for the hype train. Thank you. I don't want to do it wrong and send you all to somebody else or to nobody. I've not done that before. All right, there is the raid out message. Go ahead and copy and deal. We're going to go over and say hi to Never. Congratulate her on making the top 5 at this current moment. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Thank you all for joining me. Behind the lash, we've had a blast. We've played some games, we've laughed and cheered. It's memories that will always last. The castle was a lively place, a kingdom full of fun and grace. With every visit, you brought the fire. Let's keep the spirit burning higher. The Lashers here are like no other, a family that we have found. Through joy and laughter, we've connected. A bond that will forever be renowned. So let's keep dancing and celebrate the friendships that we've cultivated. As we bid adieu, we'll hold this night close. The memories like a spark.